Let's let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Everybody bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Na Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right. Feel that rush, feel the ties. Can you feel it? Rid the pain. Wash it away and stand again.
Right now it's a little bit sketchy because we're close and we're gonna make it or we're not gonna make it. But I can tell you, if we make playoffs, we're winning playoffs. Guaranteed.
Bounce dodges across. There it is! And down goes the darkest hunting season. Has to dodge around everyone here as Nemesis. Take the full medic. Overload is blocked. Hold the full medic. Trimby dies. Lost Ratones. Hold on. Nemesis finds a triple.
No one really treats them as an ARL team anymore. Maybe before when there was 0-4, it was like, oh, the first team to lose, that's a bit embarrassing.
We were struggling a lot. I was not great. It was a bad time for me. BO1 is definitely a nerf for us. We've shown it last year that we thrive when the series goes on longer.
I don't expect them to be like a free win or something, just because they were playing in ARLs before.
G2 must run to catch them with their pants down. G2 are lined up, sent up, and here's the plague! It consumes Europe again! Triple over to Crowny, and the Rats are doing it again!
Let's go!
This is G2 we're talking about that you guys just took down.
I mean, they're G2, but we're Lost Ratones, so...
For Shifters and SK, they kind of need to win every single game.
Losses have been pretty depressing. Shifter are kind of in a similar situation as us. I think a lot of their games have been unfortunate.
For us, it's been like do or die for a while now. I'm quite confident that we can still win those 2 games and possibly get into playoffs.
On paper, we should be better.
Empross has already started off the fight, gets killed on the Mickey, and it's perfect. Wonder shreds them to death.
Heretics was able to get a massive upset win against Koi, putting them in a much better position to still fight for that top 8 spot.
El Yoya's ulti is into Trayson. He'll quickly be taken down when he gets Alvaro with the fish as well as Jojo. Heretics will take that. A well-deserved win.
The opponents are quite tough, but our core strength is power of friendship.
Trayson! And it's Trayson in the back line. The instantaneous follow. Ice ready to take over. Penta!
I think we are one of the top teams coming into playoffs. They can catch you out of guard because I think they are a bit crazy. And that week should definitely be a doable 2-0 with Koi being a stronger opponent for us.
Cap's good time to go golden as well, but Lebrov is about to run out of his ulti. Lifeline comes in clutch. Humanoid in the 1v2. He's taking them all on.
It's just me, guys.
Historically, G2 has never missed a top 4 in a regular season.
Probably the best team in my eyes in the league still, even if they had some rough games. I'm waiting to play versus them in stage game. It's gonna be a hype one. If we'll be able to bounce back from it and take the good lessons from them, I think that will be unstoppable.
The top 4 is gonna be in Badalona. The Midwin actually lives there as well. My family will come and everything. So I will be fine with whatever it takes to get there, but the trophy will be ours.
Welcome back to the last weekend of LEC Versus regular season. 3 teams have qualified into playoffs and 5 seed remains. One thing is certain, with 2 games remaining for each team, the table still feels like anyone's game. So grab your copium, your hopium, grab your tissues, maybe you're gonna need everything by the end of the week. I hope you are ready. We see Fnatic entering the arena for the first game of the day. I'm Laure, joined by Verius and Jack Spectra. How you doing, boys?
I'm all right.
I'm doing great. I mean, it's been a fantastic split thus far, and the ending is looking so exciting.
Yeah, I hope we just get more drama, more tears, more joy, just more of everything. Because as you can see on the standings, things aren't looking close. You've got 3 teams locked in to our playoffs, which means with only 5 spots remaining, that fight is very, very close.
Everything's open.
Yeah.
Anything could happen.
Everything
That's what
could
I love.
happen, and especially the fact that we're now just 2 days left, and still so little has been decided.
Yeah.
It's great.
2 days, but still 4,000 scenarios remaining for the playoffs qualification. So you can follow along yourself at lec.gg/foldy sheet. With each game, the sheets fold in half based on the results displayed in the remaining scenarios. I love the fact that teams are still going to have a chance to show up, at the exception of KCB. They're eliminated. They're the first team that are going to be playing for funsies this weekend, but the rest of the teams are not. I want to take a look at some scenarios and how could teams qualify. Looking at Shifters, for the first one, Shifters, it's kind of hard because I feel like a lot of games were in their hands, but they couldn't get it to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, they find themselves in a situation now where they need 2 wins and even some luck on top of that to make it to playoffs. Like, I think that the pieces themselves on paper look quite promising, but it just hasn't come together for this roster so far, this split. While there is still a last chance for them, they need to clutch it up over these next 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have the chance to do it. We saw a glimpse of hope on their side last week, so hopefully they can break that energy again today. MKOI Vitality, starting with MKOI, they went from being the unbeatable team that we had at the beginning of the season into whatever happened last week. What was that?
Absolutely. I mean, Koi, it feels like that so far this split, we haven't seen the same degree of consistency that we were getting from them towards the end of last year. And if they win this game, they will lock a spot in playoffs. Getting to that 6-win mark is super important for this team. But ultimately, I do feel they've earned that position of being given a degree of forgiveness.
All right.
Simply because their performance last year, winning spring, making it to the finals of summer, the caliber of this roster, I'm willing to give them the same benefit of the doubt that we often give G2, just because I think the caliber of their players make me believe that when playoffs rolls around, they're going to lock in.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do agree. It's a little bit G2 light, but I do have to say some criticism. I mean, Jojo, he's had fantastic laning phases, but if we could get his stats up on screen, like, he has the most deaths out of any mid laner in the league.
42? What?
42 deaths. That's like such an unbelievable
Wait, he's the
number.
first one, actually.
Well, yeah, he has the highest number of deaths, putting in. He's got first for number of deaths, but last place relative to the mid laners. So he's sitting at the bottom. And I mean, the crazy thing is, like, you look at his damage per minute, you look at his CSD, like, he is contributing.
Yeah.
Like, his laning is still great, but
the cockiness, the ego,
yeah, the man dies so much. He has so many isolated deaths as well. The number of oopsies we've seen from this man is a little too high, and I'm hoping that this weekend, where they really need those wins to just lock that spot in playoffs, he logs in today.
He gives and he takes. That's the rule in League of Legends. On the other side of the Rift, they're going to face off against Vitality, and Vitality, I think, can be summed up by one player, Naknako, the god, holding the fort in the top lane. He's been doing a whole lot of heavy lifting for that team this split.
Yeah, I think Naknako, for me, best top laner in the league. I know it's a heavy contention between him and Kana, but for me, Naknako, he's playing with worse players while performing better and having higher impact. And I just love his versatility. He's shown greatness both on tanks and on bruisers and even the Rumble. I just feel like he has that clutch factor that so many other top laners are missing as well, alongside his great fundamentals.
Yeah, I love the performance that he's putting on stage, and he is a player that the trajectory that is going on. So I hope that we continue to see this growth, and I'm really excited for this Vitality roster overall.
Yeah, overall the team was more stable when we saw what they did last week and what they achieved together, but again, it's a coin flip.
Yeah, I don't know if stable is the word I'd use for that team.
It's the Czech duo, I feel, at the end of the day, and if they show up or not. One game that everybody's going to have their eyes on, like crème de la crème, the dessert of this first day in the LEC, LRSK, the most interesting and important matchup that we're going to have today.
Yeah, so on your screen right now, we've provided you with a couple of scenarios. So in the event that they go 2-0, easy qualification, right? Winning games, that's valuable. But in the situation when they go 1-on-1, it is still possible for them to qualify. And we've given you some examples, and you'll notice in the majority of those examples that Fnatic winning is quite valuable to Lost Returns. If Fnatic win that first game, even if LR lose this game against SK, if they can take out Vitality, then their possibilities of qualifying dramatically increase. Of course, if they do lose all those games and Heretics also beat Fnatic out, then they will be eliminated.
Simple. Quite simple. They need to win their games, but even if they don't, they're going to have ways to come back. So, Los Ratons fans, Casual, everybody watching, if you want Los Ratons to win, if you want Los Ratons to qualify, you have one thing to do today. Cheer for Fnatic. Fnatic winning, good. Heretics winning, bad. I don't want to say it too loud because they're behind me, but you're hearing me here. What I'm wondering is how much do we believe in Los Ratons making it on their own, given the game that they gave us last week against Navi? Because it felt like Navi was the first team exposing them for the first time.
Navi figured them out completely. It started out with the draft. I love what Navi went for here. They took the Ryze away from Nemesis and crucially banned out that Anivia that he's been so great on when he played it up against G2. And then also targeting Velia with the Mundo. I think Velia on Mundo, off Mundo, it's two different players. So draft-wise, LR, I hope they've done some good prep, because after this, it feels like they have a wide open hole.
Yeah, and I feel like that LR have a big focus on Dragons. Scaling and Dragons seems to be their game plan, and Na'Vi just controlled it beautifully. They didn't want to give them any avenue of attack, of taking advantage of playing through these Dragons. And the amount of zone control that they provided with the comp that they brought to the table, the limiting options that LR ended up having as Jack was highlighting from the draft, it felt like that it was a perfect game plan to shut them down. And SK can maybe use this as a formula to get a win today against them.
That's the thing. I'm looking at SK and I'm like, the formula is not enough. It's the execution that's going to be really important for them here today.
Yeah, I mean, I do think, like, as a Los Retons, if you're a Los Retons fan, it's pretty good going up against SK right now, because they're not exactly the best team at closing out leads, and Los Retons are the best team at coming back from a deficit. So, like, that SK game, they had a 7k gold lead up against Giant X, but all it takes in this season in general is, like, one bad mistake, you get huge shutdowns, and you can swing that gold back. So I think scaling, name of the game for Los Retons.
And I think that when you've got Wonder versus Baus on the top side of the map, that's going to be a lane that is very much favored towards Wonder's favor. Like, there's a bit of history there, but I just think that as a player, he's come in massively for this SK squad. He's become super consistent. His performance is very reliable, and he's continuing to show some of that versatility from the good old 2019 days of G2. He's still got plenty of picks at his disposal, and he's executing upon them well.
Old man still has hands.
I was really surprised. He's been a standout player for me, the best player of SK, and just so consistent. And I think for, especially when we talk about the Los Retons draft, top lane matchup is going to be so important because Baus does not lose gracefully. So he needs to have a good matchup.
Guys, you talk about 2019, we talk about the prime time of Wonder. Only thing that I'm thinking about when I think about this matchup, who was the sub for Wonder in 2019? Baus FFS.
Okay.
It's the master against the students today for a spot in playoffs. Remember Baus in 2019? He was, of course, gaining the success that G2 had. Rightfully so, right? He is an MSI champion alongside Wonder.
Yes, he is. And we'll see if he can use that experience to get the belt. I mean, he's learned a lot now under the LR banner, right? So we'll see if he can take it to the old man in the top lane.
I mean, it's 2 Worlds finalists versus 1 Worlds winner and a Worlds finalist, so we know who's going to win today.
Do the math here. That's really easy. Yeah, Baus versus Wonder, I think it's going to be one of the matchups we want to look at here. But first things first, we're going to have Fnatic versus Team Heretics. And Dracos caught up with Grabs, actually, ahead of the game. So let's check out what he had to say.
Thank you very much, those of you at the desk. Bot lane is what we're hearing from the desk. Grabs, thank you so much for joining me. Today in this matchup, is it as simple as everyone just looking at ice versus upset? Is that all that matters?
Low-key, it's ice against us. Not only upset. I mean, he is a very good player, and he's their star player. I think that's fair to say. So we might see some shenanigans in the bot lane or trying to hold him down. And I think if we do that, we have a good chance.
Sounds like a strategy that's probably worked out for you guys once or twice before, playing towards the bottom side. But I'm curious, a lot of people are talking about this Fnatic lineup in kind of a big picture sense, right? They're looking at it, they're comparing it to last year. Some people skeptical about how far you can go. But what's your perspective on the project thus far? How does it compare to last year's lineup? What have you seen that you think is really standing out to you?
The work ethic is really good. The discussions we're having are really good. People are very open to criticism and sharing their opinion, which I think is really important. And I'm very happy with the progress we're having. It doesn't reflect on the scoreline because we have this amazing best-of-1 system as the only region in the world, which is amazing for that. But no, I think obviously we can still improve a lot. But if you would have told me from what seeing in scrims where we are right now before January, I would have said yes, please. So I'm very excited. Obviously, playoffs is not a given right now. But I think also we're a team that probably will be better in best of 3s and best of 5s than compared to best of 1s.
What is it, do you think, about the best of 3? Is it just deeper champion pools? Is it, or do you feel like you're more adaptable and that's a strength that you haven't really gotten to show in best of 1? Why is best of 3 so much more of an opportunity space for you than, say, for like any other team in the league?
Yeah, I think also Imperials, for example, is someone who's on Cassandra duty, but that's because we have first pick all the time for some reason. Like, even if we don't choose side, we get first pick a lot. Just the best pick blind, and he's someone who's like, he likes them best. The Jax is he's even Fiora OTP in solo queue sometimes, gangplanks and stuff. Not saying they're going to happen in game 2, but he's a deep champion pool, and Lost Bar also, of course, has a lot of engaged champions left that we're not seeing a lot, like the Lona, for example. Rails are not picked that high in best of 1s, where it's really good. So I think our pools run deep, and I'm excited for that.
All right, one step at a time. First, we'll hope that you guys secure playoffs. If we make it there, we'll get to see the depth of the Imperials champion pool. Otherwise, maybe it's just Cassante duty again. Casters, you can let us know as we get ready for the draft.
I don't know why Dracos thinks we have a better insight as to what Emperos will be playing in this game than Grabs would.
I mean, I have very strong opinions on Cassante and Rumble. I've been very vocal about it, and I just really hope we do not see that.
But they're very good picks.
They are great picks.
Very good picks.
They are really good picks.
And that's the problem, really, in this Fnatic versus Heretics matchup, that we are likely just going to see Cassante and Rumble again.
Don't remind me about it. It's the curse of BO1. People
Only
like to
2 more days.
2 more days.
2 more days.
Then we're back into Fearless, baby. But today we do have Fnatic versus Heretics.
That we do.
A lot on the line for this game. I think there's a lot of people watching that aren't necessarily fans of these teams, that really care about the outcomes, and maybe there's some secret Fnatic fans on the online interwebs.
I mean, like, Lost Returners has only been around for a couple of years, right? The Fnatic fans that have been hurt year after year over the last few years, maybe some of them migrated. Maybe some of them went over to Lost Returns and now like, oh, I'm back to supporting Fnatic in our dire hour, whether we can make it or not.
It's like falling back into bad habits. not here again, man. I can't believe I'm putting my faith in Fnatic once again, but obviously a lot of eyes will be on the bot lane. Ice has been a standout performance now for Team Heretics, and obviously Upset is kind of the main character of this Fnatic vibe. Always has been. A lot of things go down there, so that will probably be the main battlefield of today's matchup.
Yeah, I think Vladdy into 7 as well could be an interesting matchup. 7 had a pretty good performance last week. We'll see if he can replicate that once again as we are about to get into the draft. For Heretics on the other side of the coin, like Fnatic winning this does lock them into playoffs at 6 wins. They'd be very happy with that. For Heretics, if they win, they get to 5, and then you're kind of not guaranteed playoffs, but you are so much closer than if you're sitting at that 4 win, which is likely to be where the bubble hits in the end, where our top 8 gets decided.
Yeah, to break down the bubble, win good, lose bad.
Yes, exactly. Exactly.
I mean, if you win today, obviously it will increase your chance of making playoffs. As we're slowly getting into draft here, I want to see how we navigate this, because there has been a patch change. Not the biggest one, but there are some little tidbits here and there. I do think that despite the Varus nerfs, he will still be extremely high prio, as those nerfs was mostly targeted to those pesky little Varus top 80 players. And we already see the bans here. Rumble, Aphelios, Varus being taken out. Strong bot side focus here from Fnatic, targeting the really strong bot laners in the Aphelios and the Varus to make sure, I think, Upset might secure himself a winning bot lane matchup.
Yeah, no real surprises that we see such a focus down on that bottom lane. With the Vi and the Jarvan taking away from Heretics, they want to get rid of things that Razork can really impact the early game on. They'll pick up the Xin Shao to start off. That's Fnatic. And on the other side, Heretics now likely looking towards their mid-jungle. Azir's still up, Talia's still up. You still have those strong picks. Ryze as well still available.
Yeah, Ryze been a very, very prominent pick, globally winning a lot of games. We'll probably expect to see a jungle pick here together alongside Orianna. Anything that can kind of do that ball delivery. Could go for the Malphite, but Sylas is still up and available. You don't really want to give Sylas that good middleman matchup into Orianna plus the ult. So covering the Jax right now. I'm thinking this could be a Jax jungle. It's a historically good matchup into the Xin Shao, but Gio maybe is just playing with us. It's gonna be the Mundo lock-in, which obviously Belgia had a lot of success on, and is quite nice into the Xin Shao because it's really difficult for Xin Shao to just dash into you. Because you're such a juggernaut, you have so much base damage, so much health regen that if Xin Shao goes in, he can't really get out. He doesn't have any disengage, so really will be able to take a lot of space, and I like this pick for Mundo.
And you're also, you're trying to knock someone back with Crescent Guard or with 3 Talon Strike out of the Xin Shao. Like, Mundo has his passive, he goes where he pleases, he's going to avoid that first bit of CC. On the other side, Fnatic, pretty stock standard. Corki is
here,
there,
baby.
okay.
We're playing Corki is there. Now on the same team at least. We will not see this mid-lane matchup as we see the response to the Corki is here lock-in as an Ambessa for Trayson, which is quite a bold blind pick for the rookie top laner. Ambessa is a very strong scaling top laner, really wants that level 9 power spike kind of for the CD on that Q, as well as that Eclipse kind of, that's when she starts popping off. So I want to see if you look to ban out the good answers. Classic counter into Ambessa is the Renekton. There is also K'Sante, which is a bit of a debate, but yeah, Renekton already being taken out by Heretics, and I want to see how they do, because now we have a little mismatch. One team has picked top, the other team has picked AD carry, and with so many AD carry bans already being down, Ice might have to dig really deep into that pool.
Yeah, he's looking at things like the Jhin, possibly. He's also played Smolder, but apart from that, every AD carry that he's played has either been banned or picked so far. Does, of course, have a slew of champions he's played over the years. His Jinx used to be really good as well when he was on BDS, so wouldn't be surprised if we see Fnatic still trying to pinch that pool a little bit. Ezreal taken away. Makes sense. You want to get rid of the ability for Ice to avoid your all-in, to avoid your engage. Also, Ezreal into Corki, he can just stand back out of range of your Gatling gun and farm up with the Mystic shots. So, Renekton and Alistar, the bans from Heretics. Fnatic looking towards their final ban now. You talked a little bit about the K'Sante being a good matchup into the Ambessa, possibly.
Really. It's like a
neutralizing
scaling matchup. K'Sante will do his thing, Ambessa will do her thing, and they're both kind of happy scaling in that matchup, so not a lot of action there. Historically, people prefer the Ambessa side a little bit more, but knowing Fnatic's previous history on the K'Sante, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lock-in here. I do want to see where they go with this AD carry though, because the Vi and the Jarvan ban early on tells me that they want to pick a hyper carry that does not want to get dove. So, Ezreal ban is a little bit surprising to me. I would think they would want to target like the Jinx that you mentioned. I think is a great pick. Jhin as well, one of Ice's classics. And that looks like what he is hovering right now.
I think the risk with something like a Jhin is you could look towards either an all-in support, something like the Nautilus alongside that Corki, just go really hard in the paint, or even something like a Bard if Losper wants to play it, right? He's a low mobility carry, you have 2 of them in the Jhin and the Orianna. A long-range Tempered Fate can really catch those people out, and then you have Valkyrie, you've got Shifting Sands, you've got the Emperor's Divide, you have a lot of tools to pick someone off if they're in the middle of that Tempered Fate.
Man, love it, I'm sold. When you mentioned the Bard, I see the Bard angle there. I would love a Bard there, but it's going to be the Nautilus lock-in. Maybe Bard blind is a little bit tricky. This will be the Jax into the Ambessa matchup though. Empiros, before he played LEC, before he was a solo queue player, his name was Jax Plank. He played Jax and, guess it, Gangplank. So this is one of his most comfort champions. Really like it for him. Quite a volatile matchup. You really want to make sure you can kind of get that Counter-Strike off. Like when Ambessa uses all her dashes, that's when you want to go in, because otherwise you can easily space that Counter-Strike range kind of. So really, really cool matchup. Would love to see if we can track that as we see the Rel lock-in as a counter to the Nautilus, and it's stock standard engage.
Yeah, it's solid, right? If the Nautilus engages, you then look for your follow-up. You go a fair amount crash down into a Magnet Storm. You've got a Mundo Orianna there to back you up if anyone's caught to the side. Public Execution comes on top of it, right? It's not a huge amount of disengage coming out from Heretics. It's more engage when the opposition engages, right? Re-engage, I guess, is where I would look. The Fnatic Nautilus pick does also make sense. It teams up really well with the Corki on the bottom lane, and with the Braum ban, it's your main counter in the lane. Whenever Nautilus goes in, he does not want to be met by a Braum because you're just concussive blows, CC'd, no real escape for you after you use that dredge line forward. But now we get into the real meat of the weekend. Fnatic versus Heretics for our first game of LEC Versus here in week 4. Both teams obviously looking for a win. That's one of the most superficial statements we've ever made. But if Fnatic win, they will make it into playoffs. If Heretics wins, they'll make it one step closer to being into playoffs. They're right on the cusp right now. A win here would be huge for them, and obviously detrimental to the teams around them. We've talked a lot about lost returns in the Analyst Desk segment, but you've also got teams like Shifters, SK, who are sitting near that bubble, 1 win behind, but would love it if Fnatic can pick up this win in the first game of the day.
Right, a lot of eyes on this game.
There's just one ice on this game, actually.
He's on Jhin. One thing that I found was really cool, I think, with his Jhin pick is I wonder how they will use that Deadly Flourish to take space. Because what I really like with Jhin pairings is when you have someone with a long-range slow. Let's say you walk up with the Mundo, land the Cleaver, and connect that Deadly Flourish into that. That's a root, that's a rel engage, that's a kill. So I really want to see them make use of that in the mid game, because I think that's how they take and control space. Also have the public execution to follow from a long range. Do think early game it's going to be quite slow. Maybe we'll see some action in the top lane. Emperor's maybe hovering around to look for an all-in here before the wave.
Emperor's running Demolish Triple Tonic up in that top lane. I don't know a huge amount about top lane runes, but on the other side we saw Tracing going for the Biscuits, I believe. So he's going to be looking for a little bit more sustain in the lane overall. Bot lane's pretty evenly matched. Both the AD carries still running cashback even after its slight nerf on 26.3, which is the patch we are playing on this weekend.
Yeah, so he's just going for the boots, triple tonic, mega econ build. Some people go cashback on Jax. It's more of a preference if you want the boots or the cashback. Either way, it's some money in your pocket for basically no effort at all. Early game, we'll see Jax controlling this matchup, just slow pushing, stacking his grasp up, and if Mbessa walks up, jump, auto attack, grasp, dip out. That's how you trade. Later it becomes a little bit more volatile, but it's really difficult for Mbessa to contest these early waves, so we will see Jax having a really, really solid push at the beginning.
Seren with the push in the mid lane right now. Phase rush into lethal tempo. Vladdy will be looking for that Nash's Tooth. You know, really needs some attack speed on the Azir to have too much control in the lane. Meanwhile, on the bot lane, Ice and Sten do have the push in slightly, but isn't really going to amount to too much. With the cleanse on Upset as well, gives himself that relative degree of safety. There's always this kind of waiting game with a rel. It's like, when am I going to cleanse? Do I cleanse to avoid getting knocked up with the crash down? Do I cleanse to avoid the shadow after the Shadowing Strike, that micro stun coming out? When am I looking for it? Am I cleansing to avoid the Deadly Flourish coming out from the Jhin as well? So Upset will be needing to work around that, but with the Shattering Strike getting rid of shields, there's no real point taking barrier.
Completely right. I mean, it's all about timing and choosing when you don't want to die.
Choosing when you don't want to die. Most of the time for me, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
Sometimes my brain is a little tricky.
Oopsies. Happens, definitely. One thing I want to track this game is that I have kind of a big different view on these two support players, because Lospa, as we've seen, is one of the players that really like to stay close to his AD carry. We see a little bit of fighting in the top. I think nothing more will come out of it, but Lospa really likes to hug Upset's side. He has the highest AD support proximity in the league right now. Meanwhile, Sten really likes to be active on the map, really likes walking with Sheo, taking space together and trying to control the bigger picture. So I think there's going to be a little bit of clash in playstyles here. Can actually Lospa and Upset really punish them in the 2v2, or can Sten just kind of run away with the map?
I didn't look at the fact that we were running a little picture-in-picture there, and Upset got the full Mike Wazowski treatment on this graphic, just covering his face in the picture-in-picture. But as you say, 63.1% bot proximity as Vladdy and Seren are trading in the mid lane. Seren looking for that final bit of damage, can't quite find it, but Vladdy is going to have to recall. Does have his TP, but it's probably going to lose the cannon minion. He has to back all the way off because Seren can walk past the wave and hit him with a command attack. So Vladdy will lose a couple of minions hit, but should be able to teleport back for that next wave.
Really solid laning by Seren so far, up 10 CS almost, and pushing Vladdy back. I thought that was a flash force. Vladdy really cocky. This just trying to sidestep the Q into command attack instead, but yeah, big pressure early from Seren. Really, really well played. I mean, last week, or the 2 weeks before, he solo killed Jojo Poo, and I think Seren slowly, his laning phase seems to be one of his strongest points. Really good knowledge about these mid-lane control matchups, and always seems to be in a good spot. So really impressive from a rookie. Or rookie is a strong word.
I would say very rookie adjacent at most. Like, guy's been to Worlds, been to a couple of MSIs. Like, he has had some experience against some of the best players in the world.
He's a rookie in the LEC.
Yeah, he is a rookie. It's his first split in the LEC, as you say. I see both the top laners backing as well. It's a Sheen into a pickaxe. No real surprises build path-wise. Emperor will be going towards that Trinity Force. I know Ambassadors, some of them do like to go towards an Eclipse first, but Sundered Sky also works really well. Where would you be going in this matchup?
I mean, I think against Jax, just because how you can't really rely on getting those auto attacks in. Eclipse usually is the better option, because if Jax jumps on you, you insta get the shield, kind of block that first burst, and then you can kind of space him. Thunder Sky is a little bit more common in these more long extended fights. Think the K'Sante matchup, think the Renekton matchup, where you run a little bit more threat. Obviously you can still go the Thunder Sky against Jax, but usually you see the Eclipse in this matchup. Now the wave seems to have gotten a little bit stuck here for Emperos, and Jax is just holding it, trying to look for a short trade. But
the problem for Tracen on the top side is that he knows his jungler is on the bot side. And so he can't really push too far up into this, doesn't really know where Razork is right now. So as Heretics using their advantage in the bottom lane, will be able to take the first Drake of the game. Stand looking for Losper here. Gets hooked out with a dredge line. Nicely done by Losper. Does take half his health for it, but avoids a crash down hitting onto his Corki.
That was a really good deflect by Fnatic bot lane there. I think they really got out of that quite well. Now Razork has the tempo advantage over Shio. He took a lot of time taking that dragon. Shio also up 3 camps already. Really clever pathing. We didn't really track that, and doesn't really need the base. Just standing around.
I think it might be a Drake plus an extra Scuttle Crab, giving him that advantage. We'd have to have a look back at it.
Very likely.
But it would make a lot of sense. Razork snuck around towards the top side, dodges the public
Nice
Good
dodge.
flash from Emperor as well. Razork will claim the kill, but that was all Emperor.
Beautifully played there by the Fnatic top side, and this all stems from the fact that before you saw Emperors hold that wave while Razork was in Fog of War, and Tracing didn't really feel secure enough to push out that wave, and now he waited so long the wave was still stuck there, and maybe got a little bit impatient because Razork still had time for that gank. Beautiful sidestep on the execution there by Razork, and really nice flash followed by Emperors will secure them a beautiful first blood and a nice cheeky little goal lead.
Vladdy was able to get the flash out of 7, but with a shockwave down, Vladdy has to go back to base. Razork is stealing away the blue buff, while Sheo and Stend are making sure that he loses a couple of camps on this side of the map as well. In the end, it will still be a slight lead for Sheo in the jungle, but an advantage for Emperors up towards that top side. Actually going Dusk and Dawn, it seems, with the Sheen Blasting Wand. It is that AP on hit Jax that has been making the rounds of solo queue.
It's that AP Jax, baby, bringing it out now. I really like this build. I wonder if he'll go for the Gunblade. I've been trying a little bit of AP Jax as well in solo queue with the Gunblade, Dusk and Dawn. There's a lot of ways you can build Jax, because he can just use any stats, to be honest. There's no bad stats on him, so really high burst potential with this Dusk and Dawn rush. Without the phase rush, it will be hard to really play that kind of in and out playstyle in those team fights. So wonder how he will look on the side then, because you will be very squishy when you buy like this.
Yeah, it's also interesting where you do have physical damage on the rest of your team, right? Corki does physical damage, and so does the Xin Zhao, but Xin Zhao usually isn't really seen as a major AD damage dealer, like attack damage dealer. So you are investing quite heavily on this top side towards that magic damage if you're going towards the Dusk and Dawn.
Oh, this matchup is becoming tough now for Trace, and he really dodged that counter-strike well, but he's still in this bad spot where he can't push out his wave. His jungler is still bot side, and Razork is hovering around this top side. I think we might see another little repeat gank here. Trace is still no flash, wave is looking tough, and we already see the Rift grubs.
Yeah, with the grubs being up, I'm wondering if we do see a repeat gank or if it's just a play towards these grubs, right? You can see Stend already parts out through mid, now has level 6, where Losper's still about a few minions away from level 6 himself. He's going to land the staggering blows onto Stend, who now needs to get across that wall because Razork's on the way, has to flash. And Magnet Storm a little hasty from our horse Stend in that mid lane.
It's tricky now for Team Heretics because you have no flash on your Orianna, you have no flash on your Rel, and there is an Asir with flash with the potential to make a great shuffle. Jax is now starting to push out top as Mbessa takes a few trades back, but I do think if you're Heretics, you kind of need to concede this because you are running out of time.
Seren doesn't have TP. Ice is going to get caught out, has to flash away from the Emperor's Divide. Because of that, Seren can stay around in the mid lane, get the push out here once again. Losper about to tick over to level 6 in 2 minions time or so. The grub's begun by Sheo. Razork's going to get chased out. Hex flash forward here by Sten, but with Losper being 6, you can't go too far forward, having burnt your flash earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, they get the Jin's flash, but you see all the tension just dissipates the moment that Asir ult is down, because suddenly there's no risk of a Shurima shuffle, and here they're trying to enter.
They jump in with a shockwave follow-up. Razork trying to dive onto towards the backline. Vladdy going in as well. Seren so low on mana is going to fall. Sheo gets one with a cleaver in response. 1 for 1 so far. TP coming out as the Jax is going to join the play. Emperos will be here in time, and Sten realizes he cannot get out. Fnatic will claim another 3 kills so far this game.
I mean, really nice. Fnatic still knew that they are stronger. There's no flash on Orianna, no flash on the Rel. So once they commit, they cannot decommit again. They will be stuck there in the fray, and with the TP from Jax, Heretics just cut their losses. Still got 1 grub. Will just be an even trade as we look at this fight once more.
So we'll see the shockwave come out here, and I think they assume they can kill Losper a little bit quicker. And Seven, so low on mana, basically only had the mana for the shockwave. As soon as that's used, you talked about it. You can't decommit. You've gone in, you've looked for the play, you managed to get one, but after that, you kind of need to get out, and you don't have those tools left in your arsenal. Public Execution coming out as they look for Empos, who doesn't have the flash on the top side here.
Needs to scrap his way out here. It's a tougher one.
Counter-Strike coming out. He's trading back onto Tracin, who tries to dodge away. Emperos almost had him, but can't quite get in range, and Sheo will smack him across the head with a briefcase. In the end, Heretics do come out on top, but it was damn well close.
Oh, you feel all the muscles tense up in those situations. You really feel you can kind of get the damage, but Tracin, with all those dashes, manages to bait Emperos in and plays a little bit with him, manages to get out with his life. No flash was able to be used as it was still on cooldown. It's going to come up now together with that Dusk and Dawn purchase, but Fnatic will get a dragon at least.
Yeah, it's good for Fnatic to be able to make this cross-map play. Evens out the dragon score. It was only a grubber piece. The risk is Tracin could TP in here. Has got the Eclipse now finished. Teleporting on towards the backline. Valkyrie away from Upset. Losper trying to dredge line his way away as well. The Curtain Call did land the slows, and now Losper knocked back. And Tracin will claim the kill. The Drake did fall for Fnatic, but Heretics will take the kill to even out the gold.
Still, you used to use your Ambessa TP for one kill there, to be honest. I don't think you really mind that if you're Fnatic. Sure, you got the dragon. Sure, your support died, but a lot of free time now for Jack's top is going to be able to push this wave out. Probably get a plate, I would assume.
Tracin's already here, though.
He's already here, yeah. And he has that Eclipse now, as we talked about before. Let's see how these item power spikes interact with each other, because it will be tough for Emperos to take good trades now with that shield from the Eclipse. Just blocks so much of the initial damage.
Yeah, I think the risk as well for Emperos is he doesn't have any vision on this top side of the map. Now puts down a control ward onto those Phaelites, so we'll get a little bit of vision himself, but at any point Sheo could be coming up through that jungle. His blue is up, spotted out with that Scrya's Orb. That plant used by Emperos to give himself a little bit of safety, but Sheo waiting.
Yeah, Sheo is kind of farming up the storm right now. 100 CS, 2 kills and 1 assist, doing really well on this Mundo. He will be very immovable, and I struggle to see, unless Vladdy gets really strong, it will be really difficult for Fnatic's comp to deal with his Mundo. We've seen this Mundo Orianna combo with the flash in with the ball many times, so kind of on a timer now, but nice trade by Emperos secures him the push here in the top side.
Does the Dusk and Dawn build give you like more burst, more sustained damage on the Jax? Because I'm wondering if he's being used partly as a way to get through the Mundo to a degree. You do have an Azir who can do that to a relatively good degree himself as well. But
yeah, I mean the big thing about Dusk and Dawn is usually as Jax, when you want to trade, you want to hit the minion wave 2 times, jump, out attack with W. I'll talk about it after this fight here because we have a little bit of a scrap.
They're going to run away. Yeah. Scrap-a-dabba-doo.
Scrap-a-labba-doo. It's poking up there.
Sometimes they can't hear us when we whisper like this, just so they okay. But we can still whisper, it's fine. Empos going in. Look for the trade. Grandmasters might coming out as well. Razork kept at bay by Sheo.
But the bouncer is here. Look at the bouncer. He's really strong here. I don't think Razork can deal with this. He has no flash, Razork.
He does have the smite, uses the Crescent Guard. Now with Emperors coming across, it's a little bit more risky for Sheo. Counter-Strike used for the stun. Public Execution flashed away from there. As Fnatic are able to retreat.
Mundo had a business meeting in the back then, but I think he has to walk out there. They were looking for the Orianna ball flash combo, I think, but felt a little bit too squishy. If he added level 11 with that extra health regen from that ult, I think would be a really strong fight there. But good by Razork to not auto-attack him before he ults, to make sure he gets that knockback and gets that passive proc off. But as I was talking about the Jax with this Dusk and Dawn, the big thing is that usually you want to out-attack the minion wave twice. I don't even get to talk about Dusk and Dawn. They're always going to fight here.
Then might be able to get away from this. When becomes lightning coming out, but it's just for the slow. With 7 here, Vladdy's going to get pulled back with the shockwave. Losper joins the fray, and immediately Heretics defend. An ultimate for an ultimate exchange in the end. Wave is pushing in.
It's really big for Heretics, though. Look at all the time Fnatic gets used here to get nothing. This is still Heretics coming out on top. They have the tempo, they have the wave push, and their Mundo is already clearing their bot side camps. Really nice by Heretics. Has a lot of control by this, because now Xin Zhao has to base and reopen on the map once again. And soon Mundo is going to be back with his clear. And then he's going to come top here and look to pressure this tower where Vladdy does not have an easy base.
Also got the Rift Herald coming up in 30 seconds, right? So you can see Sheo's pathing up towards this. Stend has been on the top side as well to gain some vision control around this. In 20 seconds, you can go for the Rift Herald. You can then reset in time to play for the Hextech Drake, which is up in a minute 20. Now, the whole tower isn't going to fall, but it's more plates over to 7. It's about a 300, 400 gold lead after collecting those. And at the bottom, you can see it's only Emperos actually ahead for Fnatic right now. Heretics, they quelled a little bit of the early storm. They were 3-1 down, but now have been able to fight their way back into the game.
Yeah, and it seems like Jax actually still has a lot of pressure in this bottom matchup. He has been doing really well in these trades. And maybe now I get to talk about the Jax Dusk and Dawn interaction.
No, there's going to be a Rift Out fight. Razzle going in, looking for Sheo, who is just going to chase him down. Sten coming in from the side as well. There's the Magnet Storm. Crescent Guard out by Razzle. Has to flash away from Ice, who had that deadly flourish. Vladdy's going to try and jump on towards the Mundo, but Razzle's already down. The Shockwave combo on him. Vladdy's sliding in. The Counter-Strike out from Empress as well with a teleport. That massive HP shield. Upset. Needs to dodge this curtain call. Tracing could look with a public execution, but they managed to get the Corki out.
Yeah, and here you see the problem with this Mundo. He's so immovable. He just walks through and hits whoever he wants. You see Razork has to flash out early, but he doesn't care. He goes where he pleases, and he pleases to be on Razork.
That he does. Sten hitting 500 assists hit in the LEC with that sequence. Great Magnet Storm, forcing the Crescent Guard out early, meaning the curtain call was always available. You can see, again, it's a numbers advantage at the start of the play here for Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, Razork is just overstepping here. He's just walking too far up with not enough backup. He needs Vladdy and Upset to be closer to retake this river, but his boys are not there yet. The TP is not preemptive, it's reactive, and now it's just a disaster for Heretics. I mean, for Fnatic. You lost the fight, you lose the Herald, and you have to flash out and run with your tail behind your back.
It's one of those between your legs.
Yeah.
Your tail is kind of always behind your back. It's anatomically where a tail would be. But yeah, between your legs.
Up for debate.
Okay, sure. I'm not a vet, man. I don't know. Riftel charging in to the mid lane tower. We'll get the first turret of the game over to Heretics. Gonna get another charge out here as well as Mundo slams it in. More plates over to him. A 1.2k gold lead now for Sheo.
He just took the purple company car and just drove it right into that tower. You're getting so much gold. With the fact that you now get plates from the tier 2s as well. Such a big gold influx. Now 1.2k gold up on the Mundo. So ahead of Razork. Now with a Dead Man's plate, Swifty's shoes, he will definitely walk up and take a lot of space.
It's going to be really hard for them to stop him as well. You do have some CC, you know, you've got a Counter-Strike, Emperor's Divide, you've got the Q3 knockup from Razork. Losper has a ton of crowd control in his kit, but if you're using that on a Mundo, you're then not using it on the rest of the team because they can be so far separated, right? The Shockwave combo can be a long way away. Jin can stand a year away and pull out the curtain call. And then the Ambassador can just wait at the edge of the fight and jump in at the last moment when she's needed.
I mean, the freaky situation we're at right now is that Team Heretics has a triple threat comp, but their biggest threat is their non-threat jungle that is just a huge problem.
Mundo is the biggest threat. Like, like everyone is like, oh no, he's just a tank. It's like, no, this guy does infinite damage. He just pushes, and there's nothing you can do against it. Public execution just wide there from Trayson. Looking to clip Upset's heels, but thankfully his copter was able to keep him out of danger.
Yeah, his tail was not too far behind his back. It's very short on that.
True, yes. Yeah. That's why the Corgi skin is actually the best, because it has a very small tail.
Yeah, behind the back.
If it was like an Irish wolfhound or something with one of those long tails, it's like, oh, well, obviously you're going to get caught at that point. Yeah. Heretics playing up towards the top side. They know this tower is relatively low. Going to try and get in towards it. Losper is here to try and defend Vladdy, and we'll be able to do so for the time being. Empross with a good push out bot can go into the fog of war, but doesn't have his teleport, so can't be here quickly. You can kind of see Heretics abandoning their top laner to a degree. There's no vision in this bot lane. He knows that he's just stand back.
Yeah, I mean, he'll never get doped. He has shield from his W, he has the Eclipse, he has so good wave clear. He's super fine by himself. Doesn't matter that Empress gets this push. He has TP to join if Empress is moving up, and he is in his habitat flourishing right now. His team is taking so much control of the map. Now Mundo will do another little clear. Game will slow down a little bit. I assume we're gonna get the next battle in 2.5 minutes for that dragon. That's probably gonna be the main venture for Heretics, I would say.
Yeah, I think making sure Fnatic don't get to a soul point as an easy way back into the game, a Hex Soul when you've got a Corki with the long-range missiles, when you've got the Azir as well. You have a lot of ways of applying that slow from a long range away. Heretics a little slow to the punch on the top side. Fnatic are investing 4 players up here with Empress moving, knowing that the bot lane push is coming out slowly from Tracing, means that he could just walk up here, then reset. Shadow Strike just short from Sten. Empress does get the Counter-Strike out.
But now Mundo is going to walk so deep into the bot side jungle of Fnatic. They're going to walk behind this tower and look to get so much down there. There's a TP coming down from, I think it's Azir. Yeah. He is fine. It will just be 2 plates, but still now Sten is going to walk in, put a little bit of vision, and then base, and then reopen bot side here. So really good crossplay by Fnatic, really keeping the map active and making sure they're not just sitting there and watching the game fall further out of their hands. But now the Dragon is coming up, and you're going to have to fight this Mundo if you want to contest it.
Yeah, still a minute and a half before we have that Dragon, so you've got a little bit of time to talk about the stakes of the game. Heretics can lock playoffs if they get 2 wins. If Fnatic win this game, they lock playoffs and do some favors to the teams around Heretics in the standings. Obviously, we talked about Lost Returns earlier, but Shifters and SK will be very happy if they see the players in orange taking home this win. For the moment, though, Heretics seem to be in a solid position. You know, you've got good scaling in the Mundo. The Jhin will do some damage later on, but on the other side, there's no scaling to be sniffed at. You know, Jax and Azir scale really well into the game. Even Corki can do some damage later on.
Yeah, and Jack's going for the Thunder Sky here second, kind of a hybrid build to be kind of tanky, but also be able to skirmish, because you really need that kind of, not life steal, but like life on hits to get from the Thunder Sky to keep up with Mbessa on the side lane. What I will say about Heretics comp is that they have a lot of things going for them, but they don't have great objective damage.
True.
The Mundo, Orianna, Jhin, Mbessa don't really shred objectives, so you really need to make sure you play for these fights, play for these deadly flourishes, and play for these choke points where Fnatic walks in, because you can't really rush an objective down in the same way you can with like an Azir, Xin Zhao, Jax, Corki comp.
Yeah, trying to force the fights around the objective rather than force the objective itself. And you can see that even from the Orianna build, it is pure damage. Blackfire Torch, and then it seems to be a Shadow Flame coming up next. So it's mostly about having the Mundo flash into the backline or walk into the backline and then bursting people out, rather than looking for that consistent DPS across the course of a fight like the Azir would go for with the Nash's Tooth and the Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
I think Line Bridge here. Rask already taking a big chunk.
Hook's going to come out. There is the Crescent Guard as well. Stend retreats, jumping across the wall. TP coming in as Fnatic look
Rask
try and take the fight. Sheo still on the front line though. Counter-strike out from Emperor. Does get iced down as they look for the fight to continue. Still that Shockwave and the Mundo ultimate available to Heretics. They can step back in here. Razork has started up the Drake. 5,000 on it.
Good position by Fnatic. They're holding the line very well there on this banana bush, but they're trying to rush it down a little bit too fast. Look at Sten.
Yeah, Sheo's just going to walk in. Lostbert looking at that back line. Semin knocked up with a depth charge, and Sten falls first. Empress with a counter-strike. Sheo trying to get close enough to the Drake to smite it away, but Fnatic keep him at bay. And that is the third Drake of the game over to Fnatic.
Really nice by Fnatic. Really good patience there. And I love the fact that Emperor jumps in, gets a lot of defensive cooldowns out by Heretics, and then instantly realizes, my job is done. I will not go deeper. Now I will retreat to my battle line where we will hold them. And when they want to come into us, we have our Seer, we have our Corki, and we have our Nautilus Hook in case they overcommit. Really well played by Fnatic and really good control of this objective that was so crucial.
Yeah, getting the curtain call out as well and immediately cancelled by Ice. Well, have a look at this. Vladdy gets caught with the deadly flourish. Sheo's trying to step in. Meanwhile, public execution onto Emperos, who does still have his flash and will jump away with the lead strike. Tracing trying to chase him down, but Emperos escapes at 200 HP. Should just be able to walk away.
A little bit sweaty there. Will be probably the tower for Tracing here. I don't think they have any TPs to defend this, so will just be a nice little gold influx for him. Really nice play. And now it is when this matchup starts becoming a little bit more Mbessa favored. Early game, we saw Jax winning the trades. We saw him taking these really good short trades with a big old third out attack and W pump. But now with the Shojin and the Eclipse, she just has so much CDR that she can go through multiple rotations in and all in. And that's where Jax kind of starts falling a little bit behind without that lethal tempo kind of.
Yeah, makes sense. You need something to kind of sustain yourself up through the fight, give yourself that power through it. Maybe even a Conqueror would work in that sort of situation. Vladdy has taken a lead in the mid lane, 560 gold ahead now, 2 items complete on this Azir. The Rylai's doing a lot of work in these fights. Obviously, the Swifties for Sheo is negating some of that, but the inability for Sten to get into the fight unless he finds a flank really helps with Fnatic. You saw there, Sten kind of got caught at the start and then never had the opportunity to get onto that backline, which is what they're really looking for, as Sheo steps forward here and is spotted out by the far side alteration and that ward. TP behind Seren, who does have flash but no teleport of his own. Sten's going to try and collapse here as well. Lostman and Razbot need to be a little bit careful because Heretics could collapse on them first, but with the Crescent Guard coming out, there's no real way for Seren to join up with his teammates. A great TP in by Vladdy, and now Stend is left to the Wolves as well. He'll flash the wall, but Fnatic have found a kill. Will they look for more? Emperors and Upset on the flank themselves.
Oh, they definitely will here. Empress wants to get a double stun here, try to get Sten down.
Sten is just down no matter what. The Magnus Storm comes out too late. A hook going to land on Tracing as well as Ice goes to the mid lane to try and clear out the way, but Fnatic are going to push through this top side.
Look at all that tower damage, and then they will most likely go to try to get this Baron now. maybe they will not do it. Vladi does not have teleport right now, so they will just take the base and then open and try to do this once again. But that's the issue with having your Ambessa bot without TP. Really good mindfulness by Fnatic to know that Ambessa TP was down, because if she TP's in here, this is a different play. This is completely different. This is pure TP tracking.
Really good stuff overall by Fnatic. For a second, I thought they might get caught down towards the bottom side, but Vladdy is there quickly, and you can see, like, Seven has no escape, has no recourse to get out. And then the collapse coming in from the rest of the team with the Ambessa too far away to cut them off means that Emperos is able to make sure they secure this second kill.
I mean, the problem for Heretics comp is when you don't go first, suddenly you lose a lot of options, because if they just go on your rel, who's kind of being the one that's going onto Fnatic's comp? Sure, you have a Mundo with Flash, but it doesn't really do that much. So you really want to be the one on the initiative with these Deadly Flourishes, Cleaver combos that we talked about before. Because if Heretics just lets Fnatic engage on them, it's so difficult for them to counter-engage. They don't really have that kind of snapback peel that, for example, Fnatic would have, for example.
Really all on the rail. Lost will look for the hook here. Shadowing Strike coming out. There's TP behind them as Emperos is going to join the play. Upsets there as well. Curtain Call comes out as the damage from Ice is relatively big on the backline, but Emperos is diving in. Seven has to flash the wall. The Mundo going out the hell away from there as he's caught out. Good Deadly Flourish is going to land. Crescent Guard out from Razzle because he looks for Ice, but now he's isolated himself. Razzle very deep in here as Trayson looks for the chase. Vladdy goes in immediately as CC is taken out. Fnatic look for the fight, they overextend, and with Razzle and Vladdy dead, Heretics will turn their eyes to the Baron.
Oh, that was the over-eagerness we've seen from Fnatic time and time again. Razzle really going a little bit too deep there. They had the good initial fight. Emperos gets so much space with those counter-strikes, but now it will be Heretics taking this Baron. I'm going to rewatch the fight later. Up to try to get a mid-tower, but that's just a consolation prize. This will be a big win for Heretics.
Now, have a look at it, yeah, because Sheo and Stend and Seven are looking for something here. Fnatic like, if we TP in, we can take the fight.
Yeah, look at it. The TP is really good here. Emperors will come in here and land a massive counter-strike, and it's really difficult for Heretics to kind of fight back here. They have to flash out. Mundo flashes out. Orianna flashes out, and here is where Fnatic, you have to slow down. But Razork sees an angle, goes for it, but doesn't really have anyone to follow up with him. And now, the moment that ult goes out, it's so easy for Ice to slowly shoot him there, and now it's just an easy Baron take for the Heretics.
Yeah, really good instant CC on Vladdy as well as he went in. He was looking to get that Emperor's Divide down, but Magnastorm comes out, he's immediately stunned up, and then with a public execution over the top of it, really hard for him to actually do anything now. Heretics do not have those ultimates available. The Shockwave is just back off cooldown. Stend is getting chipped down, and this is a Hextech sole fight for Fnatic. Heretics will continue to try and play against it, but Razork jumps in onto Trayson. Public execution still a while away from it. Mundo ult as well, still not back up. 7 seconds on it. The Drake is down to 2,000. Shale goes in and gets the dragon. Will Heretics be able to get out of the fight? Vladdy falls, Seren takes him. Dredgeline in from Losper, but Trayson's doing so much work on the backline. Upset and Emperos versus Sheo. Seren is trying to get out of here. Sheo should be able to ult and walk out. Counter-Strike won't get him in time. In the end, a 3-for-3 exchange, but the dragon goes to Sheo.
I mean, Fnatic's just playing so fast. I really like this attempt by them. They almost got away with it as well, but it will be Sheo securing the smite there. But what else? What other options do you have with Fnatic? If you allow Team Heretics to set up the map, just push down those waves, you will lose this dragon eventually. It's a really good play here. Engaging on the Rel is so crucial, because if Rel can't engage back, there's nothing Heretics can do. Look, they're all just looking at them right now. You just have to walk up with his Mundo, but he's not that strong. But he does end up getting into this pit and crucially winning the smite fight. But in the end, Upset does a lot of damage on the back end of this fight. And Trayson tries to make something work here, but doesn't really have anything now without that Rel.
Yeah, good ultimate as well with the Shockwave, distracting Fnatic as Sheo is walking in. 240 on the Drake. Not the cleanest fight, not really what you want after securing a Baron, but now Heretics have a little bit of time, 40 more seconds to push in with this Baron buff. They'll get the wave in the bot side and get the tower alongside it, taking the turret score up to 5 and their lead up to about 2.3k.
Yeah. It's a slow build up now again for Heretics. The game will slow down now. Baron is in 3 minutes and 30, so it's all about pushing out your side waves, getting those small vision pockets, and slowly trying to get Fnatic to take less and less space on this map.
Waiting for those flashes to come back off cooldown as well. Only Stend has his at the moment for Heretics, and only Upset has his for Fnatic. Next fight, probably in about 2.5 minutes or so, around the next Baron, or even around the next Drake. We could see an exchange. That does happen sometimes. Maybe Heretics willing to give up the soul to make sure that they can take that Baron and go for the push. with 3 items complete on Ice and 3 on Upset. The AD carries are relatively evenly matched, but the big discrepancy, the gap currently is in the jungle, with Sheo having a 1.2k gold lead, 217 stacks on his Heart Steel, and with a Spirit Visage complete, you can see Oblivion Orb already from Vladdy. He knows they need some of this healing reduction. They don't have an Ignite from their support, so really it's on Vladdy to get those Grievous wounds down.
Definitely mind the gap here. Sheo tries to take this red buff, tries to take a bit more space. Last time they fought around there, it went really well, but we'll concede this red buff. Razork will now take a little bit more space. You see he has a lot of people backing him up right now. They want to try to get a little bit of vision in this river so they can see what Heretics is doing, because as we talked about, Heretics doesn't have great objective damage. They need to pretend to start this and then go for the fight. But if Fnatic just calls their bluff and just says, we know you won't do this, we're gonna go for 50 and then the smite, and then the fight. They're kind of winning out on it slowly, so Heretics really needs to do something with their lead right now. Needs to take more space and look for this Deadly Flourish picks that we keep going back to.
It's always just a bit tricky, right? Sometimes you get very quickly outnumbered. Seven in the top side does have his teleport, but when he's not there for the start of the fight, not there for that shockwave on the backline, becomes a little bit more precarious, as Sheo is going to walk through the mid lane here, a little bit isolated. Still that Deadly Flourish a possibility from Ice, long range clipping onto Upset. At the moment, Heretics only really playing around 2 lanes. You can see Tracing realizing, oh, I need to get down to bot to catch that wave that's being pushed in by Vladdy right now. Seren also perhaps realizing.
I want to see how Emperors uses. Ooh, I
mean, it's a lot of damage from the cleavers.
Yeah, I want to see how Emperors utilizes the Sonya's Hourglass in the fight, because that is such a big item for the Jax. You can do so much with the Sonya's Hourglass. Getting another rotation of your Counter-Strike off just creates so much space in the fight for your team. And I feel like with their frontline being kind of weak in the Xin Zhao and the Jax, it's all about how much time you can waste, because you're not tanky, but you do have the Xin Zhao ult, the Guardian Angel, the stopwatch there from the Jax, so that's kind of what you're playing for. That's your frontline. It's not really your health bar, it's that kind of time you can buy.
Yeah. Also being helped out by the Bandle Pipes coming out from Lospo alongside that Locket. Locket for the shielding, obviously, but Bandle Pipes, when you have these champions that are so reliant on auto attacks, it's so nice to have that attack speed buff across the team. On the other side, Heretics picked up some big items as well. Rapid Fire Cannon now completed for Ice. Sonya's Hourglass on Seren. He's been isolated in a lot of these fights, standing back, but when Emperor's Divide is on top of him, it's hard for him to get the hell out of the way. And so we'll see how effective he can be at using that Zhonya's just to avoid damage in this upcoming fight. Heretics will gain control over the bottom side river. Fnatic walk towards the top side. We talked about a Baron for Drake exchange. It's a possibility. Vladdy caught up with the root here. Flash in, Shockwave, Vladdy's down! Vladdy's down immediately! Beautiful play from Heretics as Fnatic left unawares, left their mid laner to die. Razork dives back in, but his Guardian Angel will not sit on his shoulder any longer. Heretics immediately collapse, and with a blink of an eye, Fnatic are destroyed.
I mean, we were talking about it all game long. The Cleaver into Deadly Flourish into Shockwave. What a beautiful setup by Heretics there. Really catches Vladdy off guard. They're planning really try to bait. If you go for this Dragon, we're gonna go and take the Baron instead. But now Heretics, they don't care about the Baron. They do not care about the Dragon. They care about the base of Fnatic.
Emperor's an Upset. Have a mammoth task in front of them. Lospo there as well. Emperor's Counter-Strike goes out, dashes out with the Leap Strike. Heretics do not have a wave here for quite a while. There's a huge wave down towards the bottom side, but instead they'll turn their attentions towards the Drake. They take the inhib, and they'll begin to back off. Will they just immediately rush the Drake here? You've got a couple of seconds on Razork, should be able to get it, but with a Hextech Gate, it's a little tricky for them to make sure they get it.
Overzealous by Heretics going for the inhibitor instead of just making sure you get the objectives for sure now. Fnatic might be in time to contest this.
And even if they can just slightly contest it, then you have a Baron fight immediately afterwards. So with the TP behind by Emperors, he gets that massive shield. Tracing caught out with the Dredgeline. Sheo still sticking on the Drake, and he will get it. Magnet Storm coming out, Stend will fall. Fnatic find one out of the fight. Tracing still has his flash if he needs to escape the clutches of Emperos, but can just dash away. Fnatic now can turn their attentions over to the Baron. They have to be slightly careful though. There's double supers in the mid lane. Razork caught out. Crescent Guard coming out with the Curtain Call on top of it. Sheo looking for that backline. Emperor's going to be forced to Leap Strike away. Another Curtain Call coming out, and Razork is caught out by it. No on-call for him as now Heretics step back in. The flash in from Vladdy finds Ice. Tracing here to join the fight. Seren looking for that shockwave, doesn't have it up right now. Vladdy's going to chase down by him. Sheo and Tracing doing so much work on the backline, and Emperors and Lospo are lost in the river. Your Empire no longer Emperors as Seren and claims the double. And now, Fnatic, who tried to take the fight around the Hextech Drake, have found their Nexus will be forfeits.
And this is a back and forth constant brawl between these two teams as Heretics will take the fight, will take the Dragon, and now will take the base of Fnatic as they look on this Nexus with great joy.
Incredible team fights from Heretics. The speed of the engages on repeat. Heretics will claim the win, will take themselves to 5, will separate themselves from the chasing pack, and now are just that one step closer to playoffs.
What a performance, what a Mundo we just witnessed.
Really
this really highlights the strength of this Mundo, just being able to take so much space, been so difficult for Razor. You see the patience of him running out of just giving up space. Eventually he feels like, okay, I need to go for a fight, but then he just can't go through that Mundo. And really, really, really nice execution here by Heretics. Really enjoy how they utilize that Jin W, Mundo Q, and the flash. Was just gorgeous, that pick on the Vladdy.
Yeah, incredible play all round by them. You can vote for one of them, your player of the game. Vote Trayson, Sheo, or Seven are your options. I think Trayson had a good game. I think Sheo and Seven had exceptional games.
Yeah,
I think they really, really performed well. Sheo as well as a player that last year the team was very much built around him. It was Sheo is the guy that helps carry us through. I haven't seen that as much this year. This game, you really saw that from him.
I mean, you're completely right. This is the identity that Heretics shaped last year, they were trying to build on, and now finally we see that coming into fruition. Finally seeing how this team is supposed to work with that rookie top laner. I think Trayson had a great game as well, despite one of the early trades.
Yeah, he really did. He really did. For Fnatic fans, you're waiting till tomorrow. There are ways they can get in without winning this weekend, but the match against G2 is going to be a big one. Draco standing by with Sheo. Take it away, man.
First off, round of applause for Sheo. If you watched Mundo, just absolutely crushed from Dreams that game. The Orianna Mundo looked flawless. It's a combo we've seen before, but was there anything you were thinking when you locked in the Mundo today? Was there a particular reason why you brought it out?
I mean, they first picked Xingzhou, so I can have multiple champions to this champion. But Mundo is really easy champs on stage that make space, so that's why we went for it.
What has been the big shift for Team Heretics? Because when we saw you guys in like week 1, the Smolder game, it was all a little all over the place, but it feels like these last 2 weeks you guys have been getting better and better and better. What's the big change that has led to this?
I think the Smolder game was a bit unlucky, and we could have won it if there is no bot lane incident. But right now we are really focusing on small details and to link up on perfect timing. So that's why we are improving a lot, I think.
Yeah, definitely showing on stage up against Fnatic. I'm curious how you feel. Playoffs, you're not there yet. You're getting closer with 5 wins. What are the mood like in the camp? How are you guys feeling? Do you feel like there is pressure on you coming into this last day? Because a lot of teams I know feel a ton of stress. Are you guys one of those teams?
I don't think we felt pressured today. I think we know that we are a better team than them, and we show it today as well. And we are just playing day by day, and we are playing better.
Yeah. Thoughts on the match tomorrow? You guys just going to come out swinging? You guys seem so calm, cool, collected, despite... I felt like that was a really stressful game. You seem not stressed even a little bit.
I mean, they're playing Mundo Orianna as well, so we need to be careful about that. And yeah, better draft will win.
There. Hey, it's incredibly simple. I got to respect it. Sheo, congrats again on a fantastic Mundo game. Before we go to the break, remember, Shifters KCB, stakes are sky high for Shifters who need both wins this weekend to get the best odds to qualify for playoffs. So stay tuned after the break for that.
until I see you again. To the end we begin. Touch the sky, stay
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
On another level, to the crowd, yeah, I'm feeling so supreme. Feeling so no one above me.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back to the LEC ahead of our second game of the day, Shifters versus KCB. But before we get into the action, I have a special guest with me, Cosmic, AD carry for Vitality Rising Bees. How are you doing?
Really good, thank you.
Well, first time for you in the LEC studio, so I want to know, you've been watching the LEC, obviously. What did you think about the split so far? LEC versus having invited teams and also the craziness that we had.
I think a lot of upsets. It was really nice to watch. I'm happy that, for example, Los Ratones could pull up nice games, and until the very end, we will not be sure who will be qualified or not. So that's really nice.
That's really what we love the most, especially coming on to those final days of regular season. You're also here today to cheer for Prime, the Rakan to your Xayah, if I may. So what did you think about his development in the LEC and what made him so good? Because he is one of the players we have our eyes on right now.
I think despite the results of the team, he put a lot of efforts in the task. He's really motivated, and I'm really proud of him. I think he has his chance in LEC, in a real roster, let's say, since they were invited. And I just look forward to see what he can achieve, and I know he has a high ceiling, so I'm just so happy to be here and look at him today.
Definitely the beginning of the journey for him today. Cosmic, merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Thank you so much. KCB, no stakes in their game today, but maybe playing spoilers against Shifters.
Thank you very much, Laura. Great to hear from you. There are a few stakes in this game, not for KCB, but for Shifters. With Heretics win, Shifters need to win here or they will be eliminated from playoff contention.
Yeah, stakes are high. Stakes are very, very high for the Shifters. I think they really want to make it. I think we've seen very varying performances from this Shifters lineup.
Yes.
I'm still optimistic towards a lot of their parts. I really enjoy Nuke, Trimby and Rooster especially. I think they are stepping up so much, and I really enjoy, you can kind of see Trimby's impact on this team. The fact that he's bringing so much cohesion on the map, and I still think Nuke, laning-wise, is exceptional in the mid lane together there with Rooster without having a really solid laning phase. So my eyes are, to be honest, on Yukino to make things happen here for KCB, because he has been my standout player for KCB, and I think he's such a fun player to watch. And I want to see them give him something a little bit more spicy, give him something with agency. I want to see Yukino just do his thing.
Okay, so where are we looking? Is it like a Kiana? Is it an Aatrox?
I would love these. I'm going to call
Volibear.
them Grealish style champion.
Yeah.
With like the Nafiri, the Aatrox, stuff like this that really just can pop off in these skirmishes. I know that Yukino historically is more of a fight engager with a Vi, kind of also like, I think he played a Skarner game as well. He's definitely been playing many different things, and I want to see where we go. But we do see the bread, the butter, the classic Azir first pick, very tried and true in this region.
Yeah, no real surprises there. Nuke as well loves the Azir, really good on it. So with the Jarvan, Pantheon and Rumble banned away by Shifters and Cassio, the Varus and the Nico banned away by KCB. It is the Talia first lock into that Azir, and then most likely a Vi here. Yeah, going to be locked in as well. Seismic Shove and the Cease and Desist combination is just very powerful.
Right and true, many times. Very simple execution like this for KCB. Big, a lot of responsibility on the Smile Bros in the mid jungle, as we like to call them. Yukino and Camilo always with a big smile on their face. Love to see that. Now with a lot of agency in the game and a lot of Skarner hovers. I wonder if this champion is kind of sneaking back into the meta a little bit. Was really prevalent last year. Haven't seen that much this year, but here it will be a lock-in for Bukada. Giving Azir kind of a tanky frontline beefy boy that he can stand behind is something that he really enjoys. And with all that gank set up around mid, with those shuffles, with those Skarner angles, will be a lot of plays that are possible to be made.
Yeah, it's just so strong when you have the Impale alongside the Emperor's Divide. Like people get divided back into you, you impale them, you yank him out, or you yank him back and then they get Emperor's Divided afterwards. Bukada, one of the only players, I think the only player to play the Skarner so far in the LEC this split, did win on it. So perhaps just something that we will see Shifters deciding they want a little bit more comfort overall. And now with the Kai'Sa locked in by KCB, they've already sort of gone, okay, we want to dive comp, we want to go in, and then there's the Yonama on the side of ship.
I mean, this is giving 2025 Fnatic. When they drafted Vi, Talia, Kai'Sa, 1, 2, 3 every single game. We talk about this a lot of time with these teams that are struggling on the lower side of the rankings. Simplify, simplify, simplify. And it can't get much more simple than this. Vi ult the guy, Kai'Sa ult the same guy, shuffle him with a little Talia shove and kill him. It's very simple. Really like what they're going for here. Taking out the Bard already makes me think they might want to look for something a little bit more cheeky in the bot lane as a blind pick, because what can you set up with this Bard ban? Would it be a Rakan would work well with this? Maybe a Rel?
It can also be Bard negates dive.
Yeah.
Right? If you dive in and then Bard uses the Tempered Fate, it's like, okay, well, cool, I guess. Like, we're just all standing on top of it after using all of our cooldowns. On the other side, as you say, like a Rel can work well if the Bard can stop that. Rakan as well can be pretty nice if you are looking for that follow-up engage, and Bard can be frustrating to play into as Rakan because you lose out in the lane because he just has the range advantage on you. And then whenever you battle dance to a teammate, if the Bard is like really good and well positioned, he can just Cosmic Binding you as you land on your teammate, and then you're both stunned. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's exactly as you say. And now, right now, I think a lot of eyes are on that Ambessa for me. I think with the Renekton being out, with the Xanthi being out, I think both teams really would like to secure the Ambessa. Really works well with the KCB comps. Also a champion that I think Rooster excels on and is really good in these skirmish-heavy playstyles we have seen. Really like with the tank jungle to kind of set up that pick as well. So will be hovered by Hazel, but not locked in just yet. We will not talk about hovers.
You talked a little about how Yukino has been the standout player for KCB. I think Hazel and Prime have also had some really good moments in the limelight. Prime's Nautilus especially has been really solid, and you can see the ban coming out from Shifters. I do expect, as there's the Rakan locked in for KCB, so we talked a little bit about how he's really good into dive. It does struggle a bit into things like the Poppy, but a good Rakan can play around that because Poppy can negate, say, 1 or 2 dashes at most. A good Rakan, when you've got a Cease and Desist, a Killer Instinct, and you've got the Seismic Shove coming out, can just navigate around that.
Yeah, I mean, the fun thing about Poppy is that you think Poppy is good against a lot of dash champions, but the thing with Poppy is that she's good against one really prevalent dash character that she can just shut down fully. When there's a lot of dashes going around, suddenly Poppy's game plan is not quite as simple anymore because there's so many things she needs to pay attention to. And it's, as you say, a good Rakan together with a Vi and a Kai'Sa, there's a lot of things she needs to pay attention to, and she can't really block all of those dashes. Here we see the Ambessa lock-in here for Rooster will be the blind pick, which was implied with that Renekton ban, and I wonder where Tau takes it, because into Ambessa you're kind of free to pick whatever you want. And you were talking about stakes earlier.
They've never been higher. It's cows on a plane.
Cows on a plane.
Stakes have never been higher. Yep. Strimby will lock in the Alistar. There's the Aatrox.
The Aatrox.
Something we've seen Tau bring out a few times this split. He's had some good performances on it. He's yet to pick up a win on it, but
yeah. And he's been playing with the Ignite Aatrox quite a bit as well. He really likes to go for that skirmish-heavy lane playstyle. Aatrox into Ambessa is a tricky matchup because, as you know, Aatrox has a lot of sweet spots in his skill shots, and Ambessa, many dashes.
Yeah.
So the way you play this matchup for Aatrox is kind of you let the Ambessa go and you make her use all her dashes, and then as she's exiting, you go for a mega trade where you just land all your sweet spots and kind of negate that entire trade by Ambessa. So it's a big of a cat and mouse game, kind of who goes first. If the Aatrox dashes in, suddenly Ambessa can punish. If the Ambessa dashes in, then now Aatrox can punish. So it's a really cool matchup.
And it's also if the Ambessa uses all of her dashes, because you could dash in, just trade with Q, and then dash out. It's like, well, you still have another dash after that. So how can the Aatrox trade back into that pattern? Is he then trying to follow you up, land his Q to interrupt your dashes?
Yeah, it's all about timing, right? Because the Ambessa dashes are usually pretty telegraphed. They have a little bit of a wind-up, so if Aatrox can actually block that dash with the knock-up from the Q, it will cancel that, and Ambessa will be super, super, super sad about that trade. As we're loading in.
That we are. KCB still already out of the playoffs. Still playing for pride, playing for
Prime?
For Prime, yeah. For the sake of their names as well as players. Like they've had some really good performances here in the LEC, but have struggled to get to the level of the other LEC teams, I think, as expected, going into the split. For Shifters, on the other hand, it's hard not to say it's been a downgrade from previous years. Because BDS, although last year didn't have as much dominance near the top, previous years, you know, they were looking at like the 4th, even the 3rd best team in the LEC, and now Shifters sitting at 3 and 6 have to win this game to stay in the running for playoffs. They don't even guarantee playoffs if they win this game. It's been a bit of a struggle for them so far in 2026.
I miss 1-3, man.
Yeah?
Good things happen.
Oh, man.
1-3 on Nidalee, 113, my goat.
Okay, yes.
Okay,
your obsession with 1-1-3, man.
Oh yeah, as you say, like I think Shifters has a lot of eyes on them right now. They really want to make sure they can kind of join that last playoff spot, and a win today is very crucial. And I really put a lot of eyes on the Trimby now, on this Alistar, together with Bokada. We need to see them work together. They have that Yunara that has been so strong in our league. It's just a super annoying champion to play against. It feels like she can do everything, kind of.
She really can. It's actually the first time we've seen Paddock bring it out on the LEC stage. She's played a slew of different champions, but Yunara often banned or picked up on the other side, so hard to make sure that you lock in that pick. Hazel and Prime positioning in the second bush here. It's hard for Trimby to trade back in. He's only level 1 as an Alistar. You've got the headbutt, and he'll use it there to try and deny a minion or two, but doesn't actually manage to keep anything. Oh, one was missed by Hazel, but that was more Hazel missing the auto attack than an actual denial from Trimby.
I guess it does feel nice when you play Rakan and actually get pushed, because I imagine when you play Rakan, you're getting pushed in almost
every 90% of the time you lose, and then into an Alistar you can win because you walk up and you press Q and you're like, cool,
maybe
I'll
a
heal.
Braum if you're lucky, but even that is a little bit sketchy sometimes, so it's quite nice. Because I feel like Rakan is just such a strong scaling support. He just does so much in these skirmishes, in those team fights. It's usually in that laning phase he kind of struggles a little bit, but Alistar kind of mirrors that exact persona, so it will be interesting to see how they both utilize these champions of similar strength.
Yeah, I think it's always really interesting playing a Rakan into a lane like this, because you can look for pressure on the Alistar, and in level 1 you get it, but after that you're always skirting this line of, if I W forward, does the Alistar flash Q me, knock me under tower? And especially at level 2, it's like, well, I can't do that because I don't have my E, I don't have my battle dance, I can't get back to the safety of my AD carry. So you're always skirting this line of, I want to be aggressive, but also just winning the lane is kind of okay. We don't have to dominate the lane.
I remember when I played with Mickey, he was really good at the Alistar in this matchup. He'd always cancel the Rakan W.
Yeah.
I didn't realize how he did it, because he felt like he always had the upper hand. And I feel like it's a really, really skill-intense matchups in the support, which is really fun to watch. Bukata has finished his first full clear now, and we'll look for this little Crabadoo.
Yeah, it looks like Yukino just deciding doesn't want to play on the side of the map right now, goes up towards the top crab. And so there will just be an exchange of scuttles. But very quickly, because I love Rakan, we'll talk about it, right? Something you do as Rakan in this sort of matchup is, instead of going for the W immediately under the opponents, you'll try and get them just on the edge, right? And then the Alistar headbutt pulverize, or just the pulverize, doesn't actually get a knock up onto you. And there we go, flash forward from Prime, from Trimby, looking for the trade here onto Prime and Hazel. Bukata coming across the wall. Gets the suppression onto Prime. Hazel's going to flash away, battle dance, but Hazel has no more tools in his arsenal to escape this. Trimby tanking the tower. Prime will be able to walk away. First blood over to Shifters.
And it's overzealousness here from the KCB bot lane. You didn't have your jungler on your bot side. You need to respect the Skarner behind gank, because you can always dodge your wards. Those wards are fake information. You cannot rely on that to protect you. Bukata loops around really nice after the crab and gets a really nice gank off here onto the KCB bot lane.
And even though Paduk didn't pick up the kill, he is able to get a small gold lead. Bukata now 400 gold ahead of Yukino because of that first blood. Hazel will get back here to catch some of this wave, and after having the lead in the early game, they'll be really disappointed with the fact that they burnt the flash out of Hazel, burnt the heal out of Prime, and only actually the flash heal invested by Trimby to get on them. So Paduk still has his summoners to escape any further plays. Bukata here alongside Trimby, smite out from Yukino. Bukata looking for the edge of itself, will get the stun into the wall. There's the follow-up, and now Yukino has to flash, but a flash forward from Nuke will stop him getting the Vault Breaker away. Nuke will be gifted the kill, and Shifters are 2-0 up.
Just look at Trimby, man. Look how aware he is of the game state. He realizes that now the only play that KCB can make is probably invade our Raptors. Instantly bases, opens up there, defends, not the Raptors, but at least gets the trade kill back onto Yukino. Really highlighting why we're talking about this guy so much. Really, really nice awareness. You don't see a lot of supports have that presence of mind to open to the Raptor pit right there.
Just smart in his synergy with the jungler as well. I wouldn't be surprised at all if Bukata was calling, hey, he might invade. And then Trimby comes out and we look for the play. Also means that even though Nuke has burnt his flash, Yukino doesn't have a flash of his own to really punish that mid lane. The shifting sands out from Nuke should be enough to get him to safety, although it will be tricky because Camilo always has that unraveled earth. Paduk and Trimby do have the advantage now down towards this bottom side, and Hazel and Prime not really able to do too much in the 2v2 anymore. Bukata has been everywhere on the map. Once again, looking towards this bottom side.
And they're really putting in like a high tempo right now. They're really playing really fast. He's making sure that anytime Paduk and Trimby can look for play, Bukata is hovering around. They really want to start his dragon here, make sure the bottom has push. Being went on here, but Prime no W.
Weaver's wall coming out. Bukata will be able to just dance his way across the wall. And I think Trimby not using his spells there is good. You know the initial knock-up is going to cause a little bit of hurt as Prime flashes. They thought the seismic shot was going to hit, but no grand entrance from Prime means that you can escape that.
Now he has to do the big walk of shame back to mid, walk all the way around, because you can't take a complicated positioning. Actually, it's just basing and dropping an entire wave. It really feels bad when you use your move like that and you don't really get anything. You see all these minions die under your tower and you realize the enemy team is just smiling in your face.
It's also one of those really tricky ones when you're playing like the Tilio or the Rakan, because the seismic shove comes out, and Prime could grand entrance in, look for the W, but if that lands at the same time as the seismic shove, they're just going straight up, right? They're not actually going back towards your team at all, which is what you want, because you want them coming back over the unraveled Earth. Might be why Prime held his W there. Maybe it was just not quite off cooldown yet as well.
I can appreciate the support who just commits though.
Oh yeah,
he saw his mid laner throw off his summoner spells and just assumed they would hit, so respect the grind here. See a little bit of trading here in the bot lane. The wave will probably get stuck here. I think he maybe W that melee out. It's fine.
It's just out. Oh, there it is, back into tower range, but it'll be fine. Yeah. In the end, it will slowly work its way back towards the KCB side. As we'll see Camilo still with the push in mid. But just to remind everyone of the stakes of the game, obviously for KCB, they are already out of playoffs, sitting down at 1-8. But for Shifters, they have to win if they're going to stay in playoffs contention. Their fans will be very happy with the start they've had so far. And got good scaling on their side and have this 1.3k gold lead. Drake is up, but neither team has really played around the Drake too much so far. In 30 seconds, we'll also have the Grubs coming up.
Look at Shifters here. Bukada and Trimby is just syncing up here together to try to make sure that there's no way that KCB gets this dragon, because Bai is full clearing down here to make sure she gets all her camps, but Bukada and Trimby is here just in case she was trying to go for a little sneaky dragon. They can come there and stop it, because if you start a dragon, sometimes it's a little bit hard to go for the fight because you're so preoccupied being hit by the dragon, and sometimes the formation kind of falls apart because your support is there, your AD carries on the bot wave, it becomes awkward. So now it looks like he's gonna base. Never mind, we don't get anything.
Yeah. Nothing really gonna happen. I think they were just trying to protect Bukada in the jungle as well, make sure that you get through his rotation of camps. I'm going to sweep out some of the vision as well. Shifters from their blue side jungle, but there's still a ward going to spot as Tau and Rooster trade towards the top side. World Ender out by Tau. Means that Rooster won't go for any further play.
Really nice by Rooster, because the way you want to play this matchup as the Ambassador is that you cannot all in Aatrox when he has ult up, just because how much free stats he gets there. So what does he do? He trades his ult for the Aatrox ult, and suddenly he is now way stronger than the Aatrox, because now if no one has ult, he's just winning.
And he is. Drake secured here. As we see the jump in by Prime. He's going to battle dance away, but Paddock is on the chase. Transcending himself, but won't be able to get enough damage onto Prime, who dances away. Bukada still did use the Impale in that place. He's in this Weaver's wall. They'll go in. Trimby with a good flash. Hazel diving in with a kill instinct as well. Yukino so low, though. Already chunked out. The Emperor's Divide as well onto Camilo with 3 kills. Over the Shifters. KCB thought they'd found a pick, but...
Not the rock. Not the rock in the back.
He's going to land another one.
Not the rock.
Headbutt pulverized. Hazel, he's going to try and escape underneath his tower, but I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a leg to stand on. Paduk gets it. Now 3-0 on this Yunara.
It's a tough one as we rewatch this play here for KCB. They really committed. They're drafting dive comp, but look at Prime's HP. He can't really follow this. He's too far away. Can't really connect the CC. Hazel jumps in here, but now they just committed too far, too deep, too greedily into the jungle of Shifters. And it's just way too easy for Shifters to clean this up, because they have the Asir, they have the Yunara. If they are not under immediate threat, they are just doing way more damage than KCB. That's why when you play a dive comp, you need to dive the carries. You can't dive their
Yeah, when you're going on 2 tanks.
Really good. Good job, boys.
It was really good. It was really good overall. But yeah, you can't go on the tanks, man. They're too tanky at this point. Heart's still complete already on Bukada. Trimby not even yet level 6, but the Unbreakable will be coming up for him shortly. Cease and desist from the Vault Breaker, in fact, from Yukino. Manages to geometry his way away, but I don't think any theorem of Pythagoras or otherwise will be able to save Shifters from, KCB from this sort of situation. Again, we see the public execution out from Rooster, just trying to force Tau low here so that he can't come across for a grub fight.
Yeah, and he wanted to bait Tau's ult there, but Tau really well patiently holding his ult there, and now suddenly Tau could look for a little all-in here in a bit. I think he's a little bit scared just because now he knows that Skarner just took the grubs. It's a little bit hard for him to look for an extended fight here, but the time as Paddock is going in here on the case, so tries to get a big chunk here. There's a cow here coming.
Hazel, no barrier, does get shielded by the battle dance, but Trimby still takes the kill underneath the tower. Unbreakable wall coming out from him as well. Will keep himself healthy enough. That damage reduction working out wonders for the Shifters support.
And the stakes are sky high right now. Trimby tries to get even more space here, looking for these grubs. I think you kind of have to give them. Prime looks to get a recall here. Bukada dives in.
Yeah, looking for the Krugs. Impale coming out. Yukino with a good short dash there. And practicing his smash skills to escape that. But still, Shifters get the turret plates. They deny more minions away from Hazel. And it's a almost a 2,000 gold lead.
I mean, there's a bleeding wound right now, and I think KCB are struggling to close it. They're just bleeding gold on every lane. Whenever Shifters goes bot lane here, it seems like they're always getting something. Okada, Trimby just so active and so measured with their windows here, and it feels like KCB, you need to look for something proactive here because you're just bleeding gold every single second that passes.
But where do you find something proactive? Like, top lane Rooster is going to be hard to dive because he's got a flash, he's got the public execution, he's got enough dashes. Nuke has Shifting Sands, no flash on him right now, but also has the Emperor's Divide. Bot lane, you're going to try and kill a cow and a massively fed Janara. That's going to be very tricky.
And this just highlights why Azir is such a strong mid laner compared to something like an Orianna or a Ryze. He is just so safe. It feels like KCB's only avenue is to attack this Azir, but it's so difficult. He's clearing the way from so far away. Always has a Sand Soldier to dash back onto. So hold my breath. It's just a little pulverize on the ground. Really wants this banana bush.
And he's going to have control of it for now. Yukino looking for Trimby. Without the Unbreakable Will, he is a much squishier target, but still hardy enough to not be jumped on. Next Drake up in a minute's time here if Shifters want to play for it, and they might as well. They're so far ahead. First item's completed. Nash's Tooth, Eclipse, Heartsteel, Locket complete already as well. Like a Locket before Camilo even has a first item is such a lead.
Oh, it is such a hard watch seeing Nuke chunk Camilo down to 1% HP almost, while almost hugging his tower. It's just so difficult right now for KCB. I think you need to look for something now, probably on the solo lane with a little cheeky Vi gank. I think Yukino is the only one with the initiative right now because bot lane, nothing is happening. Mid lane, you're just getting pushed in. And Tao, you are just trading like, evenly right now with the Ambessa. And Ambessa has Eclipse. It's not easy right now for KCB.
It feels a little bit like fake pressure around an objective with your jungler somewhere else look for a gank, right? So what you can do is around this next Drake, get a little bit of vision in the bot side river, and then Prime, Camilo, and Hazel can sort of put their heads close, but not too far, and then Yukino goes top and ganks the Ambessa.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, they just need to get a flash out from someone. Like, they need to get a flash out so they can actually re-gank that lane, have somewhere where they have threats that now Shifters need to respond to or play safe in that part of the map. Because right now, Shifters are just playing up on every single lane. Everyone has flash, everyone knows they're safe if they're being ganked, and it's just so difficult as Prime tries to get out here.
He should be able to get out. He still has Camilo. But, Shifters will use the fact they pushed Camilo back in that bot side to take their second Drake of the game, looking for that 24-minute soul if they continue at this pace. In KCB, I mean, they're just trying to get gold wherever they can. There's not really many avenues for them.
I mean, KCB is just sitting here in the chair, watching them take this dragon, just looking at them doing it, and it feels like they don't really, they're not trying to cross-map, they're just trying to get farm back onto Yukino, trying to get some avenue of gold, but so difficult now because looking at Camilo will be the flash out and will be some more plates onto Nuke. And
I mean, Camilo can't step now, right? Like, you've got an Alistar coming in from the side, even if you have support of Yukino, as Tao is traded on here by Rooster, who dashes out of the Infernal Chains. Tao also losing the top lane matchup as Yukino goes in with the Vault Breaker onto Bukada here. He does still have his flash, and another Vault Breaker in. Trimby dives across the wall. Ishtar's impact gets the stun. Cease and desist with the quickness won't be enough. Bukada again! Don't go on the tanks! You've got to find a squishy target. Camilo able to weave his way away. But no amount of crochet will save the day for them. They can't knit up a solution to the Shifters' problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no damage right now in the KCB comp. They don't have enough damage. Camilo doesn't have one fully item completed, and he gets it now, but the Kai'Sa can't dive in there as well. Usually you want to go there, and then Kai'Sa will come in from the side, and they will try to nuke down even this Skarner could be under threat, but look, he's just so tanky. They don't have the base stats to even contest with Shifters in a show like this. Kai'Sa could ult in here, but what is she supposed to do? She's just gonna die as well. Even if she kills the Skarner, that's not a good trade. And they just have to concede objective after objective after objective, and really nice dictation of this pace by Shifters. They're just choking KCB out minute by minute.
Yeah, really well played so far by Shifters. You can argue like the caliber of opposition, but this is what you've got to do when you're playing up against a team and you need the wins. You just choke them out of everything. Deny them their jungle, get these sort of superficial wards into the enemy jungle, make sure you can spot people who are looking for these flank plays, and then just keep doing this on repeat. You have the Rift Herald up. You can now see Trimby. He's on the top side of the map. Quelle surprise. He's going to put some wards down there, make sure that Rooster can push out. We might even see a switch towards the top side from Shifters to make sure that wave is pushed out before you go towards the Rift Herald.
And nothing I hate more than superficial, shallow wards there. That's crazy. As Spadak tries to get pushed here on the mid wave.
Why do you hate superficial wards, man? They're good. They spot. You put a ward behind the dragon pit, you spot people?
You're shallow, medic, and I don't stand for it. They don't have any integrity. the superficial warps. Spadakis is pushing mid-wave with Trimby and Fog constantly sweeping every little inch of vision that KCB tries to put down. And now is where it's difficult because suddenly Shifters can just push every single wave without having people walk up on it.
I do like this from Yukino, both covering for a possible fight, but also, looking for a play, right? The problem is, Rooster just cleared out vision down towards that topside river, and because of that, you don't actually know if Shifters are coming up. You don't know if there's one player there or if there are 4 players there. As Rooster and Tau will trade again, Vault Breaker out, Public Execution doesn't hit anyone, World Ender from Tau, but Rooster still has the flash, and again, Shifters begin to move up through the river, and because there's no vision there for KCB, they have to back away from the play.
Yeah, Yukino doesn't want to commit the cease and desist there. Really just tries to get a little chunk, so maybe they can contest this Rift Herald now coming up, but they will have a push here from the Aatrox. But Aatrox without ult, not really a big threat right now. He just walks up and misses a few Qs, but they will start up this Herald, but I don't think you can take this. You got a base and try to re-enter your side, bot side, because as Sirius pushing out, he has TP. He'll just come here and take over whenever he wants to.
Yeah, Rooster's going to TP back up towards the top side, and it looks like Nuke is going to be relegated down towards the bottom lane again, pushing into Camilo with that massive percentage HP shield on Rooster. Tau knows he can't trade any further, has to back away, but there's no wave there, so he can reset and then TP back up towards this top lane to defend the tower.
Yeah, but I really struggle to see KCB taking a winning fighter on the Herald without that Aatrox ult. I think that is your only hope right now, having that Aatrox pop off with all that VAD, with all that bonus AD. Without that ult, he kind of falls short a little bit on the base stats, so I will imagine that unless they can stall for the Aatrox ult to come back up,
yeah, maybe they can, but also they're looking to overload that top side of the map. Camilo is abandoned bot lane, and Shifters will know this. They've seen that no one's been on that wave for a while. They were looking for a Weaver's Wall flank, knowing the public execution down. Rooster maybe could have been caught out, but he backs away. Yukino and Camilo will use the time to start up the Rift Herald, but again, Shifters immediately move up there themselves, and Yukino, like, he's trying to get something started. The KCB are trying to get something started. There's the Weaver's Wall out. Trimby with a knockback onto Prime, who goes in with the quickness, but immediately is slammed against the wall. Good seismic shove. Paduk shielded up, though, and with the dive in from Yukino, with that cease and desist, he's underneath the tower for way too long. Impale out from Bukata is flashed away from. Nuke goes in with the Emperor's Divide, doesn't connect. Seismic shove onto him means that he might fall. KCB get their first of the game.
I thought the dive was not diving, but then Nuke dived in and just whiffed the Cyril there, and really nice for KCB. A small solace, being able to pick up that shutdown onto this here, being able to get a little bit of gold back, also probably getting this Rift Herald. Was a bit of a sketchy attempt, but they end up coming out on top, so I think they're really happy with that exchange.
It was super sketchy all around. Yukino was so deep. But as you say, Nuke went a little bit too greedy with the Emperor's Divide, didn't connect. We'll have another look at it.
Prime lived. It feels like he went there and back again by Bilbo Baggins right now. He goes in here onto Padak with the flash, gets his W cancelled, but now sneaks out thanks to Camilo. And here it looks like it's a really bad fight for KCB. And now Nuke just gets a little bit too overconfident, goes in, misses the ult, but it is what it is. It happens.
Was it flashed away by Hazel?
I think it was sidestepped.
No, it was sidestepped? Okay. I just see that Hazel's flash is down there, but
it could have been
flashed. I couldn't quite see exactly if he used it earlier to
Someone
dodge.
sidestepped it, maybe it wasn't Hazel.
Yeah, it was probably Prime then. Prime probably sidestepped it, because I think he used his flash earlier on. Rift Herald, that's a roundabout route. That's your own tower, Camilo. Yes, so what probably happened was the Rift Herald went down, Camilo was like, oh, we can charge this into the tower, and then
he took the
all of Shifters were there.
Yeah, he took the scenic route.
Yeah, but he went to the wrong tower, man. Like,
yeah, Product's just gonna quit. It's actually one thing that is underrated is how much that Rift Herald gives XP. I remember when I played with Hansama, he was always like, okay, leave the Rift Herald, I want the solo XP. Like, classic AD carry fashion. He just wants to get as much XP they can.
I mean, you can get them off Wukong clones as well. You get XP off that. You can level to 6. I think it happened in Worlds like a couple of years ago. Someone leveled to 6 off a Wukong clone and then was able to turn the fight. Yeah.
I don't know who I talked to this about, but there's always this chance that maybe Sion passive is bugged. So I always make sure to try to last hit the Sion passive in case I get double gold. Haven't worked out for me yet, but maybe one day it will. Now, Shifters is shifting their vision down into mid lane here. Yeah, that's really original.
Yeah.
We'll try to get this mid lane tower down at least. And this is going to make the life a little bit more difficult for KCB. Suddenly you don't have that safety, that bastion of hope that your mid tier 1 represents.
Yeah, no real defense left for them in that mid lane. Means that their sides are a lot less protected than they previously were. They also managed to pick up their 3rd Drake of the game while we were watching the replays earlier on, and we saw Yukino doing the Rift Herald. So Shifters are 1 Drake away, 3 minutes away from an Ocean Soul, or from at least a fight around that Dragon Pit.
You know what it's called when Rooster does a short trade on Andessa?
No.
Cuckoo! Cuckoo!
That's, I mean, yes. I'll give it to you, man. It was close. It's close enough. I'm pretty sure it's not roosters that go cuckoo.
Okay.
Pigeons.
Pigeons.
Cool.
We have different roosters
Doves?
in Sweden.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we
Okay,
do.
I forgot about that.
Seeing the vision lines being pushed out. The Baron is now spawned. 3 dragons in the Shifter's bank right now. Will probably be that soul point where next fight will happen. You really want to make sure you're there early right now if you're KCB, because you're not going to win in a straight-up brawl, so you need to rely on that positional advantage if you need to find something. You need someone to phase check into Talia shove from Fog of War, or like a big chunk from Arkan to get kind of HP advantage somewhere, because if you just walk in and there's a 5 versus 5 and you're just looking at each other, you will never win that fight with this gold deficit that KCB find themselves in.
Yeah, you're a full item behind in the AD carry. Like Fiend Hunter Bolts, the Kraken Slayer and Infinity Edge already complete on Padak. Rooster looking for this trade as well, goes in with the public execution. Bukada's on the chase, Camilo already low, and Bukada's just there to help clean it up. Flash forward from Rooster to follow Camilo's flash, as he will pick up the kill. Yukino now behind enemy lines, maybe looking to steal away this Baron. There is some vision from KCB on it. Shifters will start it up.
KCB Yukino, license to steal, really get this little avenue in here. Shifters seem to not be aware of this. If they have any blue trinkets, he could get a little bit of information that could allow him to get into this pit, and that's all you have right now. You only have this 50-50 chance for KCB to get this Baron.
Prime trying to get in with the quickness. Nuke realizing, hey, we haven't seen the enemy jungler for a while. Let's make sure he can't get in here. Shifters do their due diligence and manage to pick up the Baron. A mid lane tower did fall to Hazel, but unfortunately for Yukino, he wasn't able to sneak his way in there. 90 seconds on the Ocean Soul, and Shifters, they'll have sacked their mid tower for this. Also lost some gold to that bot lane turret, but overall we'll be pretty happy with the exchange.
Yeah, and now you just open up on the map again. You push out your waves, you go to the dragon, you get the dragon soul, and then you win the game. This is the bread and the butter of Shifters right now. Can you stop this as KCB? I'm not sure. Maybe you just give the soul and try to get some top lane towers, get some gold back, because you can kind of combat an Ocean Soul with executioners if you have gold to give by executioners.
Who's getting executioners? Tau and Yukino? Are you getting an Oblivion Orb on Camilo?
It's there somewhere, Medic. I wouldn't worry about it.
Can't afford it, man. This guy is 2,000 gold in debt. He can't afford an executioner. I think it'll be
don't worry about it.
Shifters holding the guillotine.
Someone will work it out. Looks like they want to contest this somehow, though. You do have all 5 people there, and I do think KCB realizes they can't give this. They can't afford execution.
Like, at this point, it's Prime trying to sell a locket to get an Oblivion Orb. That's where you're at in terms of healing reduction. I mean, I guess you could go, like, Tau and Yukino could get it if they really needed to, but it just delays them by so much. Drake up in 14 seconds. The Baron power play not too consequential as Trimby flashes forward onto Camilo. Looking for the trample stun, will land it. Nuke diving in as well as Camilo falls. And now Bukada's on the front line, and Yukino's going to have to dash across the wall. Enemy mid laner dead. Immediately the call to go towards that Drake for Shifters.
Slipping through her fingers.
I mean, it's great stuff from Trimby.
Yeah, I mean, I love the
snap engage.
Snap engage, but here,
quickness
again,
coming out, season desist there as well. The Inferno Chains will drag him back. Nuke still has the stopwatch. Product's going to dash across the wall, dive in from Hazel and Emperor's Divide in time, but still Nuke will fall, and now Tau trying to escape, but with 4 members of Shifters there. There's no escape for him. The Drake delayed, but Shifters should be able to just turn their attentions back towards it.
I mean, you have to try something. If you just let them get this dragon and just let them set up their siege once again, you will not have a chance. So KCB trying to find anything they can. Nuke goes a little bit deep, and I think you have to try to pounce and punish that play by Nuke. If you don't, you will just see them taking more and more space here. Yukino is fine. He will get his red buff at least.
And there goes the Soul, secured by Shifters. No Baron for them. Now it's going to expire on the next wave, but still, they got what they wanted out of that play. Now with massive wallets, they can start to push down these lanes. We'll have another look at this. Nuke is a little greedy. Yukino does a good job of hiding, and then jumps on him immediately with a follow-up.
I mean, he feels copyright because he has his on his hourglass, and he uses it very, very well, buys so much time, and now Padak is just untouched. Sure, if you're KCB, you can dive one person, but there's too many threats to dive right now. You don't have enough juice in the tank to kill all of Shifters. It doesn't matter who you go on, the rest of the team will clean that fight up afterwards. So, nice play by Shifters. Little greedy by Nuke, but it worked out for him, right?
In the end, he was able to get another kill for his team, another couple of kills, and they managed to pick up the Soul, which is exactly what they were looking for. A 6,000 gold lead for Shifters. Looks like they're going to play on 2 lanes, top and mid. Don't really want to leave anyone to their own devices down towards bot because they don't have the teleports Like if Nuke or Rooster had TP, I'd expect perhaps we'd see a 1-3-1. For the moment, they are just going to make sure this topside jungle is entirely denied from Yukino and KCB.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you need to do right now is shifters. The only thing you need to do in these moments is mind your flanks.
Yeah.
You have one loose condition. If there's a weird flank by like Prime and Yukino together, maybe there's a chance for KCB to take a fight. But in general, when you're winning the game this hard, you really need to be careful that you don't give the enemy team any chance to go on you.
Weaver's wall out. No one really able to catch there. Nuke is shoved back, but no real follow-up from KCB. As Shifters will take the top lane tier 2 and now rotate their team, or translate their team across towards the mid lane to take the mid tier 2 as well. Yukino having to dash away, and there's too much long-range damage really from Shifters. They'll take another tower out of the exchange, and now with 90 seconds left before they look towards that Baron, I wouldn't be surprised if we see one final wave push, resets, steal away this jungle, and then go and try and get that big purple buff.
Okay, Prime. Prime, give me the mega flank now.
I mean,
just choose a bush.
How mega are we looking, man? We're looking like... How do you, so
I think it's Alcove. I like
go
this
all the way
Alcove.
up here, yeah,
I
and
like
then
the Alcove.
maybe into here?
Yeah, but you usually have to predict where the next team will siege next. And we're probably in the bot side right now.
I'll give you the zoom.
Yeah, give me the zoom, please. It will probably be here, because they will most likely try to siege this wave down. And that is where you have to hide.
Do you really think? You don't think they're going to go for all the Baron now? Like, I think you just go, okay, I was going to draw as well, but you can just clear it away, yeah?
I just cleared it away.
If it's me, right, I think you go in here, you push through top, you leave this because this is neutral anyway, you get vision along this line, and then you play for the Baron, right? So if you're going to flank,
you can do anything right now. You're
side.
absolutely right, Medic. You can just siege wherever you want. Probably top side makes a little bit more sense due to the Baron. I thought they were all the top side, so they would just open up the other side. But, you know, you can make it easy for yourself. Just choose one side to play on over and over again. And here they will just push in top. They will probably not siege, but the Baron will be started in 36 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's just denial of vision, right? You try to deny as much as you can. It looks like Tao might be pathing for a flank in the mid lane. Mid lane fire obviously still really important when you, even if you have a lead like this. So I like it from KCB. Push through mid, make sure that this wave is moving up and crashing towards the Shifter's side. They then have to deal with it, but no one's dealing with Rooster. And he's just pushing through bot. He'll spot this Rakan working his way across through that blue buff area on the ward well placed. But not too much deep vision control right now for Shifters, just that single ward. Ishtar's impact. Looking for Yukino, who just dashes across still. KCB pushed back a little bit further on the map. They have a couple of wards around. One in that top lane pixel bush and a couple around their blue and the mid lane. Sundisk down. Shifters now turn their attentions towards the Scuttle Crab, which should be able to get them that vision control they so desperately desire.
Yeah, and no Executioners has been bought by the Rakan yet.
Okay.
Or Oblivion Orb.
No, sadly not. Executioner's on Paddock though. Yeah. He also has Lasagnas, Seeker's Arm Guard. Yeah. So skipping...
Mini Zonyas.
Yeah, Mini Zonyas. Not going for the full Mortal Reminder, instead saying, well, if they dive on me, I do need to be able to survive. The Baron begun by Shifters, and no real contest from KCB.
Yeah. And now, come on Prime, show me the flank. Choose a bush. Choose a bush.
Man, it's Sven Bush time, isn't it?
Yes, it's Sven. I mean, I don't know who invented this. Just find the bush to flank in. I can think of so many players.
Oh, there's great players who have done it. We just all remember Sven, because as an Alistair, he stood there for 2 minutes and did nothing, right? So there were great bushes to flank in. The issue is, how do you get there?
Yeah.
With the Baron up and with Ocean Soul for Shifters, they can just push in. TP coming out, Nuke immediately flashes, cease and desist in, the Killer Instinct as well. Nuke does have that stop push, but doesn't have a chance to use it. They find the bush, and all it took was Nuke TPing into the mid lane with no defense. Bukada locked up under the tower! Oh, Nuke, that was abysmal, man.
Beautiful bush find by KCB, finally finding the bush they needed. The bush pack into this game here. KCB tries to take a little more space here.
Prime has to dodge away. Yukino going back in with a Vault Breaker to try and keep his support alive. Trimby flashed in. Tao does have a flank. World Ender in. Unbreakable will coming out from Trimby, but now it times out. Yukino diving back in. Rooster jumps onto Hazel on the back line. Tao trying to get onto Paduk, who does have the damage to keep him at bay for now. Still looking for the Q3. Paduk able to dodge away. Tao, though, still alive somehow. Rooster will take one with him. Will take two!
Cuckoo! What a play!
That's an eagle.
Here we see the bush here being found there by Prime finally. Nuke deep is in, but he's completely alone, and now finally the dive comes, pays its due dividends. Finally works out as a great Hubert Ball separates Paduk from the front line, and they actually managed to clean this fight out. And I'm really surprised that Shifters felt the bravado and confidence to go for this 3v5 play. Almost looked like it would work out, but I think Product was just a little bit short on damage here. Almost gets it.
So close. Ruta does a great job of just distracting that backline while Tao is trying to take out Product, can't quite get it. The Elder begun by Shifters. Prime has found the bush.
He's in the bush.
Camillu's there as well, but he is going to get clipped. And now the question is, who can steal? No smite on Prime. Doesn't have that with the unsealed spellbook.
From bush.
Yeah, Elder Drake is secured for Shifters. Now KCB have to back away. If you're Shifters, though, there were flashbacks in your mind. You lost to Giant X. You lost to Lost Ratones with massive leads twice so far across the 9 games you've played. With the Elder, though,
wait,
with Baron remaining for another wave, but TP coming in from Rooster, has that Public Execution Prime there as well, dodges away from the charm, but with
why did he not take damage, by the way?
Because he's full HP. He's got Death Stance, man, and more. He's the Death Stance, the most broken damage reduction item in the game.
I don't know whose dancing teacher is. I want to get the same one. Like, what? He just got hit by everything that KCB had, and it took like 1% of his health.
I think really nice public execution to avoid the quickness charm. It got him out of a very sticky situation. Now Shifters can push in. It's their last wave with Baron buff. That expires in 3 seconds' time. KCB has shown some signs of life near the end of this game, but it's been Shifter misplays more than anything. Yukino pushes out the mid wave. Shifter's still going in, have 90 seconds left on this Elder. Drake, the Impale out. Tao gonna get shot by the laser. The rest of KCB have cleared out the wave, though. Next wave still a little bit away, but enough time for Shifters on this Elder buff to be able to continue to push in. The Ocean Soul healing them up as well.
Yeah, you don't have to look at the Sonus to realize the time is ticking now for KCB. They need to make a final last stand there.
Double knock-up seismic shot. The CC chain is massive, but they just don't have the damage. Prime and Camillu relegated to the fountain. Shifters will win out the fight, will take down the Nexus, and will keep their playoff lives alive. It was close at times, it was closer than Shifters fans would have wanted, but in the end, they'll take the 50G, they'll take the win, and KCB will fall to 1-9.
Oh, and this just highlights how Shifters are so hard to like look at sometimes, because you see them doing so many good things, and then they just have these moments where everything kind of falls apart. But
the name is about the heart rate of their fans. Sometimes it's low, sometimes it's high. They're always shifting.
Yeah, but I really enjoyed how they played towards the bot in this game. Bukada, Pedak, or Trimby will be your player of the game both now, and I think any one of them would really do, because that's where the magic happened last game.
Well, with this win, Shifters increased the scenarios in which they lock into playoffs. They now qualify in 24% of scenarios, but all of these are contingent on a win for them tomorrow versus SK. So Shifters have to win tomorrow versus SK if they are going to keep themselves in that playoff race. We'll see up next, it's going to be do or die for SK. A loss against Lost Ratones spells elimination. For the Rats, though, each win brings them closer to qualifying. We'll hear from Cajal and Wonder after the break. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Okay, Camille. Guys, I'm first in river. Any fight is good. Fighting, please. They are hinting. Please.
Bro saying they're hinting before they even like show on the minimap.
I got no hope there. I got no hope there.
We can fight. I'm coming. Maybe Kai's coming.
Yeah.
Through space.
Look first target. Look Rakan. Kill Rakan. I can dive. Yeah, let's go. You tank? Okay. No flash.
I
wanna fight here. Yeah. You can. Yeah, no flash. Talia.
Coming. Wait, can you come here? Come here.
Yeah. Kill them.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
It's now my distinct honor to be joined by former caster / co-streamer.
This is weird.
Timo. It's really
this
weird.
is so weird. Like, what the hell are you doing now? We're gonna go cast.
But good news, on the cusp of making playoffs, didn't happen as a player, might happen as a team owner.
Yeah.
So I gotta know, what's the mood like in the camp? I'm feeling like as far as a final week schedule goes, this day one is kind of your big do or die moment.
It always comes down to the last week. Even when I was a player, like I think this is like my 4th time. Like you have a chance to make it. Are you gonna make it? So I've been to this a lot, but I think we've ramped up a lot throughout the split. This week of scrims went a lot better, and I think that everyone's feeling pretty positive. Like the vibes are good. Everyone's like going for a Hail Mary, play. The first week we were like counting out. The second and third week we're like back in it all of a sudden, like with a really good chance. And now we're just here to just send it.
So I gotta know, you're up against the Mickey X project. A lot of people have different feelings about this. Leader in the mid lane. You got the
Bro, why are they playing League? They should be playing Bingo. What are they doing? How did they get in here?
Brother, people were saying the same thing about your team. So I just gotta know, what's the secret sauce? How much can you give away here? Like, what's the focus point? How do you feel about this SK project? What can you say without, leaking your entire strat or draft and all that?
Well, we've always been different. Like last year, we always picked different, we always played different, and we had to figure out how to make that work in the LEC. Obviously, it's a lot harder because the players are a lot better, so the individual skill level's higher, so we had to close that gap. And once you close that gap, you can still do it.
Heck yeah.
So yeah, hopefully we can still pull it off.
See if there's a gap between you and SK today as we send it back over.
The only gap is the age gap, bro. What are they doing here, bro? Kick them out. We're going to have to beat them tonight to get them rid of them.
I mean, I can't really add anything on top of that.
Actually, how old are we? How old's our team?
I don't know, bro. You're also pretty old. I don't know how to tell you this. Let's send it over to the analyst desk.
In a month.
The incredibly youthful analyst desk to talk a little bit more about SK.
Confidence from the Rat King, and that's what we want here.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, though, they're up against a tough opponent here in SK.
Yeah.
Like, this is some legends. These are some kings. This is a dynasty legacy. Wait a minute. It's 2026. Who gives a shit? This is Los Ratons Stadium, baby. It's LEC Versus.
That's a lot of confidence considering how up and down both these teams have been over the last few weeks, my man. I'm looking at this Los Ratons squad and I feel like they've come in with a game plan. The question for me is, can SK do enough to shut that game plan down? Because right now, the question, someone definitely
confidence from the audience,
yeah,
I love
it seems
it.
that banning Mundo is already an effective strategy against them. What else has Los Ratons prepared? I'm excited to see.
I mean, they got Nemesis in the mid lane. I think that's the pillar that they need, the key for this game. It's been the foundation for this team. And then you look at Leader, and those foundations are shaking. You just ban a few mid lane champs, and Leader looks completely homeless.
And that's the difficult situation for SK here because they need a win here. If they lose today, that's it. Basta, finito for them, and we'll see them next split. Did the Mickey X project fail so far? What do we think of that?
It's only the start of the project. We've got a long year ahead of us, and I'm still willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But so far, things are not going to their plan. There's still a lot yet to be seen. But I know that a couple players on this roster, I mean, they have a history of denying people playoffs. So we'll see if they can make the magic happen today because they desperately need a win. This is one of our biggest stakes games of the day.
And it comes right now. They have to come together. It was Mickey's dream, Mickey's project that he assembled. You do not want to lose to a streamer team today. And we have Wonder actually standing by with Dracos.
Thank you very much, guys. I am joined by Wonder ahead of this crucial match. Look, big day, elimination stakes. Where's your head at? How are you feeling? What are the vibes like in the SK camp?
I mean, the vibes are at an all-time high right now because we are an outstanding 3-6 right now in the score in the leaderboards. But right now, I mean, we have two arguably lower tier teams, just like us, joined with us at the bottom in SK and Shifters that we are playing this week. So, I mean, we have hope, and I think winning one game at a time, winning 2 games will pretty much not 100% place us in playoffs, but it's at least we'll have done our part, I guess, in making it. So yeah, I'm excited. I think we'll do great.
Nice. I'm glad to hear that despite all the evidence you listed, that vibes are at an all-time high. A good 3-6 is an important spot to be.
Yep.
Now, from the opposite side, from the Los Ratons side, I heard a lot of talk of retirement homes. It's going to be easy. They're going to smack you. Do you have a rebuttal?
I mean, last time we scrimmed Los Ratones, and then generally in the lead-up, they were really, really boosted. So I'm happy to see that they have managed to fluke some wins. But they will have to try harder against us because we are coming and we're prepared. And yeah, I mean, I saw Cadril was already preparing to play some other games in League of Legends. Now that he's going to have a little bit of a, I guess he's not actually coming back to the LEC after this week. So yeah, I mean, I just hope that he'll find some solace and I'll be a little bit happy doing some other things than League of Legends for a while because yeah, otherwise it will be really boring for him because there's no playoffs for them, no playoffs once again.
Fair enough. So we'll see. Is it Los Ratones in speedrun or in playoffs, or is it going to be a Minecraft speedrun from Cadril? We'll find out. SK versus Los Ratones. Casters, take it away.
Interesting to hear Wonder talking about Cadril playing other games because the midnight release of WoW is coming out soon, so I'm pretty sure. Yeah, but soon, right? If Wonder has that time off, he can go full retail Andy, you know? Doesn't need UI updates anymore. Just gets to play through midnight.
Hank and Spank, baby.
Gets to kill Xalatath, you know? Hopefully, we'll see. Anyway, there's League of Legends happening. Los Ratones versus SK. SK chose second pick. Los Ratones chose red side, so we're going to have a little bit of a mismatched draft. You won't see the blue side. Oh, you will see the blue side. No, SK blue side. Yeah, you'll see red side with first pick. It's a bit confusing sometimes. Los Ratones, if they lose this game, they are not out of playoffs, importantly. There are ways they can get back in with just one win across the course of the weekend. Wonder and Baus facing off on the stage, giving each other a little shake of the head from time to time with the Sion ban coming out. I can kind of understand what that's about. Mundo as well banned away by SK, and Rumble and Varus taken out by Lost Returns.
You told me 6 years ago that I would be seeing Wunder versus the Baus on the LEC stage. I would call you a crazy person. The craziest of all persons, but
they
we
just
are.
won MSI together. You know, they just won MSI together. They'd gone to Worlds Finals together. Is it really that surprising as Vi is the first pick? So SK have said, okay, we're not going to give Baus the Sion, we're not going to give Velia the Mundo, and we're not going to give Crownie the Caitlyn.
Yeah.
First pick Vi from Lost Returns.
Yeah, I want to highlight as well that we saw LR actually choose the red side, and it's something teams have been doing lately due to it's a little bit easier to access the Dragon Pit from red side. And I think something that we've seen these last few weeks with LR especially is that they're really propelling themselves into playing for these early Dragons. I want to see how they tackle that in draft, because I think if you want to make sure, if you want to play for the Dragons, you need to have bot lane push, and you need to have a somewhat strong skirmishing jungler. So those are my goals right now for LR if you want to secure a solid draft where they can actually do this thing where they have been successful on by collecting these dragons.
Yeah, we'll see if they can continue to do it. The Gragas locked in. It's only been played once in the LEC. That was by Baus at the start of this winning streak for Lost Returns. Corki locked in though. Crownie has played this 3 times and they have not won a single game while Crownie has been on the Corki. Shinshao and the Yunara locked for SK. They're looking for their 3rd pick. Probably going to go towards top lane if you want to immediately pick into the Gragas. Gragas can be flexed to support, although I will say it doesn't really fit the Reckless playstyle.
Yeah, I'm wondering what to do with his Ryze pick, because I thought LR would prior the Ryze quite highly, because we've seen him have so much success with it. I wonder if they're scared of a little answer by Leader, as it will be the Ornn lock-in for Wunder, has a lot of experience in that champion. Ornn into the Gragas, really good at nullifying all the offensive trades Gragas wants to do. You can counter the body slam with the Bellows Breath, kind of negate that and just clap him back on the way out. Go on with your life, but I wonder, because they don't really want to pick Ryze themselves, SK, right? Just because how good Nemesis was on that Anivia last time.
Sure.
So I really wonder what we'll see with the mid lane picks here, because I think it's a really cool
It's always interesting to think about, right? The Nami banned by SK, I wonder if they could ban the Anivia as well, but if they ban the Anivia, then are we just going to see Lost Returns have a different answer into the Ryze? Because Leader, although he is known as a physical damage player, like a melee AD carry player in the mid lane, not AD carries, but AD player in the mid lane. He made his first name playing Ryze.
Yes.
Right? He's very comfortable on this champ. He was a Ryze Yone 2-trick? No, Ryze
Yasuo.
Ryze Yasuo.
When I came up, when I was young once, and the Leader also was young once, then we were playing with each other in solo queue, and he was always the Ryze Yasuo guy. He was really, really, really good on these 2 champions, so do you see the Sylas ban being hit there? I wonder, do you go for the Ryze here and just give yourself that option, or do you give last pick to Leader here? Because now you blind pick the Nico, which will be really good at denying this bot lane push. Obviously, we haven't talked about it as well, but we have Mickey X versus Reckless on the support role, who played together 2021 on that G2 lineup that didn't really make it to Worlds.
So didn't do too well.
Maybe some hard feelings there. I think both of them really wants to win this one, and we'll see what Nemesis goes for, because they're really, really, really giving him the Ryze blind right now. They're saying, please, we insist, blind pick the Ryze. I dare you
take it. I mean, and it's a brave choice, right? Because Nemesis on this Ryze only has 50% win rate, but in every game we've seen him on it, as soon as he gets the actualizer, he is shredding through teams. He is absolutely melting them. Karma is the answer into the Nico, something we have seen from Reckless already, the split. I mean, you're just looking for push prio in the bot lane. Corki Karma should be able to get it in the early game, and you're trying to match double range into double range. It makes sense. It gives Velia a little bit more impetus to be able to invade through the bot side if he wants. And there is the Ryze.
It is. Okay, Leader.
SK, you asked for this.
All eyes are on you, Leader.
It's
what
gotta be
champion
AP.
have you prepared? It should be AP most likely.
Where is he going to go into the Ryze? I mean, if it's not AP, that's such an easy Armageddon stacking
if
game,
I see
right?
Nasir Orianna here, I'm disappointed. I want something else than those classic control mages. I wonder where Lidl will take this one.
What is it going to be? Yone? Emilio? Yone, maybe? Okay.
It's the Yone lock-in, and it's kind of fine because Yone does a lot of magic damage, Ornn does a lot of magic damage, Nico does a lot of magic damage, even Yunara does a little bit of magic damage. So I think you're quite fine opting into more comfort. Yone, Ornn, really strong skirmishing combo together with the setup from that Nico Pop Blossom is dangerous when you're playing a short-range comp like the Ryze, like the Corki. Speaking of the Corki Karma is a very strong lane, but if you make one mistake with Corki Karma, if you die to a random gank, gets caught by random Tangle Barbs, suddenly all your pressure is gone. So really, really, really high execution is demanded by the LR bot lane and also on Velja to make sure that they can play the game as aggressively as they want.
I feel there's going to be a lot of pressure down towards that bottom side. We have seen both SK and Lost Retones actually play a lot around mid, allowing their mid laners to get into a position where they can carry the game, especially leader Mickey often moving up towards that mid lane. But if you do get behind as a Corki Karma, you are in no man's land. It is so difficult to actually win out in that matchup after that point. So I expect with Ornn and Gragas being the top laners, we're not really going to see too much pressure in the top lane, both of them just looking to scale up into the later portions of the game. And that is where Baus played so well. The last time we saw him on this Gragas, he was really far behind. I think 1.5 thousand gold behind in the mid game, and then came back, was finding gank paths, was flashing in, was finding great explosive casts. He needs to do that again for Lost Retones. A win here, massive. Puts them up to about 80% of scenarios for qualification to playoffs. This single win. 2 wins, locks them. They're in, they're getting through. For SK, they have to win this game. If they're going to stay in that playoff race, they're going to stay in contention, as we see. Mickey traded on here by that inner flame out of Reckless. Oracle's first from Mickey. A little bit of a flank positioning coming out from Skeens on that Xin Zhao. Might be looking to split the map here.
Oh, look at this. This is very cheeky by Skeens. He snuck in there. Will probably look to start the blue buff. Ryze, I do not think will check it. They do not expect this. I think we might be due for a level 3 or even a level 2 gank with that Nico setup. Most likely he will be doing 1 or 2 camps and then look to walk around and behind them and at least get a flash. I think if you get a flash with the Xin Zhao gank, you are happy, you have achieved your goal.
I mean, maybe even get 2. Like, Mickey can flash Tangle Barbs, and then you have the follow-up. If Wind becomes Lightning hits, 3 Talon Strike for the knock-up. Crowny and Reckless do have the early push that we talked about.
He's going for a full bot side clear here. We'll do the blue, the Wolves, and the Gromp, because it doesn't really make sense if you go for gank now, because Nico doesn't have the snares, you don't really have that setup, so you really want to make sure that Nico is at least level 2, so she can hit that E/Flash Tangled Barb Snare combo that we are talking so much about.
Yeah. Small risk of that as well means that Crowny can get to his Valkyrie, Reckless can get to his shield, that Inspire makes it a little bit harder to gank them, but it's barrier heal, no cleanse on Crowny. He is caught out with the Flash Tangle Barbs. Leader and Nemesis trading in the mid lane, no real surprises there. Top lane, not really much happening.
They know this Velja is going into the top side here, though. I'm not sure if they're aware of this map split or if
they have the ward, right? So they know that the blue hasn't been started yet. Velja could just be looking for the traders.
There's no pace going out, though.
Pathing down towards the bottom side. Reckless with an early heal. Crowny with the Valkyrie. Wind becomes lightning, burns the flash, and that's what SK were looking for.
Exactly what you need, and he still will not lose anything now because he can just go and clear his bot side and be very happy with this thing that he just did, because I don't think the Ornn really cares if he has to play a little bit safe. Look, Wunder's even dropping his top lane.
It's also a wonder, man. Like, this guy's the weak side king. He was there before Odo was. Might look just to see how much Velja has cleared out of this. A couple of pings came out from Skeens. Velja forced away. Bellows Breath Smite comes out. Wonder gets the 2 small ones. Velja can chase back in with the Bellows Breath down. There's no CC immunity for Wonder, but his wave is already shoved in. He's fine just backing away here, then can TP back up to the lane if he needs to correct the positioning. Pings come out on that bot side Scuttlecrab from SK. Looks like Skeens is going to do the red, then Scuttlecrab, then Razorbeak. So, I mean, if he knows that he's got the time, can do the Razorbeaks first to make sure they're coming back onto that jungle cycle.
It's all about this repeat gank now in the bot lane. If Corki and Karma can keep pushing and surviving until they have summoner spells back up, they are in a good spot. And I think we need to see Velja soon pass down to defend their bot lane to make sure they're fine, because if Velja just isolates them, that Xin Zhao will go back there. Nico has flash and Corki does not. It's a really easy gank setup for the SK bot lane.
Velja actually, Skeens actually backing before doing that bot side Scuttlecrab, picks himself up a longsword and a ruby crystal. So if a fight does emerge around that bottom side as the Rune Prism comes out, Bolt Breaker in as well as they chase onto Leader, who does have the flash and will have to burn it. Nemesis on the chase with the Ghost, won't get close enough for any more damage. Velja now is underpowered in terms of items, but has a mid laner with a lot more health. Leader catching the wave underneath his mid lane tower, and looks like Skeens with the push out of bot should be able to get this Scuttle Crash.
Oh yeah, Leader getting out of there thanks to the exhaust he actually opted in for. Really crucial now. Velia used his one gang timer to kind of shut down Leader, but this means he won't have the flexibility to defend their bot lane.
Might lose his Wolves as well.
Yes.
Ping's coming out from Skeens, looking for that trade in. Goes in with the Wind Becomes Lightning. Nemesis has to go to mid because the wave is already there. We do see Crowny coming out off a reset, but with the wave under his tower, he's going to lose more if he goes and tries to fight around these wolves.
Well. It's really difficult to fight there, but he gets the
smite
smite.
from Velia, steals it away. Tangle Barbs does not connect.
Now Ryze has the move. He can actually come down there and see if he can make something happen. He doesn't have the ult.
Doesn't have the ghost either. Skeen's going to jump onto him, flash away from Nemesis, realizing he was in a precarious spot. And that is a big summoner down.
Still really important that Velia secured that wolf.
Yeah.
Now he's not really falling that far behind. Now it's still about this bot lane bounce though. Because still, no flash on the Corki. You need to make sure he can farm. You can't give this Nico a gank setup, because if you fall behind with Corki Karma, I cannot reiterate it enough, it's really, really doomed.
It's gone for the tier first. Crowny has, as you want to get that stacking up towards the Manamune as soon as possible. Nemesis being traded on by Leader, who does have the level 6 first, and forces Nemesis low. No TP on that Ryze means he is going to lose a couple of these minions. Velia might come across to defend. It looks like that Ryze is just going to back away. Tangle Barb's dodged by Crowny. Focus resolve from Reckless will get the root onto Mickey, but the wave shoves in and Yopper very happily picks it up.
You see why this Yon was picked. Leader is so comfortable on the Yon versus Ryze. It is a tough matchup early, but he's up now.
400 gold.
500 gold approaching that.
Without a kill or anything.
Yeah, it's because of that move that Nemesis made before, losing his flash makes it so hard for him to play against the Yon. And now when Exhaust is going to come back up, it's going to be really, really scary for Nemesis.
Velia has Smite. It's only 900. 600 in fact. We'll be able to secure it. Bolt Breaker's out. Here's the call of the Forge God. Leader has his own ultimate. Flash forward. Good explosive cast, but the knockup almost comes out. Bounce with a great body block on it. Leader unable to get in range for the Fate Sealed. Will continue to chase onto Velia here, but Velia should be able to keep himself alive with the shield. Skeens might look for a dive, but it's dangerous. No mana on Baus.
What a play by Baus. What a
Really
great
great
cast.
stuff, yeah.
Really bails Velia out from that cocky invade. Really nice disengage by him. Gets it out, and Leader now uses his ult, uses his timer, and now this also allows Nemesis to scale up more safely because he doesn't have to worry about that Yon ult anymore.
And cuts that gold gap as well. With the plate being taken by Nemesis in the mid lane, with minions being lost by Leader in the mid lane, you can see it's only a 200 gold difference now, whereas a few moments ago it was 300 larger. Leader can still trade well onto Nemesis, but early game has been really well managed by both teams. I think Lost Returns have been able to get back into it after falling a little bit behind on the early trades.
Look at this again.
Bounce
Look
plays
at
this
this
so
cast.
well.
Completely separates the top jungle from...
It's the body slam as
and
well,
the body slam as well on these
Baus.
knockup. It was just beautiful by Baus. Gets so much space and gets Velia out of there. But now Nemesis might be the target here. Mickey's blind. He has no flash on this Ryze.
Skeens is only level 5. Velia does have that cease and desist. The jump in by Leader for the knockup. Nemesis trying to get in there as well. Has a Realm Warp. Cease and desist coming out onto Skeens. He's going to have to flash away. Healed up by Mickey. Leader dashes back across the wall with the Soul Unbound. Tangle Barb's going to connect, but Mickey will be slowed by Baus, who is sacrificing a lot. Explosive cast flashed away by Mickey.
You can say what you want about Baus laning, but his mechanics on Gragas are pristine.
Top tier, man.
Top-notch mechanics there. You see it's actually the move by Mickey X being denied by the top lane and jungle of LR. Really nice defense there onto Nemesis, making sure that Xin Zhao cannot loop around and look for that dive. Baus as well dropping a top wave just to make sure they're getting out alive there. And now no flash on the Nico will make life a lot easier for LR as they also pick up this dragon.
First trick of the game going over to Lost Returns. Baus on the Gragas. 17 games professionally, has only lost 3 of them so far, an 82.5% win rate, as Wonder is going to proxy a couple of waves. Did get himself a bit of a gold lead because Baus has been moving down towards that mid lane, but I do want to focus on some of the longevity of these players, of how well they have managed across the course of their years. SK, when these players are playing, they often make playoffs. Unsurprisingly, a lot of people, I think, would think that Leader doesn't make playoffs that often, but 2 out of 4 across the course of his career. Mickey has only ever missed 1 playoffs in 25 splits, which is kind of absurd. Wonder's only ever missed 2.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. I also made playoffs with Leader, so I hold him in pretty high regards. I know the possibilities of this player. I know his potential. He's really, really good when it matters. Also, Trader gets a little plate as well, really cheekily, but I wonder what Wunder will now do with his moves as we take a look at these playoff rates as well. Also, Nemesis never missed playoffs. in that Fnatic roster. He was such a dominant force. I think he wants to make sure he holds that stat high, and a win today is everything for that.
It really is, really is. Cadril, on the other hand, missed a few. Yeah, just a couple. It's SK with about a 500 gold lead, 9 minutes into the game. Yoppa scaling up on that. Cull's so good on Yonara because you have all of this lifesteal from the extra autos coming out of your
spheres.
The Q, yeah. I've forgotten the name of the Q, man. Yonara's ability names are just weird. It's like Kanmei, Steps, Transcend oneself, something else, and something else. But, Arc of Judgment is the W. Can't remember the Q. I'm going to have Cultivation of Spirit. I got there.
You got it?
Yeah, I got there in the end without even looking it up. Can you believe it?
Ionian knickknacks.
Yes, exactly. But for the moment, both teams, I think, will be comfortable enough with how this early game's gone. I think SK would have wanted a little bit more of a lead in the mid lane. Leader's roam not quite working out, but Nemesis the same. Wasn't able to get any kills as he moved down towards the blue buff area earlier on.
I mean, same for Wunder, I would say. I think he, with the Ornn into Greg, is actually a really good matchup early as hold that spot. Leader might be in danger here.
Leader's going to get caught out. Cease and desist there for the follow-up. He's going to try and get out with a fate. Seal does get the shield out of it. Crescent Guard from Schemes. Leader jumps back in, and it might be Velia who's caught. SK react beautifully and find a kill on the Lost Returns jungler.
And people talk about Leader on Control Mages, and they say that he's not that good, but when Leader gets his champions, he just executed on it so well. Oh my god.
Baus is here. Explosive Garth gets the knockback. Leader dodging away. Schemes looking for this as well. Call of the Forge God. They're going to try and jump onto Nemesis, who flashes away, but Leader jumps back with his soul. Realm Warp out by Nemesis. He'll escape this precarious situation. Wunder still on the chase. Doesn't have really the mana to go in with a volcanic charge, but saves his mid laner as Baus was looking.
Leader is making a montage right now, playing these skirmishes so exceptionally well, managing to get out of these really weird situations with great precision. I really hope we can see that again, because I really want to highlight how well Leader played that exchange, because it was beautiful.
It really was. Credit to Baus and to Nemesis as well. Nemesis escaping himself, flashing over the wall, realm warping out, being able to dodge out. Baus has so constantly been in this mid lane, looking for the explosive cast, looking to disrupt Leader's timings on his recalls, but still almost an 800 gold lead for Leader in the mid lane after getting that kill. Bot lane has been Crownie and Reckless favored. That initial flash that was burnt wasn't punished, mostly because the play has been around the mid lane like we talked about in the draft, but because of that, Crownie and Reckless will just get the push in the lane.
Okay, just look at this. This is the first play of Leader just dashing out of range here, threading the needle, and then make sure he dashes not on the cast, because if he would take it, if he would run to his tier 2, he would just get hit by that on the way back here.
Yeah, nicely done by Leader.
Really nice. I see a little trade in the top side here by Wunder.
Wunder just pocking the brittle onto Baus. Like, both of them know they can't really kill the other. Like, Wunder is just very tanky on the Ornn.
The time right now.
Baus is like, okay, well, I have Drunken Rage. I'll just heal up. You know, I'm good. The happy hour passive doing a lot of work. Across the board, small leads for SK. Lost Returns, though, have been able to get plates, it seems, on the bot side. Crownie with a gold lead for himself, about 380.
Also has the Trinity Force power spike right now, which is really big. Like, this is the biggest power discrepancy you will have for Corki for a good amount of time. And you really want to make sure you can now force a fight around this Corki. Corki is now your PowerPoint presentation that you want to make sure flows exceptionally, because he needs to push out now, look to get those power plates, and preferably fight around some objectives.
Mickey coming in here. Pretty obvious that he is the minion right there. Nemesis wisely backs away, but with 10 seconds left on the Drake, Nemesis having to back away means that SK can push out as 3, gain control over this bottom side river. The Trinity Force and the quest complete now, the role quest for Crownie. But Nemesis, not the strongest, has a Catalyst and a Tear stacking up. He will become very powerful, but until you get the Rod, until you get the Seraph, you're not as powerful as you'd like to be. Looking for the damage onto Nemesis, who is rooted up. Pop Blossom coming out as well, and again it's Leader that sets up the play. And Nemesis that falls foul of his enemy mid.
Yeah, and it's once again, SK is just playing around Leader time and time again. We were talking about the Corki being strong, but look at the mid lane.
Velia going deep here. Call of the Forge God can come out as well. Velia just went so far forward, has to flash away. Baus trying to get him from the flank, but Velia, I didn't think he'd go forward with that Vault Breaker because of him having to burn the flash and get out. And because he's on low HP, SK will claim the second Drake of the game. They're first. They even out the score with Lost Returns. Crownie's going to get chunked out a little bit here by Leader, who can just jump away. The damage onto Crownie, though. Inspire Shield off cooldown a little bit too late to really keep that Crownie healthy.
Yeah, And this Yone is becoming a big problem. We were talking about the item gap in the AD carry department, but the mid one is even bigger. The blade for Yone compared to Catalyst, and Reckless is just caught out there.
There's no way out for him, really. He might look to flash the wall, but Leader gets him. SK using the vision they placed around the dragon to then punish again. You can see what Reckless is thinking. It's like they've taken the dragon, they'll reset. We had a little fight, they'll reset. They'll go back. Let me clear out some vision around this, but these fake tempo plays, as we call them, the fake resets can be so powerful in moments like this.
Yeah, especially when you play a comp like Vi and Karma that need to walk together to retake vision. You can't let your Karma walk in there alone. She will just get picked off by anyone that dares to sneeze at her. So really, really, really good punish there by SK, but now Leader wants to play aggressive here. There is a 1v2 potential here as well.
Assist, Leader caught out, tries to jump away. Mickey there in time. And Leader once again escapes the clutch of death. The grub secured for SK. Mickey there just in time to make sure no more advance could come out of Lost Returns.
Feels like Leader just has plot armor. It doesn't matter what LR throw against him. He always manages to come out alive somehow with a little bit of close maneuvering here, as now Mickey is opening behind here. I think they will read this play. I don't think they believe that is Wunder.
I think Baus wins this. Just gonna slowly work his way away. Yoppa here now, but there's a blast cone for Baus. A little bit tomfoolery, some shenanigans, you know, we'll do it. As Leader will get the push on the bot side. No real play materializing there for SK, but with a 2,000 gold lead 15 minutes in, they are happy as Larry.
And the rat trap is sprung. The rat trap was the rice, and now the Yone was the cheese. That they were preparing for that, and he will just try to get a little bit of plating here, and it will just be Mickey shadowing Leader on these side lanes, making sure he can play for the 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, potentially with the Wunder TP backing him up, making sure that they always have a point of pressure in the side lane.
And it's going to be hard for Lost Returns to answer that pressure, at least in the short time right now. In 5-10 minutes, they'll have a couple of items on this Rise. He can probably deal with it. You can see he's gone for the upgraded plated steel caps on that Rise to try and negate some of that damage. Chainmailed laces, I would think they're called. As for the moment, Yoppa and Mickey just very happy to continue getting the pressure in the mid lane. Now Rift Herald is up. SK are pinging around it. Leader looking for the trade onto Baus. Fate Steel. Baus dodges it well with the rocket belt. A short cooldown for a long one there in favor of Lost Returns.
Baus does have those fancy feats, and you see now SK is doing the same thing again. They're leaving Wunder alone in the bot side to play weak side with TP, and they're sending everything up here to try to dive Baus. Not sure if he can get out of this alive. He cleared the wave. He's fine for now. He is definitely chilling, as he says.
Yeah, I think it's more just about seeing if you can keep him around, seeing if you make so that his reset timer is not quite where Lost Returns want it to be. Rifthold was picked up by SK. Mickey's still looking here, but Velia's on his way. Be a dangerous dive. There's the Pop Blossom coming out. Baus flashing away from it. Soul Unbound out from Leader. Baus escapes.
Excellently played by Baus. Such good usage of his skills, and he seems so hard to dive. I always think about these weird Gragas dives being Wunder, being the one that's outplaying the dives, but now it's actually against Wunder. Baus on the Gragas manages to stand proud and stand strong against his onslaught of SK Gaming.
Yeah, does a good job surviving through it. Leader can clear the way pretty safely with that Soul Unbound. And we did see Crownie picking up a plate in the mid lane. So gold in the top and the bot lane, relatively even between the two teams. The lead really for SK is in jungle and mid. And that lead has shrunk a little bit over the last while. Down from 2k to 1k in the last couple of minutes.
I mean, it's not a huge lead for SK at all. Yep. I mean, this lead is very, very... The game is still really, really close, and it's going to come down to the next Dragon fight, I think. It's going to spawn in 1 minute, roughly. And you already see Dragon is spawning. We're now putting the Yone in the bot side to make sure we can have side lane push, so we have a potential either flank or a deep just front-to-back fight with Yone just hovering in our vision.
Yeah, a couple of good wards here from Lost Returns, though. You can see... Oh, I've totally broken the telestrator. Oh my goodness. Okay, in the jungle, near where the red buff is. That's where they are. For some reason, it popped up with a bunch of menus, and I'm not used to doing that. A couple of deep wards for Baus to teleport onto, if so required. Only one of them still surviving. Drake up in 30 seconds time.
Crownie?
Crownie going in, straight onto Skeens. Mickey flashes away. His Nemesis on the chase there as well. Skeens needs to get the hell out of here. Has to use the Crescent Guard, but Nemesis is still chasing, and there's the flash out of Skeens as well. 2 flashes from Crownie. Realm Warp in, the Vault Breaker coming out, but Skeens has no clutch to dive to.
Crownie just taking all the space in the river. He just went in there. He knows how strong he is. He knows how hard he is spiking right now, and just make sure something is happening. I love that from Crownie, just knowing he is the power right now in the LR comp, and he needs to take more space. Great job by him just jumping in there and securing this dragon for LR.
Yeah, and because it's Schemes who died, you can't even use like a Rift Herald in mid to make sure you're getting a tower and a half or something. It will be Yoppa taking the tower. Wonder should be able to get the top lane turret as well before Baus can really have anything to say about it. He'll take that down as well. So SK do get a little bit in the trade, but the second Drake to Lost Returns is huge.
I mean, you see what happens when leader is not involved in these fights.
Yeah.
SK really needs to rely on him to be in these fights. Suddenly, if he's not there to just go into the Corki, this Corki is just untouched and just has so much damage with an early 24 spike. So you need to make sure you include Zion more in your plays. Now they're trying to dive Nemesis here. Are they going to go for the tower or the dive or Knighting?
Spirit Cleave coming out. Leader realizing that Reckless and Velia were in the area, backs away. TP coming out from Wonder as well, though. The call of the Forge God here. Perhaps Lost Returns need to be a bit cautious. SK investing 5 players down towards this bottom side, knowing that Baus doesn't have his teleport. Reckless clipped with the wind becomes lightning, but with a Mantrid Inspire, we'll be able to walk away from it. And there's another tower over to SK. Meanwhile, though, Baus continues to push through top. And with no teleport on the side of SK to answer, should be able to get quite a lot of that tower.
I mean, this is super fine. Baus gets so much solo gold there and solo XP in the top side. You use your Ornn TP to come down here just to trade the tower for tower. Maybe they won't get this tower, but they still got so much gold from all that plating. So, or if SK is getting exactly what they want, there's Mickey tries to look for something cheeky, but Crown is a little bit too tanky to go on.
Okay trade overall for both teams, I think they'll say. You get tower in the bot side, you crack through that line of tier 1s for SK, meaning you can go a little bit deeper with your vision positioning. As on the other side, Lost Returns get more gold into Baus, who is taking a slight gold lead with about a 20 CS lead in that top lane. It is the AP Gragas, as expected, out of Baus. That's one of his trademarks.
See what happens bot here, because now both Ryze and Ornn is in the bot lane here, and they both really want to push this side wave out to make sure they have prio for the next play. Looks like Nemesis is going to be the one to secure it. He is probably a little bit stronger right now than the Ornn. Does have the Swifties and not the Mercs, which surprises me a little bit, just because how good the Mercs are against Gragas.
Yeah.
Reducing that stun timer on the body slam is really crucial, so with the Swifties, I think he's supposed to move around the map a lot more and try to be really active in these rotations more than just being strong in the 1v1.
You have the slow from the barrel roll, you've got the slows coming out of Karma, you've got Ryze slows as well. Like, there's a few things that perhaps you want to get a little bit more movement speed out of, but as you say, the Merc Treads would have made a lot of sense. Has the Protoplasm Harness as well, Cosmic Drive and Rocket Belt complete for Baus. And the AD carries and mid lane is actually in a relatively similar position. Like, Leader's had this 800 gold lead for a while, but hasn't really been involved that much after the initial 3 kills for SK.
Definitely stagnated a little bit. Snowball didn't really go as planned. As they put down Herald in mid, we'll try to get a little bit of chunk on this tower. Looks like
we'll get the charge in.
The crash will go down.
It's a good chunk overall from Herald. And sets up some vision control for SK as well. Velia vault breaking across the wall, but Mickey using that shape splitter to gain vision of Lost Returns as they step in. Leader continues to push out through top.
Yeah, he's really deep on this push. Don't think that LR can stop it, but now you will just take the recall for SK Gaming and try to set up the map once again. You're sending Wunder down there versus Baus. I think this is kind of where Baus starts winning in the 1v1. When you have these 2 items, you have a lot of CTR, a lot of mana from the Lost Chapter. Suddenly becomes quite hard for the Ornn to kind of stop you from doing what you want to do, which is just push the wave and move. Wunder's just camping in the bush here. Looks like Baus doesn't want to try his luck on his bot wave.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a lot of vision control on this bot side of the map. Both teams investing towards top. No real surprises there. They both actually take Baron pretty quickly. Like, Ryze Corki does a good job, as does Yone Yonara at taking those objectives relatively fast. We have a minute 30 before we have the next Drake on the map, so expect to see SK trying to garner some control of that bot side jungle. Not really much there for Lost Returns, no camps up or anything, but you do want to be able to play around there a little bit more if you're going to try and take a Mountain Soul, which would be massive, right? Mountain Soul in this game, just negating so much damage.
I mean, I'm just saying, if I'm playing as the Baus on Gragas and he's 0-0-0 at 23 minutes with more than 10 CS per minute, I'm a little bit scared because he makes miracles with way less than that.
He really does.
To see what Baus will do with this gold now, I think I'm really curious to see how he executes his fights, because I know, everyone knows how good he is mechanically on this champion.
It's all about flank positions you have to feel for Baus's. Vault Breaker from Velia will just go away. SK trying to make sure this top lane tower doesn't fall too soon. Now pings towards the Drake. 30 seconds on it. Next wave really is where we're looking. Resets coming out of Leader and Yoppa towards that, Mickey in fact, towards that top side. It's Yoppa in the mid lane. And they will then step forward into that bot side jungle to get a little bit of vision themselves. Skeen's slightly delayed. He's actually had his Sundered Sky upgraded first by Wunder to the Masterwork Sundered Sky. I was wondering if that would be given towards Leader, because you get 1 per level, right? So give it towards your strongest point, or do you try and level up one of your weaker points to get them to a good level?
Yoppa now to make sure that I think the Yunara will hit extremely hard in this team fight. Now when you're here early, you just take this crab, and it looks like LR is not interested in this dragon at all. They will just give it and make sure Nemesis gets a little bit more gold, gets closer towards the actualizer, and makes sure that he is scaled up for the next fight, because he needs level 16. He needs that draw to proc in. This is not the time to fight for LR, and they notice that, and they see that, and they make sure they cross-map this dragon, which is really clever.
Yeah, wisely back away from it. Actualizer, such a spike on Rise. Made slightly cheaper this patch as well. Not enough people were buying it. It was kind of a Rise one-trick thing, but I still see it mostly as a Rise item overall.
I mean, me too.
Yeah,
also, level 16 on Rise is such a big power spike due to how much the spell flux damage increases with every ult point. So, see now, his Roa will soon take over. He'll get to level 16, and that's when you see these bomb moments from the Rises. They just nuke people in these team fights.
Yeah, Leader's going to be basically a whole level behind because of that Rod of Ages purchase when that ticks over for Nemesis. He's even on XP, but hasn't been able to really extend the lead that he developed earlier. Skeens has a small lead in the jungle as well. For both these teams, not quite do or die for Lost Returns, but incredibly vital that they win this game. Their scenarios in which they qualify for playoffs drop relatively rapidly. For SK, they have to win. If you lose this, you are out of running for playoffs alongside KCB.
Or die. When he's grouping on his mid-wave together with Baus. A lot of grouping. You see this bot wave is just completely untouched. They realize that, okay, Baus won't go bot, or Wunder won't go bot. We're just all going to group topside now, because this Baron vision is the most important thing that we can put our minds to right now.
And Leader can't really push in a side lane, in the bot lane at least, because he doesn't have teleport.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Like, you kind of want your Yone down there, being the one to pressure. He's the one that wins the 1v1 versus Baus and versus Nemesis, but right now he needs to be somewhere close enough to join a fight if it does begin. And so he is now clearing out the mid lane. He'll go towards top after Yoppa takes over mid, you have to expect. Actually looks like they might overnumber through the mid lane to make sure they get this next wave pushed in. It's a cannon wave, so Lost Returns will have to answer it. Baus is now answering on the bot side, but while this is happening, Nemesis and Velia are going to get the push in top.
And you just feel everyone holding their breath right now. The game has slowed down. You can feel the nerves. 3 kills to 1. It's a really, really slow game, really methodical, and just a very strategy-focused game, making sure you push your waves, making sure you control your spaces, and you don't overstep.
This is where Lost Returns have really thrived, right? Like, being behind and coming back. Usually from much more substantial deficits than this. Their late-game teamfighting has been great. A lot of it on the back of Baus's positioning, his charge on the Kled against G2. His Gragas as well have been the reason that they've been able to come back in games. And obviously, you have to look at the rest of the squad as well, like Nemesis popping off, Crowny finding great positions on the Caitlyn, Velio on the Mundo being basically unkillable. But now, it feels like really one team fight could change the entire course of this game and the entire course of the split of LEC Versus for either of these teams.
Nemesis has done a great job bouncing back in this game. Really was struggling in that early game, in those early skirmishes. Fell really far behind, but now level 16, free item spike. Even picked up a giant spell to make sure the dive onto Nemesis is a little bit more unrealistic for SK. Making sure he can tank just a little bit more. Wonder if he'll go for Rylise or if it's going to be like a full tank item. I'm not quite sure on the Rise itemization at this point, because I imagine you have enough damage once you get to Actualize. You don't actually need more damage, to be honest.
Often you see things like a Frozen Heart in this position. Doesn't build out of the Giant Spell, so unlikely that he's going down that route, but I wouldn't mind it into how much physical damage there is. Leader stepping into Nemesis, Evelio as well. SK trying to collapse quickly. The Realm Warp coming out. Fate Sealed doesn't connect on Nemesis, and because of that, he's able to escape. Crowny and Reckless are here. TP's coming in from the top laners as well as they join the fray. Leader at half HP with no ultimate available, though.
He tried to lifesteal up here a little bit on the top side way, but now both TPs are used. No one really wants to base, because if Baus bases or Wunder bases, suddenly you're one man short on the top side. So we'll give the little item upgrade to Leader. Get him the upgraded shield bow there. Make sure you push in these waves. Look at this mid wave. Seems like LR based to make sure, and this means now that SK is a little bit far behind on gold, because they need to base, need to get their items back, and this means that LR is now ahead of the tempo. They can go and retake a little bit of this river, get a little bit more vision around this Baron, and make sure that they know what's up. I
have to remember these masterwork items coming out from the Ornn used to be about like 600 to 1,000 gold of upgraded stats, depending on what it is. I haven't run the numbers recently, but it's about that usually.
I think it's around 700-800.
Yeah,
around that
something
ballpark.
in that area, right? Yeah. So slight leads for SK in terms of at least the itemization, but as you say, haven't been able to spend as much gold. Mortal Reminder completed on Crowny.
The gold is almost dead even.
It's basically the same, man.
Completely even. All about this mid push. LR really wants to get this push, walk into that top side, and maybe threaten a Baron start. But SK, you can't really give this mid push for free. They're hovering into the bot side.
Bouse's ability to engage is so much larger when he has something like the Seeker's Arm Guard. Will have the cooldown back up. They're not forcing, they're waiting. The Drake is up, started by Leader. Velia trying to step in with that Inspired. Mickey looking for the flank position. That Pop Blossom could be huge. He's warded out, and they know he's there with the Oracles coming out. Bouse going round the side here, looking for a fight himself. The rest of the team isolated, though. Mickey goes in as a minion! Onto Reckless and onto Velia. Call of the Forge God coming out as well as Mickey is distracted the backline. The Drake was secured, cease and desist from Velia, but SK begin to collapse. Good dash away from Velia. Leader now caught out by Bounce and Crowny. Yopper trying to get the damage down. Crowny's going to Valkyrie in. Leader taken out with the explosive cast. Nemesis falling low. The Sarah shield will not be enough to save him. Flashes away from SK. Yopper's so low, they need to get out of here. As Skeens will escape. Vault Breaker blocked by the Shape Splitter. Is it enough for Lost Returns to go Baron?
But they don't have any damage right now. Yoppa is 1 HP. Leader is dead. Can you go start this Baron? Looks like they don't want to try it, but such a close fight. SK will pick up the Dragon, though. Now has Soul Point in 4 minutes. And wow, you can really feel everyone holding their breath. You saw Mickey go for that engage, but Reckless did not die. I wonder if he got the Mantra W out in time to just heal up a little bit more together with that redemption.
Yeah, possibly. We'll have another look at it. Because the fight is so split. Like, Leader's down towards this bottom side. Mickey's finding a great flank position.
Yeah, problem is you can't get the follow-up with Jon here. Jon is busy fighting Gragas on the bot side. He was going for Crowny, but here Baus does so well, shutting down Leader out of this fight, making sure he cannot impact the fight that's happening on the left side here.
Yeah, and then Yopper has to flash away from Nemesis immediately. Like, SK have enough damage to take him out, but Yopper is unable to join the fight, which is why SK now realize, okay, we need to retreat, we need to get out. Great use of the Shape Splitter by Mickey at the end to block the Vault Breaker in from Velia.
And look what was used. Ornn Flash, Xinxiao Flash, Jon Flash, Yunara Flash, Nico Flash. Suddenly, all of SK are flashless. And same goes for LR.
Returns, man.
There are no more flashes, and Baron is coming up, which means CC is so vital. You need to land your CC because you can't flash out if you're caught in a bad position.
Bounce is here to block the way in. TP coming in as well as they look for the fight. Mickey on a flank position has the Pop Blossom. Landed onto the 3, but Bounce is there, and there's no follow-up from SK. Crowny will secure the Baron. Mickey's going to fall first. Bounce with the stopwatch. Call of the Forge got onto the backline. Bounce trying to get away. Explosive cast. Wonder diving in. Seal from Leader! Finds Reckless, but Crowny and Nemesis are still very healthy. Skeens taken out. They go onto Yopper. Cease and desist in, and Yopper's down. Good knock up from Wonder. Leader taken out. And now Lost Returns with the Baron at their back, with their carry still alive. Will take out Wonder. There's no escape for the Ornn in the pits. Even with the knockup, Lost Returns win the fight.
The rat trap was sprung, but LR did not bite. Crowny coming up huge in this fight. Baron secured by Crowny. So much damage going out. The Mickey engagement looks beautiful, but there's no follow-up. Where is the Jon? He's not here. And Bounce with the stopwatch just buys so much time. And put your eyes on Crowny and Nemesis. Look at the damage they're pumping out in this fight. Completely untouched. And Velia also holding the cease and desist the moment Joppa walks up to try to do a little bit of damage.
It's all on Bouse. Again, you have to feel standing in that bush, delaying the rest of SK. Mickey finds a great engage, but as you say, everyone else is still in mid lane. No one else is close enough. A huge fight for Lost Returns. Corki with a massive lead now, 3.7k ahead. Has finished his 4th item. Crowny in a great spot overall. Those flashes still not yet back off cooldown, but with the Baron buff for the next minute and a half, Lost Returns have ample time to push in.
Yes, we all take a collective breath as LR now tries to siege onto this bot side with this Baron. How much can they get with this? We have the Dragon coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds. You need to make sure you're there in time. You cannot let SK get this soul point. You don't want to let them get there first. Get there early and make sure you hold the choke points when SK walks in, because if you let them take that place first, you have barely the flashes. They're still on cooldown, and that Nico in a choke point is still very dangerous.
It really is. It really is. Let's have another reminder just of what this has all been for. Lost Returns sitting at the cusp of 9th right now, 4 and 5. A win here puts them into that 8th position, tied, or 7th tied with Heretics and Fnatic. Would be massive for them. Puts SK down out of contention for playoffs. And then Lost Ratones just need to knock off another 2 teams, just need 2 more teams to fall short.
Bounce is level 20. It's 1.5k gold up. As Gragas in late game, level 20. He is
Blossom onto the back line. Leader looking for the phase 2 follow-up. They go on to Crowny, but he's got a Guardian Angel Call of Fortune coming out as well, but Leader is unable to join the rest of the fight. Nemesis falling low. Yoppa goes down first. Nemesis doing so much work here as Skeens will come back to life, surrounded by the rats. And he's gnawed to pieces. Nemesis on the chase, able to keep Wonder away, but again, Lost Ratones, after being picked off, still win out the fight. They have 5 members alive. They're realm warping forward for Mickey, and they're flashing. That one's personal. Nemesis takes the kill, and now Leader and Wonder, well, they can only wonder how they can defend.
They're going down the base medic. It looked like all the circles were aligning, all the wombo combos were landing on the LR backline, but there was no damage. No one goes down. They're going on Leader. They're taking him down. It's only Wonder to hold the forge.
The next wave is here. You can call the wave as much as you want, but Bounce with a stopwatch goes golden. As Lost Ratones reach for gold, they've got a license to kill, and SK were their targets. Lost Ratones go to 5-5.
What a game. What a game. Woo. What a comeback by the Lost Ratones. They really slowed the game down super well. It looked like SK came out full swinging, shutting down Nemesis, but they really delayed the game, made sure Nemesis got his free item Power Spike, and then made sure they were fighting.
What a performance. Lost Ratones continue to impress. 0-4 to 5-5. You can vote for one of them in your Kia Player of the Game vote at LEC on X. Baus, Nemesis, and Crowny all had great games. The fact that Crowny was able to pick up those kills in the mid-game fights, got himself the GA, which meant he came back to life. Huge, huge.
I mean, to me, that Crowny Blast Cone in the bot side river is really what propelled Lost Ratones forward as they take a bow. And what a beautiful game played by them, and just kudos.
Yeah, huge stuff for them. For SK, unfortunately, now out of playoffs. Can play spoiler in their remaining game tomorrow, but they will not be going to the next round. They play up against Shifters, actually a huge game for Shifters. Now, for Lost Ratones, they face Vitality tomorrow, another big one. Their odds are improving. However, there are still scenarios where Lost Ratones do not make it.
They better pray their odds are ever in their favor as they go up against Vitality tomorrow, because that is a tough team to beat.
It really is, it really is. I see Dracos is getting ready on stage, standing by with Nemesis. We'll give them a minute to compose themselves as expected after a game like that. He need a moment. Great stuff, and we talked about it in mid-game. It's like, this is Lost Ratones' comfort spot. Like, their team fighting is sublime. We'll hear more about it from Dracos and Nemesis.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's my pleasure to be joined by Nemesis. Lost Ratones fans, I've heard you once, but give it up one more time for the victorious. How does it feel, really quickly before we get into this, to just always have this many people cheering for you? I think that it's crazy to me that this house that has been so full of Fnatic fans, G2 fans, MKOI, whatever, Lost Ratones fans coming out of nowhere this season to show up in Forge for you guys. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels amazing. I just want to say Lost Ratones fans are the best fans out there.
I'll give this to you. You know what the people want. The people definitely like that. But I got to talk to you a little bit about the mid lane matchup, because it felt to me like this is the most camped you have been this entire season. It felt very clear to me that SK had a game plan and it was trying to take you out of the picture. How did you feel playing through this early game, having so much attention on you?
I mean, it went well. I mean, honestly, like, SK does play around mid lane a lot, and we knew that. Just made like one crucial mistake early where I died, because it was kind of like communication issue where we thought we were going to fight. And then I went in and lost my flash, and that like really sucks for the matchup. But we also knew that we probably will outscale them in a way, like mid-game. So even if early game doesn't go that well, we'll probably be fine.
I'm curious how you feel about tomorrow's matchup. You guys aren't locked for playoffs yet. You're playing against Vitality tomorrow. The stakes are pretty high. What do you think about that matchup? How do you feel about Vitality's opponents? They've had some great games. They've had some terrible games. What's your read on them?
Well, we did scream them like some time ago. Definitely very like bloodbath games. Yeah, it's like hit or miss. Like either they stomp us or we stomp them. I don't know. It's gonna depend on the draft, but I think it's gonna be exciting, and yeah, looking forward to it.
One step at a time. 100% sure you're making playoffs? No doubt in your mind? Where we at?
Yeah, we're making playoffs.
That's what the people want to hear. Again, thank you so much, Nemesis. Congrats again on the win. Good luck versus Vitality. Tomorrow, of course, we're going to send things over to the desk where Bausi is standing by with the game.
The Messi of League is here with us once again. Baus, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Nothing is ever easy with you guys.
I thought it was pretty easy.
You thought it was okay? Okay. Well, actually, we have a play that we want to show you. That was the turning moment of the game as Los Ratons flip the Baron in our Euronics play of the day. If you want to talk us through this with Baus, it's the Baron moment. How did you make this one happen?
Yeah, I really wanted to break this down with you because it starts off with you zoning them really hard. What were the comms like here? What was the game plan? Was it just to like you buy time and then the team finishes the Nash and we can play the replay?
Oh, I remember this. You want to know why we started Baron?
Yeah,
please. I said, Ornn is bot, no TP. And then he started TPing mid. I was like, oh. Well, I guess he has it. But I just figured I'd go into them, make a little bit chaos happen. I know my team will finish the Baron and they will always do their part. So yeah, I just feel like this looked pretty free. But I was, yeah.
So giving fake information, but still you turned the plane.
I was getting a little bit boring, you know, the game. Like I just figured we need some action. So I just made up the Ornn doesn't have TP, we should start Baron.
You just gaslit your whole team.
Yeah.
I mean, Velio with the smites, he's been really crucial with it. I think
Velio hasn't missed a single smite, but I don't know how he does it.
Okay, I mean, in the Na'Vi game, Real Edge was kind of outsmiting him, but...
No, stop.
No, we don't talk about this one. Hey, yeah, you guys turn it in the end. Jack Spectra, you were believing in them from the get-go.
I was believing from the beginning, to be honest, when I saw you guys.
Okay.
Listen.
He actually was. Trust
listen.
me, he
First
was.
of all, I was, if you watch. But second, when I saw you guys getting Drakes, I knew the game was looking good. Because when you guys get Drakes, the game looks chill, smooth, easy. It's only when the enemy suddenly has 4 Drakes, and I'm like, ooh, it's looking rough.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, Drakes are our comfort zone. Scaling's our comfort zone. I think a lot of people, when we had our rough start, they started believing in us, but then they lost all hope. So if you're saying you stuck with us the whole time,
I stuck with you guys. I mean, I watched you guys a lot last year.
You're a real one then.
Of course, of course.
Baus, you're the key player of the game here. How does it feel? You went from being solo killed every game to actually exposing frauds now?
Yeah,
How is
but
that?
I don't know. Like, I don't know. I think I've gotten a lot better. I think the first 2 weeks I was completely boosted. Probably replaced me with like a silver player, probably better. But yeah, I feel like I've gotten a lot better, and if I'm gonna be honest, I'm probably the best top player in the league right now.
Damn. Which is interesting because, thank you. Coming into today, Jack Spectra was saying that Naknako is the best top laner in the league. He is your next opponent. Do you have a message for Naknako?
I was watching Naknako stream. He said I was a bad laner. A viewer asked him, what do you think about the Baus? He's a bad laner, but good macro. Okay, tomorrow I will show him what a good laner looks like.
Let's go! The story of Los Ratons continues tomorrow. We're going to track your qualification, of course, throughout the next matches. But that's all for us now. Navi is actually playing next against G2, still looking for qualification in playoffs. Stay tuned.
Come on now. I'm fucking nervous, Mark. Hey, brother. We ride together, we die together, yeah? Just a big game, I guess.
I don't want to die, bro. Like, what?
We all got your back, every single one of us, from day one.
This is Nico. We can kill Nico.
Finish.
Get
out. Out. We kill Nico out.
probably
slow play. Can we slow play?
Can we not fight?
Yeah. Keep ult. He's on me. Slow.
I have to go out.
I think no.
I'm ulting.
You're right.
You're ult. It's only on. Ignore.
I guess we kill just kill him and then we...
And then the guy! Let's go!
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Now in our second half, we go into the goated matchup of G2 versus Na'Vi. These two teams should be top of the league. One of them truly is right now in Na'Vi, looking for a top 2 position to finish off the split in this weekend. The other is G2, where they're not locked into playoffs yet. And even though it looks like they probably will, and of course with this matchup they can, it is G2. Hey? Nothing is certain.
Well, it's also, like, Navi's not a pushover, right? So for G2, it is still a very, very difficult game to try and take. And let's be real, they haven't been looking as strong as they do as usual. Now, you kind of say it's G2, they'll pull it all together. But there is always a bit of a doubt that's starting to creep in at the edges. Like, I have some of the drafts I haven't been the biggest fan of. Some of the gameplay has been a bit ropey. So I'm waiting to see exactly what this is going to look like, because Na'Vi have looked brilliant. And it's so cool to see what Na'Vi have achieved for this year. Like, obviously, there was a coming in of summer, taking over from Rogue. But this is really where they got to kind of make their own style of team, take the team where they wanted to. And it's been looking pretty damn good. I am very excited to see what Na'Vi can achieve as we go forward.
So am I. I mean, there's been so much hype around Lost Ratones. I think people have bypassed that Na'Vi, a new organization with their second split here in the LEC, are running a roster of put-togethers, and it's doing really damn well. So now as we go against G2, and now as Na'Vi rather do, we're going to see if they can go the full measure. We're going to pick and ban. Remember, patch 26.3 here debuting. And not many champion changes, but still we can walk you through some of the changes if they become relevant. However, for now, the relevancy is in the Rumble, in the Kai'Sa ban as well, for the final takeaway from G2.
Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, we still kind of see a lot of the same priorities, at least over the course of the day, so nothing too bizarre. Still keeping my eyes on things like the Orianna, the Azir, these kind of picks, especially with the Jarvan already taken away. This says to me that G2, more than likely, not going to prioritize the Azir, but maybe even prioritize the Orianna for caps here. Navi saying, that they want G2 to take the Azir so they can then take the Orianna. Even the Vi gun as well takes away that Vi Talia combo. So Navi putting a lot of emphasis on having a good secondary pick after the Azir here for Pope.
So it'd be a good starter here, G2, first pick. There it is, okay. Azir for caps. I feel like caps has still been classed. This split has been there's been ups and downs. It did start with down with the Azir TP in mid lane on the spot earlier on. Was it Azir that he TP'd on the spot with? Yeah, I did remember right. I don't think I'll forget that as hard as I try. What do we get in response, Agda?
I think you can either go for the Orianna or the Ryze, but Orianna, like the fact that you ban Jarvan and Vi, these are the two things that are really good into Orianna because she's immobile in that mid lane. So that I think is what Navi were trying to set up this trade in the mid lane. And now you can take your jungler as you'd like to. LEC obviously has played a multitude of different picks, so he kind of has his windows as to where he wants to go.
Yeah.
But
he does play a lot of top laners in the jungle. And this is one of them. Now, could be a flex, but most likely, and that's a jungle here in Europe.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen LEC play it, and it does work well with the Oriannas as well. You go in with the public execution, immediate shockwave to follow up. It's a pretty nice combo. It does, as you say, also, because you've got that last pick then for Reds, or at least your second pick, it means that then you can actually take the flex pick here if you want to move it.
A bit disingenuous, by the way. Ambessa has been played top more than it has been jungle. I guess I've just been watching LEC so much that I think for Navi it will go jungle. As you talk about flexibility of draft, I see a G2 draft that is putting everything right in the right basket. Ezreal gets locked in for Hans Sama. Okay, me likey. But the problem is K'Sante's up and available, Dacta. And K'Sante is easy, especially when Rumble is gone. If G2 snag this away, I don't think they'll have no problem with the damage source, right?
Yeah, it does. The problem is, though, if you go K'Sante, you can put the Ambessa into the K'Sante in the top side.
You are a smart man.
Which then opens up a lot in the draft for LEC as well. They're just going to go with the Pantheon. I'm only so-so on the Pantheon in this sort of situation. I think Pantheon kind of wants two things in the game. He wants combos, so like something that can work with them in the mid lane, like a Talia, which we don't have in this game, and things that can play heavily on side lanes. Azir has some ability to play on sides, so like he's definitely stronger than the Orianna, so maybe that's where you try and put your focus. But I think in this case you want to get Broken Blade onto some sort of carry in the side lane so he can be a real threat, and the Pantheon can try and play for these side lanes.
Carrier's like the I mean, he's played before. I don't want to see a Lee Sin game from him, but as we're talking, SamD locks in the Aphelios. Now will be tied most game with Yunara, with his Yunara rather. So, Dacta, I'm starting to see for Navi, they've got some setup with their ultis, right? Maybe some more reliable click engage would be ideal. On the side of G2, I think I could kind of say the same. And Pantheon can facilitate, but maybe someone else to press click and go. I'm looking at Labrov, I'm looking at Paris, two very good engaged supports. There's one now taken off the board.
Yeah, so Navi more than likely going to try and set up for the Alistair, especially with the Braum already taken away. Have that engage tool, also that disengage tool for things like the Pantheon as you try and play around this Aphelios. And it's got good follow-up, right? Because you're already looking at the public execution as a kind of pseudo-engage tool. So for Navi, I think you've got a very clear way of trying to go through this. The Thresh is an interesting ban to me. I didn't expect the Paris to be going for the Thresh in this sort of situation. Obviously, Pair's okay with the Aphelios, but I would have imagined more engage coming through from that bottom side, unless they're just going to stick Mainter onto like Sion or something, I suppose, in that top lane.
Sion is a good call, actually, as well. Maybe, again, it could end up being that K'Sante that's just kind of fished over. Keep that in the back of your mind. I mean, Mainter has played K'Sante the most.
But it's also because, like, if you think of the way Navi want to draft, it's probably going to be support on 4, and then you keep that flex in the Ambessa. So that's why my thoughts are take the Alistair, which I don't think you really want to blind Thresh in this position.
I think G2 is setting up for Renekton, though. There's a Kennen ban there. And maybe they're like, hang on a minute, Mainta can just pick the Renekton here, but you damn right, Dagda, you're just so smart. And you're a good-looking bloke. You got it all. I say this at least once a month with you. And I don't mean to glaze you, but you talked about support here so that they can fish for a counter pick and top. Well done. They need engage. Easy engage to lock in, especially Thresh is now down.
But you're also talented in Hansa, because I think the Renekton is a great call here.
No,
like, especially with the cannon ban. I think BB taking the Renekton makes a lot of sense.
I haven't had that before, yeah. Thank you.
Because you don't really want to go something like even things like a Poppy or anything weird like that. It would be decent into the Mbessa, but they can always flex Mbessa to jungle, and then you're in this situation where there's not really any dashes in the rest of the team. So I think for G2, yeah, there's your Renekton. Good on, Jake.
I mean, I just hate Kennen. As a Renekton player, if I see a Kennen ban, I'm like, aha, praise be, let's lock in Crocky. Like, for me, that is the biggest heads up ever. But now the biggest question is, how do they cement the draft? As you said, like, there's a bit of flexibility for Na'Vi, but
I think it might just be an Aatrox.
Aatrox,
I think it does balance the matchup, and also 3 melee champions on G2 side could be good. But as you said, the Sion as well, yeah, just strong front line and open up for this Aphelios.
So if this is solo queue, I'd be saying, BB, you know what? Maybe we take Ignite Tom, we win the early levels, we take PTA, we go play the Ruin King Rush. But no, it's pro play, it's going to be Black Cleaver. All that's pretty troll even in solo queue anyway. Back to whose comp do you like better? I mean, it does seem like for G2, it's specific focus on how their skirmishes go. Do you want to elaborate on that a bit?
I think for G2, you have some windows to play on sides now with the Renekton and kind of with the Azir, if you can get the Azir facing up against the Orianna, which is good for the Pantheon to try and make these quick plays. When I get towards team fights, though, if Relech can get some good ultimates onto the likes of Caps and you can follow up very quickly with Poby on the Orianna, I think you can one-shot the Azir and then look to try and win out the rest of the fight through that, because Hans Sama just won't have the DPS to try and get through the Sion when you have to play that front to back.
That's what I was worried about.
Yeah, so I think this is very much a case of like Caps kind of holding his own in team fights and making sure he's not getting caught out by this combo that's available on that.
But surviving the early laning phase also a big deal, because Poby's on Orianna, and much like his predecessor, I think he is an insane Orianna at that as well. Na'Vi as a team going into G2, a lot of people might be like, yeah, G2 are definitely favorites. No, I think Na'Vi are firm favorites for the first time going against G2 in the end of a season. Not many teams have that great status, you know the word. Na'Vi just have it all right now. And they're racing to tie themselves up if they can get towards that first position. Now, of course, I believe it is impossible, but top 2 finish for Na'Vi in their first split with their players after acquiring the spot. That'd be huge. And Skumon, as he flashes away, already with a big start, getting the enemy jungler's flash.
Yeah, nice job there, because it makes Skumon a little bit more hesitant to try and play for any of these invades and see if he can get into the face of Relech. Tries to get in, get the ward. So nice scouting, it feels like to me, from Na'Vi. Realizing, look, it seems like G2 go for this deep ward all the time. Let's set up a pick for it.
What was that comment? Pantheon wants victory. I mean, who doesn't? You're playing anyone in gold or bronze wants victory. You know that person? We're going to have a chat after this. If you're wondering about steaks, we're talking a lot about steak today. Not Scotch fillet, not sirloin, but steaks of LEC. Fnatic win this game. I mean, G2 you're talking about. They will lock playoffs. G2 Fnatic are coming up tomorrow. You know, production got a little bit excited ahead of themselves. But that meant to say if G2 win this game, then they lock in Dagda. Big deal. A very big deal, seriously.
Yeah, they really want to get this going. At this stage, like, it still feels like you're kind of waiting for G2 to just pick up the slack from what has been a bit of a mismatch in the regular season. But a win over Na'Vi, I think, would fill people with a lot more confidence, because Na'Vi have looked very good. They're taking some scallops off of some great teams over the course of this split. Yeah. But either way, I think G2, like, this is your moment. Try and find some really good success.
Sorry, Dagda. Wrong cable unplugged, and it seems I have brought us back. So the success you're talking about. I think you already talked about it. Starts with some of the skirmishing. And it starts heavily around the side lanes. You talked about what Caps can do here in this mid lane being the most important. Caps does get a good trade here onto Poby. Poby was already poking him out. Broken Blade behind the turret. He's going to get the wave shoved up, and into this first plate. Bit of extra gold for the Renekton, who has taken TP in the matchup.
But also you'll get a nice reset timer here. This is kind of the new cheater recall, where you proxy this wave, reset, and you get to come back before the enemy can actually reset on top side. So you can see here, Mainter's gonna have to deal with this wave and push out another one. So it means that BB will be able to come out of the base with this item advantage and then try and push that advantage even harder.
Quick reset, as you said, longsword, refillable. I wonder what the first item's going to... I assume Broken Blade will just go the Black Cleaver route, you know, into Scion. That's the usual. But we have been inventive in the LEC, and Broken Blade is just kind of that guy. Of course, you can be excited for top lane. Dagda, I should bring it back to, like, the GOATs, both of Europe and of Korea. Well, of some time in Korea as well. As look at junglers facing off, this should be a matchup about Poby versus Caps. These guys... I mean, Poby's making a name for himself in the LEC, and Caps is the LEC, you know?
Yeah, I mean, Caps has been so good for so long, and Poby has had some fantastic moments as... Hang on a sec. Lebrov.
Yeah, there goes pear-shaped. Paris, okay, Riptide then Flash, but the range, Lebrov almost dies, the Gravitum spread. Now, Sam D gets the summoners out, and Lebrov now without. As Paris looks for the hook again, he's healed all the way up. Zenflade doesn't connect either. Essence Flux does, and Hansama gets a poke on the way out.
Yeah, Lebrov, low health bar, and even Paris just healing off that wave advantage, or the level up as well. Means that for G2, they have to try and back away. And you take that as Navi, because you now get to shove out this wave, as Leona has to reset.
Yeah.
You'll be able to get the first reset ahead of Hansama as well. And Leona now just kind of marching towards mid. Not going to be able to do too much, and just doesn't have a window to really make much happen.
Just looking at Vision to see if Poby sees anything towards Vision. I mean, there are pings going down, so for sure for now. Cap's only level 5, so he can't get the shove back rather to set up for Lebrov. Lebrov comes in regardless, threatens, helps Caps get the push out here. Remember, both mid laners use their TP, so any early reset here is the ability to deny some creeps, as Paris doesn't go for the hook either.
Just go back away. So Red Jerk picked up for Sam D in the bottom side, though, means that he should be able to take some nice trades. So I'm curious if Relech, as he, in the next minute, should tick over to level 6 to try and make some plays around that bottom side of the map, especially since Lebrov doesn't have his flash available. We'll have to see, as Navi just trying to set up Vision on this bottom side.
This might be called by this. Lebrov. It's just for the Vision contest as well. Dragon's also up now too. As Relech comes down, just poking the head in the XP bar. It's going to be a fight that brews up in River. Lebrov in trouble. Skumon coming in to add damage, but I think Lebrov went too early, too fast. Flash away from Poby, but now he's out of harm's way. Lebrov is an easy first blood, and it's going to go to the Pope Star. No, stolen by Relech, I think, with an auto. The first blood over to Na'Vi, and Lebrov was just a bit disconnected.
Yeah, Lebrov was off on his own. Didn't have Skumon there to support him, so ended up being a complete mess. Kill goes over to Relech. She's going to be very happy with that one. And yeah, like, I'm kind of just unsure as to why G2 wanted to go for this. Lebrov was too far forward. You know Relech is there. Poby had first move from mid as well, able to shift across. And at least you get the flash from Poby, but it actually takes him further away from Caps, who doesn't have the damage. And Relech, in the end, just a quick swipe to take away that kill.
All right, first blood over to Relech, get the ball rolling. Pickaxe picked up on the way back as well, and we talked about Dragon, but I think also we talked about the approach of level 6. Relech is going to be there first, and even though Skumon's trailing, I do worry about what this guy can do with an early lead, especially early damage access to something like an Ambessa.
Yeah, Relech will, because he's doing the Dragon, not hit 6 first, because you can see Skumon was on that top side scuttle.
Yeah, good correction.
But there is, like, as Skumon, what's your cross map? Because that's kind of what you're looking for as trades as the Pantheon, but you can't really dive Mainter. He's on Scion and has a level 6. Makes it very difficult to make anything happen. And so you're just stealing away a camp, which isn't the end of the world. So for G2, I think this is where Skumon, like, we'll have to keep our eyes on how he wants to try and play out the map with this ultimate now available.
That's a pretty good point. I mean, that's what tank tops, and that's why they feel like they're so broken at the moment. Not just because there's health in the game and cheaper access to it, but also because early game slowed down. Like, we got more plates in the game, and tanks are able to just survive and endure.
It's also, when you're a Pantheon, you kind of hate to see tanks in the game as well, because it means it kind of just nullifies a lane that you can play towards, right? Like, you're going to try and all in on Mainter as a Scion. There's a fairly high chance, especially with this early armor, that he can probably survive through that play on towards the side lane, so it limits the areas that you can actually try and play for. So for Skewmont, it will be a heavy focus on, okay, can I try and make some plays towards Sam D and Paris, or can I make a play towards Poby as we start to open up into these sideline plays later on?
Tries to get the steal there. Meanwhile, we go back to top dominant Hughes. Mainz is in trouble. Q's going to come through. Broken Blade is about to tag in again, but he's run out of skill. Problem with Renekton, once you've used everything, you just got to wait for the rotation of spells again.
So Enderbu just back away, get the reset. I should be completely fine. So nothing too much to write home about it now.
So with all top going on, bot just kind of nullifies as well. Skewmont doesn't find too much outside of his own red buff after seeing Rilech going for the invade. But no, with Rilech getting the invade and obviously getting the Dragon Dagger, there is a CS lead brewing actually for Skewmont on this Panther despite everything as Poby gets shuffled back, looking towards mid. The Popes is in trouble now. Shockwave flashed over. Skewmont clean as you'd like. Lebrov is going to mitigate the last kill and giving you one to G2.
Poby used that flash earlier in the skirmish, and G2 able to come back and punish. Nice job by Caps, getting that Emperor's Divide to set up for the rest of the team. And this should net Skewmont these grubs.
Enabling grubs, great as well. Meanwhile, the response play, Na'Vi looking for the bot dive onto Han Sama. It's an Ezreal, so Paris needs to be precise. Flash, auto attack, dredge line, public execution, but Han's not dead yet until Rilech gets the last auto again. Plate's given up, and a wave denied, thanks to Na'Vi.
Really nice job by Paris there. Flashing forward for the auto attack, uses the shield as well to speed up how quickly that auto attack goes through, which means you can't react with this arcane shift or flash away from Han Sama. It means Rilech can easily follow up, making it really difficult for Hans to get anything off that play.
And observers, I wonder if we can go back towards bot. I want to see the wave denied, like the minions that are being denied here against Han Sama. Sam D now has 97, or Sam D rather, to 83 CS. So there's a big lead brewing. And when I see a scaling of Felios in a good position coming out of lane, I'm sure, like Jack Spectre would say, that's good.
I mean, he's got a collector already picked up himself, so Sam D in a very nice spot. Especially when you're looking towards like the dragon stacking the Na'Vi already have. You should be in a decent spot to just play off of Sam D in this sort of position. And sure, you'll have like Triforce coming through for Han Sama, but I don't think he's going to pick it up before this Necklace objective. Actually, I suppose maybe he's fairly close, but still, I think you're in a good spot now with the Aphelios.
And if you're talking about objectives, obviously those items are important. Those break points are huge. 1 minute 30 till Dragon, and Eclipse on top of that collector you were talking about picked up. Means that Na'Vi right now do have the power, but as I say that, the not Atma's Impaler has just been picked up by Skewmont, so now that he's got Sundered Sky, maybe a bit more power added into the mix. I want to see if Broken Blade gets the Black Cleaver, if he's going to be involved in this fight at all down in bot.
But look how much vision is already set up here, right? You've got all these wards. One was just cleared out by Lebrov, but you've got a ton of positions for main tier if you want to try and go for some of the sort of TP flank, but also to spot out where Skewmont is, because that ultimate is just about to come off cooldown. So keep an eye on this.
Paris turns a dredge line, often engaged, the shove back, and Paris might be dead, but a two-man shockwave from Poby. Soulfare in the meantime though, because Poby's isolated and alone. True Shot Barrage narrowly avoided, and G2 are low. They're blinking, but Rilech wasn't involved. The bot lane wasn't involved. G2 had numbers.
Paris just a little bit too far away from his jungler, and even though it's a good shockwave from Poby, there's just no real follow-up. Han Sama, Arcane shifting over the wall, realizing that Na'Vi probably trying to make some sort of counterpunch in this bottom lane.
It would have been scary, but Han Sama's walking up to the wave. Rilech is still in a good position. Lebrov is coming nearby, but Skewmont also has his ulti. Skewmont's ulti now off a cooldown. He's even in the vicinity as he starts up his Krugs. If Rilech stays here any longer and the play doesn't work out, a bit of time wasted while once again Skewmont is just picking up the litter of camps. I mean, it is for Dragon Dagger, but still, like, Skewmont is here for Dragon Contest.
Yeah, wasn't able to pick up on his Grom, but still now in position. Dragon gonna reset once more. And Obi has TP'd back into mid lane, but I don't know if he has push, so Caps it, I think should be able to move over first here.
With red and white, I guess it's going to be done quickly as well. Caps, he said, could have moved over. They're looking for plating instead.
Yeah, it's more on bot side that the push was just coming through, so G2 not able to make any sort of play for it. Skewmont is moving top to try and steal away some of these camps as well. So Skewmont has been doing a decent job of, taking camps when these dragons are being taken. So at least he's opening up that CS lead, and as you said, like, Rilech kind of spending time on this bottom side means he wasn't able to full clear. But still, Na'Vi going to be happy that they're picking up 2 of these dragons already.
And look at where this sneaky man is. He's just gone up, stolen the red buff, and now going for Raptors as well. This will be a contest, but it turns into a kill. You said it, the Renekton behind. crikey, as the Dredge Line comes in, Broken Blade gets the stun up, Shockwave, public execution. It's okay for Na'Vi with a double knockup, but Caps sits over the wall, hits out a Scion ulti, flashes for Skewbot. Broken Blade now in the midst of it as Na'Vi has turned to play. The re-engage is onto Mainter as Caps is just sitting there delivering, but he doesn't full commit with the ulti or the flash. A bit of an overcommit from G2 in the end as they go too deep.
A great roam from Labrov to actually help out on the play, basically calling the fact that G2 were going to go for the cross map. And while all that is happening as well, SamD was pushing in this bottom side, got more plates, made Hansama lose out more as well. You can see here, like, it starts off well from G2, but the hook from Paris, the shockwave as well, the immediate follow-up from Relech sets up really well for this play. And Caps can't really get the value that he was hoping for with the position that he's in, especially as Mainter comes across. It's just the numbers advantage that Labrov isn't in the fight as quickly as Paris is.
Paris, that hook changes a lot. Na'Vi with a 1k gold lead. And remember, they're the dragging stacking team as well. So for G2, even though they got a couple of these kills back and that jungle lead is brewing, you ask me, what jungle lead? In fact, the lanes that I feel like should have a lead with the CS gap in jungle and top lane, it's complete opposite. Mainter has a 500 gold lead on this Scion. And that's not the kill, sure, but then some. He's got a CS lead over a Renekton.
Yeah, I think there was just a good wave as well on the last play where Mainter was able to force BB to lose out a little bit. So for Na'Vi, honestly, I think you're in a good spot because these are like the timers that you want to try and win out on the map as G2.
Yep.
You've got Triforce completed for Hansama, Black Cleaver completed for Broken Blade on that top side, and the Locus already ahead of for Labrov in the bot lane, but there just hasn't been these moments to really make the plays. And now Relech keeping Poby safe on this top side to make sure he can pick up the wave.
He's got flash available. Public execution comes off in 3 seconds. Paris is here as well. Pings are getting spammed down. Broken Blade is being very respectful here. He has Black Cleaver and he's level 11, by the way, so under the turret maybe feels more confident. Diving Renekton, never the best idea as we look towards bot. Hang on. Mainter versus Caps is happening. Detonating Smash at max stack, pretty much. Caps will continue firing away. Nothing else happens there while all attention is focused in top. 15 seconds till the Herald spawns.
But this is what we were talking about, right? What G2 want to do with this Pantheon is to constantly make plays towards wherever the Orianna is positioned on the map. It's much more difficult against Mainter. So that's why we see Na'Vi just protecting Poby on this top side, clearing out vision, shadowing in behind him as Relech, making sure that this Orianna can't fall behind to a play. But it does mean they're now kind of having to go clear camps, having to get the reset in, which is opening up for G2 to start up this Rift Herald.
As it begins as well, Caps has TP. He can join in. Mainter the same, with his ulti now back up and available as well. Herald's going pretty slow. The Eye brings it down to 6k, but Na'Vi still progress forward. Relech wants to steal, and now that Na'Vi start off the Herald, that Eye proc is going to have to be perfect. The damage is going to come down as well. G2 thinking about a fight afterwards. Flash from Labrov onto Poby. Solar Flare for the cost of the Herald. Poby targeted with the Dredge Line. Paris saves the day. Broken Blade still on this Orianna. That has gone too far away. G2 went in deep for this, but Mainter's ult again. The saving grace as Na'Vi just fight better. And Caps may have joined the fight, but now that he's in too deep, it's about his escape. Lethal tempo up with Paris trying to run away for his life. He gets hit once, but not a second time as the ulti comes through and Caps separates Na'Vi, but now he's back. He's literally against the wall, trying to get Relech, and does. Caps does. But the Herald goes over, and the fight was a bloody one in Na'Vi's favor.
Na'Vi end up taking the fight afterwards because G2 put everything into trying to kill Poby, but barely he's able to skirt away thanks to the help of the team. And it means the fight's a mess for G2.
Every single time as well, this Scion is coming in, and as, whoa, bit tank. Okay, hang on, Poby's in trouble. Our observer went for a ride, and we're just in the back seat at 110 k's an hour.
No ultimate on Skewmon, though, is actually a win because it makes Poby significantly safer on this side lane. The flash for him was just burnt in that last play, but G2 tried to capitalize on it immediately and don't actually make it work. And with everyone moving down to bot side, it's mid taken. Dragon has now spawned. And maybe Na'Vi just not quite having their ultimates up may give G2 a window unless they get caught here.
I guess not, because again, G2, the numbers disadvantage. Relech has the ball on him as well, and onto Labrov, isolated. Easy kill. Na'Vi right now are fighting better, and they've got a third dragon to take.
G2 so separated on the plays. This is not looking good for them at all, and Na'Vi making it look clean. 3 dragons to their name, and G2 just don't look like they're in it at all.
Still dangerous waters. You're going to hear a lot today about what playoffs is and what is important. Now, G2 are not locked in yet. They'll be tied with LR if they lose. Right you are, sir.
Well, I mean, LR beat them, so.
The head-to-head, LR will be above G2 if G2 lose. The memes suddenly change. I mean, look, no one can predict LEC this split, and no one could have predicted, well, I guess people could have predicted this fight if they watched.
Well, this is just, Hans Sama is in topside, so G2 taking this fight through River is kind of just bizarre. I don't think they would have spotted Mainter as he walked down, as well as there was a ward just in that Phalite off to the left-hand side of your screen. So yeah, just G2, odd positions and odd fights that they're taking.
Yep. And it's so funny, Dagda, in this game, it's now come down to caps or bust. Yeah, only 3k gold lead, but even though Skewmond has had an individual lead, and even though like he's been at the right place, right time, punishing Poby, it has been Caps the successor. It has been Caps with 3-1 scoreline with a 1.3k gold lead that needs to carry this game, get some items fast, and find the shuffle of his life in the next upcoming fight.
Well, I don't even think he wants to shuffle. I think he just wants to play it as safe as possible.
Yeah,
like
better idea.
The worst thing that can happen for a G2 fight is that Paris gets a point-and-click ult onto Caps, which then sets up for Relech and Poby to finish him off. And if that is the case, then G2 just immediately lose the fight. As long as Caps can stay safe and use that Emperor's Divide to keep himself in the fight, I think that's much more valuable in this sort of position.
That's a good point, actually, as well. So how Cap survives, how Cap spaces is what we're going to be looking for. 3 minutes 30 till the Soul. That's what Na'Vi are heading towards next, an early Soul in this League of Legends game. But in 45 seconds, the Baron spawns. And it's G2 trying to make a play on the bottom side. It is Na'Vi who hold control in the river. Ulti comes out from Mainter, who's a little bit scared as G2 continue to commit. But 3 members down here. If this play goes on long enough and G2 don't get the reset, Baron is a very real threat. Herald now spawned top as well. Dagda a lot committed onto Mainter. 3 members on the way. Make it 4 with LeBron. But it is a Sion as he flashes away G2. Solar Flare dive. They really want this top laner to die. Shut down for Caps. Yes, but top is in shambles as he looks to stop the reset.
And everyone is still showing here. So Na'Vi going to be able to take the tier 2. They will reset, so then the Poby can match on mid-wave. But honestly, like, that's fine for Na'Vi. Like, I can understand where G2 are coming from, that, look, this game is very quickly slipping from our fingers. Just try and input as much gold into Caps. But giving up control and all that space to Na'Vi on side lanes is not going to help out.
Suntama pushed up deep, wants mid turret, but he won't find it with Relech hovering in the wing. 2-item Relech now as well, to be noted as well. So with that Spear of Shojin, the rotation is going to be much easier to pull off. But Dagda, I think if we're talking items, we kind of need to just compare that Sam D right now is on 2 items with a Last Whisper. The Tefelios is getting pretty close to 3. And even though Caps just picked up 2, I mean, Sam D is the one who's really succeeding the item game the most.
I mean, he also hasn't reset, so he's sitting on a bunch of gold.
Oh, is he?
Like, I think he's just waiting so he can finish off this Lord Dominic's Regard. But G2, they want to try and make another sideline play. No flash on Mainter.
Yeah, no flash. Ulti's going to be up in 10 seconds. Decimating Smash avoided, if only just. Caps is there, but buffered. The ulti literally just came up. Now for the Soul Flare as well under turret. They're going to finally take him down. True Shot Barrage comes from afar to help out. That was the latest ulti I've ever seen. Skewmon is on 110 ping. As he gets out of the shockwave, Na'Vi look for the chase. Hansama holds the bridge as Dredgeline. His arcane shifted away. Na'Vi the chase. Will it continue more? Poby flashes away. He's caught out. He went isolated. And LeBron with the punish. Now G2 get 2-man ulti, but Sam D, even though he finds some kind of revenge, will only get the support. Relech use his ulti for that. Sam D as well. Ulti down. All up for this Baron side of the map. Nil in the end, 2-1.
G2 are making it scrappy and it's working from them. Another pick onto the side lane with multiple members in towards this top side. And as you say, like a very late ultimate comes through from Skewmond. But it's the isolated Poby that ends up completely separated. They try to chase G2, but Poby ends up going completely on his own in towards that top side. And G2 happy to take the call. Sure, they get a brawl, but I mean, significantly better for G2 to get one more kill onto Caps and another kill to boot towards Hansama.
It feels like it's nil in the end because, as I said, a lot was burned. As teleport comes through from G2, they want to fight for this dragon. True Shot Barrage. Sam D does not get tagged. The 3 items now picked up for Sam D. He's got his Lord Dominic's Regard. The Giant Slayer is going to come into full effect as G2 now hover around. Decimating Smash on LeBron. Solar Flare's there as well. Poby has to be zoned out, but as Broken Blade goes in, the Shockwave finds 2, and that's enough for Na'Vi. G2 walked into the waiting arms of the greatest of some time, and his time was now. A triple kill went over, and Relax will just take the 4th. Only Hans Sama survives, and Sam D took out Hans from his name, and he's playing better than the man himself.
Mainter's ultimate shuts down Broken Blade where he stands, prevents the Renekton from diving any further, and Na'Vi take the soul off the back. We'll see it as we move through here. So they go onto Lebrov, get the lock in, but watch as Broken Blade starts to try and slice and dice through. Mainter immediately ults to keep the Croc where he stands, and it sets up perfectly then with that big AoE damage from the Infernum on Sam D to take down the front line of G2. And now Hextech Soul, Na'Vi showing why they're considered one of the top teams in the league right now.
4.5k gold, as you said, with that soul locked in. It's just about thinking about the Baron. 4 items picked up natively. Samdi went back and picked up a bit of lifeline. I mean, that was a full-on purchase. Would have had a bit of gold in his pocket tactic, but not like this. Teleport for Na'Vi. Paris thinking about the dredge line. But Lebrov moves out of range. That was Mainter joining in as well. Control of the river held by Na'Vi. As the Sun Turret's going to help G2 leverage some of the pressure with this push. But again, you need to kill Samdi. You need to kill Poby again. The problem is I see one of them with Flash Dagger, and I see one of them with a Shockwave once more.
Yeah, Broken Blade wanted to go down to that bot side to deal with the wave. Now it's pushing out Na'Vi. Happy to kind of just take it slow and see if they can force a play here.
Relech thinking about it. Public execution up and available. The angle as the Sion ulti comes through first onto Lebrov. Decimating Smash is onto 1, onto 2. Solar Flare won't mean too much. Samdi went into melee, into the Azir, and he's still alive. Again, Lifeline helped out while the rest of the fight go on pear-shaped. A double over to another Felios, and 3 left standing. We've had so many Pentas in the LEC that G2 know if they walk into him, there's going to be one more.
Great cleanse for Sam D in the middle of that fight from the Solar Flare off the Brov. Means he just constantly keeps up the DPS. 9-0, and now the Baron, G2. I mean, what do you try and do in this position?
Well, they're going to open up mid to starters, but Harris is trying to cut off the angle, but there is a bit of mobility on those two. Watch the fight again, because Na'Vi just like, we can start the fight anytime.
But it's G2 pushing up too far. They shouldn't have tried to commit for the tower until they knew. Mainter gets the engage, but watch the cleanse here from Sam D. Immediately gets it to keep his uptime. And the fight is just so spread out. G2 in a line separated by this wall. Means it's fair, like, the backline spends most of that fight running away to try and reposition.
As you said, what does G2 do now? 6.5k gold, and games aren't over till it falls, but Sam D has a 5.6k gold lead. Oh my god. Really started in the lane, but now it's accelerating in Dagda. Baron goes down. It's a battle of Sams, well said. But in this battle of Sams, there is one that looks much greater than the other here today.
They're about to start sieging on towards this bot lane tower. I don't think it'd be very quick to stick around, as Na'Vi just going to be able to take it down. Hans still trying to cover mid. But this is so hard. The Baron is doing so much work alongside the poke from this Hextech Soul. Even the fact that you have the sniper for Sam D means that you can actually take pop shots at a few of these members on G2 under the tower. Very low on the ammo though. I think he's only got 1 Q left in it before. Yeah, there it is. It disappears.
Now Wave's going to shred immediately as well. At least with the Infernum. Mate has full push in mid. G2 going to have to spread their attention, I guess, as the Wave starts getting pushed in. Na'Vi hold back. Nothing too egregious, but that mid inner turret is going to drop down as Mainta gets to deliver the Wave into the inhibitor turret as well.
And Relash, you see there using the W to block the cannon minion so that Hansama couldn't clear it out as quickly as you'd like. Makes it a little bit more difficult for G2 to try and play off of both mid and bot wave. But the siege is just going to continue here. And G2 don't really have a good way of breaking this. Lebrov has to just send himself in and hope for the best, and that may be the call here.
Okay, well, send it up. Soulflare again, but narrowly avoided. Sam D's all the way in the back. Scumon's on there, the cap finds an angle. However, Relech may have recovered it. The ulti would have been great, but Na'Vi have lost the 80 carry. Relech is up next. G2 come close, but they can't kill the Ambessa. A double kill to Relech, who healed up a bunch of health at the back end of the fight. And now Na'Vi are about to do the finishing touches to G2. Not many teams over the years could say this, but Na'Vi are the clear head and shoulders team, better than G2 right now.
Na'Vi looking clean in this one. Great play start to finish. Good understanding of how to shut down G2's game plan. And Na'Vi, what a time here in winter for this organization.
What a time to be alive, to watch this team rise to fame. However, it's not over yet. Paris looking to get out with the Hex Gate, but Lebrov's in the way.
He juked him.
Lebrov,
Wait, Paris,
true shot. The timing, oh, it missed.
Oh, and he missed his Zenith blade as well. Paris barely
dear
able to
Lord.
escape.
Oh my God, that's Marta. I can't believe they got out.
Still, this was a really good job from G2. Sam D didn't have to cleanse, so flashes away from the solar flare, which then opens up for Cap to get the shuffle, but it's the immediate shockwave from Poby and the AoE damage from the Infernum that gets G2 so low. And Relech, I mean, these top lane champions, man, you can't give them to them.
No, you got to remember, Ambessa was made in 2025 or 2024. Like, you know, past 3 years, those champions, it's a different story. You just can't compare. Yeah. A huge mistake for G2. I mean, I can kind of agree with you. Poby shockwaves have been good, but I mean, I feel like it's related.
Navi sent all the signals that they wanted to get Poby on this Orianna in the draft, and he's been performing. But I think it's been Navi as a whole. They're setting up Sam D with the cleanse.
Captain Jack is back. Sam D has a GA now, though. Solar Flare down for a little bit, and yes, they got the cleanse, but Navi still poised and positioned, ready to fight. Relech with an angle on a ward. That'll save G2, but Elder's up as G2 look to coalesce in this small gap of vision. Is he maintained with the Decimating Smash? They continue to chase, but Na'Vi are looking for the fight, not the Dragon. Decimating Smash again, Dredge line in, Caps with an angle into Han Sam D, into the GA, he will go, but G2 has to win the fight now. Relech already got a double, a one-man shockwave might look bad, but it doesn't matter. A triple over to Relech, he doesn't get the fourth. It's Han Sam D, who's better than Sam A. Na'Vi with the ace, and this time they'll take it home.
Na'Vi find the fight. This time there's no one left to hold, and you can see the smiles on the bottom of your screen. Na'Vi are chuffed with this one.
And they deserve it. This team came out of the woodwork, put all these parts together, and now they're better than G2.
Huge plays from Na'Vi. This team just continues to impress. And I'm just excited to see what they can do in playoffs. Like, this for me just feels like they've been leveling up every week.
Yeah.
And now we'll have to see what they can achieve in the best of threes.
I love the adaptation. Poby was getting ganked a lot, and it's like, okay, we're going to play other side of the map. They were very concise with their calling. I think that's what made them dominate G2, who right now, a little bit of a mixed bag.
True, Poby's birthday.
It is Poby's
Good old happy birthday to Poby.
I totally forgot. But Poby's not up there for player of the... You know what, Poby? You can be our player of the game. But for everyone else, vote now at LEC on X, Relech, Sam D, or Paris.
Player of the game versus player of the heart, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that is a tough player of the game anyway, because I feel like Poby, he got focused a lot. Really big team fights from him, though. Like you said, you know, the shockwave in the last and even in the previous. Poby, happy birthday. Very well-deserved game and win from Na'Vi.
Yep. And again, I think it's just they have a very clear understanding of how they want to try and play things. It's Relech taking these early skirmishes, finding success around his bottom side, and then making sure they can move through that. And I want to hear what Sam D has to say. So Dracos.
Finger guns.
This man is a legend. Let us know how he's keeping.
Show us the finger guns.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. It is my distinct pleasure to be joined by none other than Sam D. Sam D, I know you wanted to play against Han Sama for a while. You finally did. Tell me a little bit about the experience.
I'm pretty happy. Like, first time I match Han Sama and I win. Yeah, I'm really happy now.
It makes a lot of sense. Now, yeah, a little applause from the audience, respectable. Aphelios, it's looking way too strong. Do you think people will start to ban it away from you?
I mean, people can start, but Korean Aphelios is special.
It does certainly feel like it's built different. This Na'Vi roster overall has been super, super strong. How are you feeling knowing you're going into playoffs, knowing that you guys are in such good form?
I mean, we have kind of rookie roster, but I think we are doing pretty well. But now it's BO1, we'll have playoffs, so we need to see more.
Definitely a fair conclusion. Thank you so much, Samdi. Congrats again on the dominant win from Aphelios. Everyone, can we give it up for Samdi?
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Berlin. You're doing incredible. Let's send it over back to the analyst desk to break down some of the crazy plays from that one. Guys, take it away.
Amazing, amazing. Korean Aphelios hits different, but you know what else hits different? LEC in the jungle. He told me last time I had him on the desk, I'm the main guy for the team. Proving it once again.
I mean, we talk about him every week, I feel like. He wants to be the star of this team, and he absolutely is. The magic that he makes happen in the early game is beautiful to see, and having a rookie play with this degree of confidence is exactly what we want to be seeing from our rookies in the LEC.
And what I've been so happy about is just his consistency, because we see these rookies, they have one good game here and there, but LEC is just, it feels like he doesn't really miss. He doesn't have a terrible game. He's always consistently the top performer for Na'Vi, and that, alongside his explosive champ pool, just means it's been such a joy to watch.
And he should have had a pentakill that game, okay? Yeah. Samdi may have yoinked it a little bit. He's like, hang on, that right belongs to the AD carries, but my goodness, like, what an impressive team. They've had an incredible debut to the LEC Versus, and we had mixed expectations for Na'Vi, but they've done nothing but deliver, and congratulations for locking in that spot in the playoffs.
And that's the thing. We kept on saying that this team has one way to fight, they have one way to draft, but game after game after game, I feel like they keep on proving us that they belong at the top of the table.
Yeah, and this fight here is just like the perfect angle for Aphelios, and that transitions well into Samdi, I'd say, who also had a fantastic game, and he's been such a key pillar for this team alongside LEC, and I just feel like these pieces are coming together way better than I could have expected, and it's such a pleasant surprise to the league.
LEC is the key player of the game here. Is there anything that we would want to see more from this guy?
More picks, absolutely. I feel like in the Fearless, it's just going to benefit him. You want to ban out his Ambessa, ban out his Aatrox. I'm excited to see what else he's got left for us.
Something I want to check, though, because as Na'Vi is winning, G2 keeps on losing. Are we starting to get worried for G2? I know we had Dianan on the desk last week, but for me, that's clearly not enough, knowing that they can show up later because they might run out of time.
I'm starting to get worried. They're tied with Los Retons. I mean, like, and Los Retons started 0-4. This is a G2. We talked about earlier today that we give them some leeway, right? That G2, they're always going to scale, they're always going to make it. But this is the worst I've seen them look in a long, long time. And even when Caps had great plays this game on the Azir, it's not enough. The pieces around him are just floundering.
I've fallen for this trap too many times, Laura. I've been here too many years. Like, yes, right now, G2 is looking shaky in this meta, in this environment, in the standings, but I still have full confidence that they're going to be able to qualify to playoffs. I still have full confidence that when it matters most, they're going to deliver, just because we've seen them too many times in this situation. But it is true that, like, you saw the replay on your screen, that it's some of the decisions they're making, the coordination has disappeared. And at the end of last year, we were praising Lebrov and Skumon for finally syncing up and really driving the team forward. Right now, it feels like all the pieces are very separated, and it's very different from the G2 of 2025 at the end that we saw compared to the 2026 version we're getting now.
Crazy for a team that stayed together, because there's zero elements that changed within this team and the coaching staff. And you know what's the beauty of it? It's all going to come down to a game between them and Fnatic, because G2 needs to win this game to qualify for playoffs tomorrow. But that's a story for another day. As for now, we're going to take a break. We'll be back for KC versus GX. Yes, we will. Stay tuned.
What do you guys think about the fact that SK is lost to Los Retons?
Yeah, out, right?
Let's think about our game first.
How about we stay in the present, yeah?
Have Orianna. Okay. They TP as well. I can fight here, I can fight. Look me. Wait. We have to win. Really slow. Renekton, first target. We win. Hazır. Okay, let's do direkt hem next. Go direkt.
Brother,
Let me try. Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win. But not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, this year, everyone's leveling up.
I think Vitality can get you, like they can catch you out of guard because I think they are a bit crazy, and of course their playstyle can be either really good or really bad. I think today, for example, they also showed that they could come back into G2, which is something that is pretty good for them as well. I think Nak is playing really well as well. I think he's the best player from the enemy team.
But this year, they kept the same roster, but it's kind of just Caps showing off here.
Yeah, showing off. Wait, as he goes golden, Knuckle's going to overheat, but now he's got the energy back. A lot of mistakes in that fight, but Skumon, as he takes his red buff, Knuckle flash for flash. He's overheating with his autos, and he's burning Skumon down to a crisp.
Yeah, I would say it's just you really need to be careful with how chaotic they usually make the games. And I would say that they kind of rely on that. But anyways, yeah, I think they are one of the strong teams as well from the league, I would say. So
Yes, predict the unpredictable. That's Vitality right now. This roster is crazy. And not just their 80 carry, but the whole damn thing. Like, Humanoid can have a big field day, and Kazi can be the most insane 80 carry, but then also they can absolutely run it down, and Naknako's like, boys, what are we doing? I am so confused by this Vitality, but I'm going to love every second of it, especially going up against MKOI as we're now in draft.
Yeah, curious about the Malphite ban. Is it MKOI might be trying to set up for a Jace first pick or early rotation here? Hasn't really been high priority in Europe compared to the rest of the world, but still a very strong pick, even with the slight nerfs that it got.
Yeah.
I'm curious if that's at least the angle, because now it is Ear and Orianna gone, though. Also, those two main mid laners taken off, but I think that's kind of helped out Humanoid. He's been much stronger than some of the other picks that he's brought out.
I feel like Humanoid, I've really enjoyed the Talia mostly, Dagda. Like that.
I mean, his Zoe was insane as well.
His Zoe was also insane. But that's his kind of team. Like, they're just going to pull out some pocket picks and pop off. Speaking of pocket picks that are getting more popular, actually, the Mundo's taken away, even the Ori pairing as well. And Azir's gone. So it does feel like maybe it's a Yunara first pick angle, maybe with Ori gone as well. Like, that Talia could be higher focus if they want to get a bit of mid matchup. Rumble gone too. The biggest question is MKOI with first pick here. What sits at the top? And it's not bad.
It's either the Jace, which the Malphite would say to me that they're trying to go. Yeah, and there it is.
Yep.
But it does mean, as you say, you can go for, Talia Vi, you can go for Pantheon Talia if you want to as well in this sort of situation. You can also just go straight for the Rise and take the Pantheon alongside it. So you've definitely got options, but setting up for a very strong mid jungle is probably the call here for Vitality.
Well, there's one part of it, and let's see the other. I mean, again, I think we're whispering closer and closer towards that Talia. Just going to throw it in there, especially when you have a bit of zone control. Yunara also a big question mark, as the Premier 80 carry is still up and available. But I know Super Navarro, and I know that they have things like Siva, they have Corki, they have Ezreal, they have Aphelios. I wouldn't worry too much about the champion pool if you're an MKOI fan.
Yeah, so taking the Yunara here, basically saying, hey, we're happy to get either Talia or Rise in this situation. And if MKOI don't take away one of them, or take a mid laner here, well, then we're actually happy to just take whatever our preference is and ban away other mid laners to make Jojo Pyun a little bit more uncomfortable. So I like the way Vitality have opened up the draft, but for MKOI, I mean, you could take things like the Ezreal if you want in this bottom side. They're already going to take that Rise to try and help out with the Jace. But yeah, Poke kind of is the name of the game you can go for here is MKOI with the draft, and even hovering the two picks that are three picks that they think Humanoid might take here.
Yeah. Just been a bit cheeky with it as well. With Corki locked in, okay. Again, I said Super has a lot of options for an 80 carry. One with a little bit more mobility, adding to the poke mix as well. How do you stop that as Vitality? More engaged. Dagda, I would like to see is... Oh, yes, again. Why not? Why don't we match range with range?
Yeah.
My bad.
And I do like it. I mean, he looked very good in the Zoe last time, so we'll have to see if he can have a similar performance this time around. But yeah, Vitality being able to answer some of this. And if you take more engage, I mean, Zoe can still work out pretty well from that position as well.
Well, Dagda, I'm looking forward to it. He's 3-2-9. Remember, again, that was versus Shifters. That was when we just, strangely, got the nuke Swain. That was just a crazy game in general. But as you said, Humanoid, big carry there as well. Now, what do you do? Do you need to ban safeguards for the Zoe? I guess Sion is, one front line that's just going to be annoying for her.
Yeah, you kind of want to just get rid of stuff that can tank the bubble.
Yeah.
So even the Kazante wouldn't be the worst ban in the world.
I like
just
that.
because he can use the W to buffer it.
Yep.
So I imagine that's kind of where they're at in this one. And then for MKOI, I think you need some sort of engage tool here for Alvaro. Poke is good in general, but you definitely need something to be like, oh, now I can close the distance when you've actually done enough damage. So I imagine that would be in the hands of Alvaro, but I'm curious then what Miro wants to try and take, because the Rumble, the Kazante, and the Sion have been the three picks that he has kind of gone to the most. There's one other Renekton game in there. No, it's actually going to be the Nami ban, so still the Kazante there for Miran if he wants.
It's getting spicier, isn't it? You talked about range and engage for MKOI. What if it was something like the Leona? Because we've seen Busio play it, and we've seen success on it. I mean, even though last game in the Emphala Brov it didn't look too well, we've seen more and more Leona in the league. And when we add range, and we know Leona is one of the best long-range engagers with that Solar Flare that has a reasonably short cooldown. So that's just going to be in the back of my mind. Final ban from MKOI is the Ambessa. which maybe indicated they thought Linces was going to pull it jungle.
I think it's the Cassante. They want to just blind Cassante in this situation. Because you imagine Vitality will take their support here, poor Fleshy. They're actually going to take away the Cassante themselves. So basically reading the call here and saying Nako's happy enough. So I wonder what Mirwin then wants to try and take in response.
Nah? Do you go Gnar into the Cassante matchup and play for the lane, Dagda?
I mean, Gnar's not the end of the world because they do have to try and play into you. But Renekton could also be the call. I know it looks a bit funky when you've got Poke on the rest of your team, but especially if Pantheon has to jump into you, Cassante has to jump into you, you can do okay. It does mean that you will get outscaled by the Cassante once you kind of hit that 2.5 items. But maybe that's where Miro wants to go here.
I mean, maybe you got to get a snowball effect on this comp anyway, right? Because it does feel like it's going to be very proactive early as Poppy gets locked in as well. So, what I am seeing, Dagda, is I'm seeing a lot of disengage options, but I'm seeing a lot of follow-up to the range as well. MKoi get to pick their fight, while Vitality look to steamroll in. Maybe CC one target, maybe find the angles as well with the help of Humanoid. How do you follow this up? You need engage, right? That's what we said. Nico gets locked in.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the one pick that you had left because Nautilus was taken away. Alistair and Rel have a terrible time into the Poppy.
Yep.
So Nico, kind of the one champion that at least can try and get in onto the fight with that big ultimate to start things off. But I do like that you have the Bard, the preemptive Bard from Alvaro. It's the matchup that you tend to go to into Nico anyway, just because you can try and push, keep her at range, and you do have that ultimate to try and deny any follow-up once that Nico pops the Pop Blossom.
Okay, well, for playoffs, for a guaranteed lock for MKoi and Vitality, these are the drafts. We got a bit of range from MKoi. Dagda, it feels like a little bit riskier as well, but I will say, when Zoe's also in the game, if Zoe doesn't get a lead early, can feel majorly useless if at 15, 20 you haven't snowballed or if you're not able to help out with some of those picks. Like, I've seen many Zoes fall to the wayside, so I don't know. What's your favorite draft here, man?
I mean, they both do somewhat similar things, right? I think having the Zoe is really nice into the draft that MKoi have.
Yep.
Because obviously you want to try and set up and then use Poke, but with the walls that are around Dragon area, it makes it much easier for Zoe to try and set up for these trouble bubbles, that long range engage. That makes it a bit more difficult for MKoi to just kind of sit there, which is perfect because you need to kind of be on point here as Humanoid to start off the fight, or at least work with Linces to start off fights, because your engage outside of that isn't wonderful.
Because otherwise there will be no fight. MKoi versus Vitality, a playoff lock-in starts now in this best of one. Someone's going away today very, very happy. And as we said in the lead-up as well, you know, for Vitality, it's just been this crazy roster. But to be fair, MKoi, you could say the same thing this split. Like, they started out okay, but then they lost to Shifters. And then it was like, oh yeah, no, MKoi is still the strongest team we have. And then it was like, wait, what happened in the Lost Ratones game? And then they lost to Team Heretics at the end of last. There's just no telling what form MKoi are in. It's like Vitality, that's why this is going to be perfect.
I'm a little sad, though, of the top lane matchup that we have, because Mirwin and Nako, I was hyper excited for. I was like, this is going to be sick.
This is what we got.
And then Rumble was banned, and I was like, oh my God,
the
it's
top
happening.
lane from Tesco. Oh my God.
Yeah, it's looking like a bit of a meal deal up here, because it's kind of just, oh, well, buy one, you get rid of the Rumble, you get another one free in the Poppy, which is a decent matchup, I will say, into the Cassante, but it's not exactly the crazy matchup that I was hoping for.
Very well said. Mid is a little bit crazy, though. I mean, Humanoid we'll keep our eyes on as well. He's taking Ghost here as the secondary and see how he can run down Jojo and see what Linces can do. I mean, I feel like Linces' role mega important here on the Pantheon to making sure Jojo stays down.
Actually, really interesting. Oh, hang on.
Yeah, bit of a trade. Double root, though, comes through. Barrier to help out Kazi. Lethal tempo up and active as a little sprout comes here from Fleshy. But MKoi at half HP, Alvaro a little bit more so.
Yeah, so Kazi and Fleshy having the double combat summoner spell helped them out there a little bit in the trade. But I do want to say, like, both Jojo and Supa have opted in for the cleanse, specifically so that then they can try and get away from these engage from Vitality, understanding, hey, we can just try and play from range. But Linces, 3 camp into bot side, no wards available.
Timing might be perfect as well. Supa's thinking about backing off there, a little bit sus here. But if they walk into brush, maybe I'm wrong. Ward gets placed down. Alvaro with no mana. Root flash as well. Super flashes. But there is Lensus. He was waiting in disguise in the brush. A double kill goes down. And Lensus sets up the game.
Nicely played by Lensus. Waits for the wave so then he can be out of vision as MKOI step up to try and answer for the wave push. But also holds off on using that stun so he can use it on Alvaro secondly. But now
Elyoya just walked over a ward. This might be 3 kills. He's going to flash away, but Lensus didn't burn it before. Rather, Kazi did not. At max range, the auto. 3rd kill. That's a huge mistake from Elyoya. Gives Vitality even more.
Vitality are already well in the swing of things as they end up making this play on the bottom side. Lensus stays out of vision. Great setup from Fleshy, but see the way Lensus holds on to the W, knowing that Super was already dead, which then sets up for the next kill. But this was greedy from Elyoya. I think trying to contest the scuttle, thinking maybe Vitality had already reset, but he burned his flash. Now he's dead, and in the mid lane, Humanoids.
Bit of damage down. Jojo's run out of mana though. Fleshy comes towards mid to help out. The movement came from Alvaro as well. Okay, well, one person said that MKOI shouldn't have gotten all that. Now this person said that Vitality comp's looking good.
I mean, any comp that has 3 kills at 3 minutes is
they're
going
the
to look
biggest
good,
swing
you know?
voter, Dagger. I mean, they're like, yeah, they got 3 kills. Oh, this comp's very good. Yeah, okay. Well, if that came through a little bit earlier, maybe I would have believed you. But 1.3k gold lead, easy to say, is Humanoid. Needs help getting push out through mid lane. And that gold lead is massively on Lensus, by the way. Tunneler already picked up. And even though Alvaro's hovering around mid, I feel like more importantly, the fact that junglers are nearby. Trouble bubbles there. Alvaro, he's helping out with the Tangle Barbs again as Blooming Burst gets Jojo quite low. Humanoid, he's still not backing away, Dagda. He wants to make sure he doesn't miss this wave.
Yeah, how's set up? Oh, actually, yeah. Lensus is here. Doesn't have flash.
Tangle Barbs connect again onto Alvaro. Trouble Bubble does not, though. Otherwise, that might have been another kill.
Yeah, the Trouble Bubble missing kind of puts a dampener on that play for Vitality. But still, Vitality in a good spot. Alvaro wasn't forced to come mid, but wanted to come mid to help out Jojo to try and punish Humanoid. But Humanoid picks up the majority of the CS. It's set up for a little bit of a freeze for Karzi.
Yep.
So he's opening up a little bit more of a lead.
Angle.
But now, coming in behind.
All angles read to bot, or lead to bot, I should say. Karzi's in trouble, and he might get out of there a little bit too late. It's a good Cosmic Binding against the minion wave, and Elyoya pulls the same angle.
Nice job by MKOI. You could see Karzi had a ward down in river and was looking at his jungler going, oh, okay, well, you're on your camps. It means that area has to be safe. But MKOI managed to sneak around and use that portal to perfectly set up the kill.
And both junglers get a piece of the action in bot. Super gets up, gets plating, mitigates some of the earlier gold lead, but Vitality is still well in control of this game. And CS is quite even in bot, if not a little bit Kazi-sided, as Super's sticking around. A reason to back, I guess, as well. He's already got the Cull, he's got the tier, he's stacking up. Bot will bounce out as well, and this also gives a bit of time for Alvaro to see what he can make of mid. As Lensus is there just waiting, maybe the timing's off. Troll Bubble's there, and even though there's numbers advantage, Lensus looking for the kill, and Alvaro's down. A 1-for-1 imminent though, as Lensus in between 2 people. A shutdown to Jojo, and in hindsight, Dagda, I don't know if that was worth it for Vitality.
I don't think it really was. Sure, it's nice Lensus getting all these kills, but you really would like some of these to be going on towards Humanoid or Karzi. Like, this Pantheon is going to have a difficult time really getting into fights. And with the kill going to Jojo, I think it only helps out MKOI and trying to play through side lanes.
He got a shutdown, Dagda. You just gave Ryze a shutdown. Lensus may be getting a bit too hypey. The hard bass in the background is a bit too loud, needs to turn it down, change Spotify song, and go back to the jazz. Because I feel like right now, this guy needs his first item, right? And then maybe the 2v3 works out. Are you following my train of thought?
Maybe.
Okay. What do you listen to when you play League? What's the song?
I actually don't listen to music.
You don't listen to music?
I'm that psycho.
You turn the game sounds up, do you?
Yeah, I have game sounds up, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because then how am I supposed to listen to the sound of the next ability coming?
I mean, I can put that up, but I also put like Elton John on I'm Still Standing. Classic for League.
Yeah.
Really
Which
good.
is kind of ironic because you keep dying.
Yeah, I know. But when I was getting the Emerald, man, that song was on repeat and I was dying a lot less as a top laner. It's good advice from me. For once, I'm self-proclaimed. Dragon is up. We're fighting over this, it seems. But Jojo comes in first, so Fleshy has to be careful about where he steps in this river. I'm calling out this Dragon because Dagda, the timing is coinciding with Grubs. Up in 45. It does feel like it might be split focus here as MKOI have bottom river for now, but those Grubs are more curious. as that timer gets closer.
Well, Humanoid is just reset, which will give MKoi push in mid. And because Fleshy was trying to help out on mid, it means that MKoi kind of have control over this bottom side of the map as well. So it should give an angle for MKoi to set up here. I'm curious if we just have a trade for Vitality towards top side. Although Linces is sitting around in this bottom rush, has level 6.
So all it takes is an ulti. But super, it's Corki. Plus Alvaro. Cosmic Binding, no ulti, but still, the Bard has tools to help survive.
So Jojo reset as well, picked up Merc Threads on the back. So now going to answer for pushing mid, and you can see he's winning that up against Humanoid, which means that off of clearing out these camps, I think with Jojo's push, MKoi can try and take river position.
Yep.
The only problem is Karzi's now been able to answer for the bot side push as well, so you're kind of now swapping where you have that position on the map as MKoi.
Just side note as well, when you talk about Jojo, the denial of Humanoid is kind of proving your point even more. Like, good position here for the Rise. And that hovering you talked about, I mean, LEO is just now going to move it up towards the Grubs up in top lane.
But if Bard ends up getting spot on this ward, which it looks like he might be, there's an opportunity for the Pantheon to immediately look for a play onto the bottom side of the map.
True.
So I don't think Alvaro showed on it. Was just hovering, because you can see Jace is on those Void Grubs. I wasn't sure if he needed to be positioned there, but now showing back in bot lane, it'll just be a trade of the objectives on both sides of the map.
So very hard to pick out when he has Charms up and he's got that full 5-stack movement speed galore. As Dragon does go down, Trouble misses here in mid lane. Humanoid stepping up to Jojo. Lens is still nearby, but he's just passing. Fleshy's been constantly roaming as well, but Jojo just uncatchable. We do look at top lane. Nuko looking for the flip. Mirwin flashes away. There's Lince's ulti, and Mirwin's just out. Summoner burn for the cost of Lince's R.
Yeah, the flash being down, obviously not ideal for Mirwin, but I think for Vitality, they really wanted to try and make some sort of play. And you knew that Void Grubs had just gone down because of the sound that it makes, so we're trying to make a counter punch on towards the top side. Couldn't quite make it happen. Still, I mean, you get the Dragon for Vitality, so they're fine.
Yep.
It's just, I think they were really hoping to be able to get that play until...
Nuko has that ulti. Mirwin still has his available as well. He just shields out, by the way. I was expecting a lot more, but Poppy had E. So that's over.
Uses the minion as an escape tool.
Yeah. It's good to see a Season 1, Season 2 champ actually step up to Cassandra, you know?
But does she really count? Because she got the rework.
Yeah, that is true.
And if she still existed in Season 1, no one would be able to beat Poppy.
True.
Because that ultimate was insane.
Everyone but you cannot hurt me. There's a flash. Wish you had the ulti now. Use it onto Cassandra, maybe, but Mirwin's dead regardless. Right, guys? Slowly, but surely. Right, guys? Q. Mirwin dodged. He's going to die to the turret, right, guys? Yep. Okay. Nuko gets a kill eventually after wasting a bit of time.
I mean, still managed to get the wave, but yeah, nice play. Return gank from Linces to actually make that play a success. But he is losing his entire bot side to MKoi.
And this is not just going to be a blue buff, it's going to be Gromp as well.
And the wave. Because Karzi can't really get back in. You're going to have Linces try and link up with them here to try and retake this position. But Jojo is also hovering.
Smite, Pop Blossom, only onto the enemy jungle, but Elyoya, even after a Tempered Fate, goes down. A great Tempered Fate to probably save Alvaro's life as Humanoid's on the way. Heal, and a very fast Zoe. But a magical journey all the same. Gets Alvaro out of harm's way.
Linces picking up another kill there. Just on Elyoya, trying to take a little bit too much. I think they should have been happy with just the blue buff and that wave loss on the bottom side, because Karzi was sitting with about a 300 gold lead on the bot lane. Now very much evened up, but ends up giving across a little bit more. Still, I think these kills going to Linces are definitely less than ideal for Vitality, because Linces is, unless he gets some really good ultimates, is just going to struggle to try and take these fights. Has to just ult and send himself in because of the range that Vitality have. So these kills going on to like Karzi or even onto Humanoid, I think would have much more success.
You are right, unless, of course, if Linces keeps snowballing and becomes unbeatable, then maybe Vitality can get the wheel rolling. But I know what you're saying about Humanoid, about Karzi. Look, here's the flip again, the all-out, but Mirwin, what can he do? Ulti, not in time! He was trying to wind it up, and Nuko just pierced him right through the heart. Flash, no, Alvaro used Magical Journey instead. Meanwhile, Elyoya wants to keep on fighting, but that's simply a clone. Solo kill for Nuko. I mean, this is why this guy is the best top lineup.
This man has been absolutely insane this place. And yeah, I think at this stage, Nuko just the best top laner of spring or of LEC Versus. He's been absolutely incredible. And Mirwin getting on the business end of the Cassante right now.
Well, Nako is going to make sure that wave is pretty pushed in. A bit denied to top turret. The next wave's going to crash in as well. Mirwin doesn't have TP as Realm Warp's used. Hello. Jojo's going to make sure that wave's not hit. I think he's looking for the kill.
I think he was hoping that Nako was taking the cheesy reset and just in the bush. But Nako had actually walked out, so does at least get interrupted, but won't be the kill going across. And that's Realm Warp down now for Jojo.
Nako does have TP if he wants to catch the wave, as he's still backing off. But remember, Home Guard exists, so I don't think he'll lose too much. Jojo misses Troll Bubble, or rather Humanoid completely whiffs it. Jojo also just picked up Quest, by the way. And if we're talking about Quests, I mean, Roll Quests are picked up earlier for MKoi, so a bit of an advantage here. 40 seconds from Drake.
I don't think it's the end of the world. Is
Yoink. Nicely
done by Humanoid there to interrupt the reset from Jojo.
What's in that bubble, you reckon?
Trouble.
Sleeping pills. Oh, my lord. Jojo, if he gets hit by one again, I mean, I'm still waiting for Linces to accompany it. As we're focusing on bot, seems to be that the 2v2 just never ends. Elio is also here once again. Wait for the poke. Arthur might be the one who runs into it. Yes, he is. Okay. That's some damage from Elio.
Nicely done by MKoi, because I was looking at where Jojo was. He just reset, doesn't have Realm Warp. So Vitality should have been able to pressure in the 3v4. But the accelerated shock blast from Elioya are doing work and forcing Vitality back from this Dragon.
Humanoid needs to start sending it out like kind as well. Dragon's now up and available. MKoi moving towards it. Vitality got the first. This would slow down that Dragon stacking that here in the LEC. Just seems too overpowered as Linces doesn't want to face check. And MKoi completely hold River to themselves.
This is the kind of poke we were talking about. It's Vitality want to take the immediate fight, but MKoi just needs to continue to back the Humanoid on the flank.
Throw a bubble. Tempered Fate flushed away from by Humanoid. He only got Jojo there as well. Poke doesn't connect from Linces, but does from Elioya. We once again continue this raid over Dragon, but MKoi still in front of it with a smite. Ready, Linces looking for the steal and gets it. Pop Blossom on the flank as well. Humanoid helps get the burst. Vitality. Snap engage. Not only they take the objective, they just took the hearts away from MKoi.
Great flank from Fleshy. Sets up that play. MKoi caught in the pit. And Vitality punish.
And now we look towards top again. Nako gets everything he wants and more with a flip back. True damage. Amir went under turret, gets the ulti response. He's not done yet.
The shield
for Nako. Nako is Cassante, and that is just better.
Nako just seems like he's better on every single champ at this moment in time.
Champion's still
His
not balanced.
Rumble was insane last week. The Cassante looking clean this week. Vitality. Honestly, this is an incredible performance. And again, winner locks playoffs. And it's Vitality who are looking much cleaner at the moment. I see here, Fleshy uses the W to bypass the ward vision so then he can get the ult. And again, Nako just popping off in this top side. But we slow it down because as he starts to go through here, it's right at the end where he ends up running away. So doesn't end up taking the second half of the Q damage, then just barely gets the timer on the shield.
No way, bro.
I know.
Yeah.
I agree. I think the world does. Play a newer champion. Brother, I mean, no discredit to Nako.
This is supposed to be a good matchup, but that early gank from Linces just gave the lead to Nako, and he's absolutely running away with it now thanks to that early play.
Nako in control. Mirwin in tatters. 1,700 gold lead just in top alone. And first turret just went over to Humanoid. And that was up in top lane as well. Pressure through mid. MKoi going to trade through bot.
Yeah, MKoi are trying to trade for the Rift Herald, which you can see is just started by Linces. But the tower was already taken, so it's still a net positive play for Vitality. And especially if they can continue to keep this pressure in around this top side. No camps have spawned up there, so Linces won't be able to take them. But they're still in a very good spot.
But Herald to open up mid, right? I mean, it's still it's still so much gold on the map for Vitality to play through. And right now, even though there's no camp set, Dagda, look at the deep vision that's just been applied by Fleshy as they make their return. And Fleshy also picks up Protobelt, so got a lot of mobility, a lot of damage coming forward as well, especially with the double Fiendish that the Humanoid will be that Hextech alteration eventually.
But what a turnaround for Vitality, because the first week, I was not convinced by this roster at all. It did not look like they were going to be able to bring it together. but the last couple of games have been very, very impressive, and now standing on the cusp of taking down Employ.
Knuckle again, Pop Blossom finds only one, but it might just be enough with the all-out Knuckles in front of two faces, and that too will be great. Alvaro's definitely dead, while meanwhile chased down is Elyoya. As soon as Vitality find a target, they snap.
Pick, hooray for Vitality as they immediately make that collapse. And now should be this mid lane turret going down. Rift Herald just placed, has been escorted in by Linces, and I don't really think there's much the Super can do to hold on to this. Karzi stepping forward though.
Yeah, Jojo as well. Okay. Maybe that's why Linces didn't stick around. Karzi will just get the push out, and then we'll see is another big play. Two members snapped like that.
Yeah, put contesting in positions that they really shouldn't be. Nobody was up on that top wave, so they knew that Vitality were missing off the map. And you're against the Pantheon that is always going to be able to come through. And even in the middle of it, Nako, nice play to just separate to go for Alvaro, because he knows the rest of the team are going to be able to pick off Elyoya.
Real honorable mention to Fleshy. Like,
yeah, he's been great.
Fleshy's been fantastic, and I think Fleshy this season has also just been a ramp up as well. Like, last year, I just remember feeling kind of middling on him. Like, there were some good games, but mostly it was kind of meh. This feels like Fleshy's having his best performance yet. And what a time to as well. You know, it is all the ramp up towards first stand. It is one team Dagda. And I do feel like MKOI were favorites coming into the season. Maybe is a top team, if not the top team, after the end of last year, after what they did, the damage at MSI. Yeah, I mean, getting to MSI, I should say.
Yeah, a lot of people were looking at them as the favorites, but I think at this stage, there's been too much inconsistency on their wins. So they've kind of just slipped from that position, and now, I mean, here, Vitality looking at least in a very good spot at the moment to take over this game and put themselves in playoffs ahead of MKOI, which says a lot kind of about where they've fallen. And I think a lot of that is to, hey, we're trying to overforce on plays, and we got to see it in this game, right? They overforce in the initial skirmish, and they end up getting picked off.
Here we go. Wow! Okay, Humanoid is getting ganked though. So it looked good until the whole team showed up from MKOI.
Yeah, and will be the tower taken off the back of it as well for MKOI. So Humanoid getting caught in the side lane as Dragon's been taken, and also that mid lane turret's been taken.
And bot turret went down as well.
Yeah.
So maybe not too bad from Vitality, but Humanoid...
It's in those situations where you just have to give up the tower.
Yeah,
like, you know you're already trading, because you're trading top for boss, and you're getting mid, and you're getting the dragon, so why give them the free kill?
But
you know?
it's dopamine. When Zoe hits when you hit a bubble as a Zoe, you think, I've got a press Q, I've got a portal jump in there. Because when you hit that Q at like max range and you see the health bar go down,
yeah,
that's better than scrolling any TikTok reel.
How does it feel when your health bar goes down immediately after?
I mean, that's when it cuts off. But that's coming back to reality, as all things should. There's balance in the world. Tempered Fate, Fleshy sidestep was smooth.
And now he's dancing.
He should be.
Fleshy's feeling himself. I'm loving this. This is a great version of Fleshy.
There's a barn burner of a game from him as Humanoid gets poked out. Let's not forget, for MKOI, their poke comes down to Elyoya, and it's been very, very strong. Needs to get more of that, needs to get some more of these picks as Super almost caught out with a trouble bubble, while Baron is the thought, but is it really going to be the process here for Vitality?
I think it's more about putting pressure on the Jojo so he has to back away. It means the Humanoid can then go up and collect that wave and try and clear out some of the vision that Alvaro had established, because a lot of this for MKOI is understanding we've lost control of mid push. We don't really have waves on sides we can play through because of Linces, so we have to just take what we can get and try and very quickly establish vision that will get cleared out, but at least keeps Jojo safe for a little bit.
Look at the bot lane on the mini-map, because top laners have been fighting. It's probably getting to that point where they're so tanky that slows down a little bit here.
They did lose a portion, not a very large portion.
Ooh, exciting. I mean, Nako is almost 2,000 gold ahead. He's 40 CS up. He has 4 kills now. And it looks like that Jack Show most likely coming third here, which means Nako is going to be near unkillable in these fights.
Karzi on the flank though, Jojo.
Right, it's a good angle. Jojo slowed down, just popped into the ulti, and how easy is this? Jojo with a Realm Orb out, you think he's safe, and yes he is, but he has to flash for it. It's a nice pick attempt from Vitality, but Jojo's got tools.
If the Trouble Bubble didn't land, So there was no CC to prevent the Rise from taking that. And I mean, sure, flash down, but MKOI, sorry, for Vitality, I think they want to try and set up more vision in and around this Baron, because if you can make a play like that and actually force the kill now onto Jojo, that's where you can set up for the Baron afterwards.
I think also Transcendence not a big cooldown for Kazi, so yeah, you're right. The setup, the follow-up from that is going to be really important. Jojo, no Realm Warp with that flash is also going to be a question in the back of our minds. As, that takes away some of the mobility here from MKOI, and they haven't been super mobile. Like Alvaro on this Bard, it's funny, hasn't been as mobile or agile as Fleshy in this game on the Nico. It's been a completely different story.
Yeah, I do think, though, that MKOI are at least playing on this top half well. Because
tell me.
basically what they're constantly doing is playing off of this line of vision, which is allowing Jojo to play quite far up and contest these wave states that he really shouldn't be able to. And a lot of that is because Alvaro has just been positioned constantly here. Just standing there all the time and acting as a ward, essentially, to make sure that he can get Jojo out either with the Magical Journey or whatever he needs to. And it is meaning that Vitality can't use this mid push as effectively as they would want to. So I think for Vitality, this is where they kind of have to make a call. Either all in on mid to draw Alvaro down, or they have to invest multiple resources to the top side to try and deny that push. But with a minute and a half now until the Dragon, this is where you kind of have to shift your focus to bottom side, which does make it a little bit more difficult.
You can't get that vision down, it's huge. If you can't contest River for Vitality, Zoe becomes less and less useful as well, right, Dagda? Deep vision for a Zoe is everything when you play off these angles so consistently in the mid to late game. Dagda, for Vitality as well, let's just put a side note out there. As Baron's sitting up and being the contested part of the map right now, in a minute, Dragon Soul comes up. And that's when really they can start cooking and drawing MKOI between. That's when Vitality should really show us their macro, to use a fancy word, and how they get that soul, how they contest the Baron, one or the other. They have the choice, and that's what's so big about their game state right now.
Resets from MKOI, and they're already set up in River, but this Scuttle Crab going to do a lot of work for helping with the movement speed, where they want to try and just look for poke. But Vitality en masse now in mid, just seeing if they can find anything here.
Poked out a little bit as Knock Knocker, but it won't really matter. Shock Blast doesn't connect onto Humanoid. They need Humanoid, they need Kazi. Both need to go down. Vitality moving as a 5-man clump as Jojo's dealing with the mid-wave. Super's there, Elyoyo hovers in the brush. Linces looking at a face check, gets the stun up, but a Valkyrie buffer. Mirwin disengages Linces, but the Trouble Bubble stops the play. Tempered Fate keeps in place as Fleshy with the defensive oldie. Well, Jojo has the perfect angle, but Humanoid, his angle scares me more. Mirwin, though, he took the Trouble Bubble, doesn't matter. Shock Blast doesn't really matter. Linces still low, but now Super runs into a Paddle Star. The zone being controlled yet again here as from afar, Arclight Ruin from Kazi. No one dies. A bit of damage on some carries, but in the end, no one dies.
Nako pulls out the Dragon so MKOI can't start it immediately because they know that their resets are coming through and MKOI already TP'd back down. Mirwin able to escape away.
Over the wall, Humanoid. Almost a bit of a mistake. He gets chunked for it. He gets punished for it. Needs a Trouble Bubble. Connects onto Jojo. Vitality trying to walk in as now Fleshy with an angle, but he has no ulti for that angle. Tangle Barbs doesn't connect either. Trouble from downtown. Humanoid's got a target. The burst is there onto Alvaro. He now Cosmic Findings away, but I'm looking towards the left as Linces has to flash. MKOI chasing enemy jungle, but they're in a clump. Humanoid looking for the range, finds it onto Super, but meanwhile it took an enemy team to take down Nuko. Top laner down, Raid Boss in the bin, and Mirwin stands his ground doing something similar against Vitality. As Humanoid misses the next, Trouble Bubble connects again. Humanoid has his flash available, but look at the poke from MKOI.
The resets are faster from Vitality as Cardi making a back out onto the map. But Vitality, the Dragon pulp by Mirwin means it resets. So Vitality don't really have the health bars to contest this. They need to start fishing once more. Humanoid doesn't have TP in base. So Vitality need to take this slow as MKOI set up in River once more.
Fleshy has that ultimate once again, and he's got flash, but there's going to have to be a lot of follow-up here if they choose to fight. Dragon's going down very quick. Mirwin is playing zone control, and Soul is now quickly denied. Vitality looking for the fight after the fact, but Fleshy needs, again, a hero play with the flash, the ulti, now buffered and used, falling asleep at the wheel for Mirwin, as that ulti from Fleshy ain't good at all, but it's enough, at least, from the rest of Vitality to find a kill.
Vitality want to try and convert this into a Baron, but I don't know if that's the safest call here. Humanoid once more low, and you just have so much poke on MKOI, you'd be sitting ducks in that pit. So for Vitality, they end up backing away, but MKOI deny the Dragon, and again, using that poke to efficiency there.
Super challenging Nako. He is shredding him with that Gatling gun. The armor shred is nice, but securing the scuttle, even nicer hit for Vitality. Let's look again at Dagda, because this was such a long setup for this Dragon.
Yeah, but you called it in the fight, Hysterics. No ult for Fleshy made it very difficult for him to play down towards the bottom side, and Mirwin was just able to play front line. Nako ends up running through. Don't know what happened with Super there, why he didn't get taken, to be honest, by that ultimate. But either way, Vitality just pushed back in the rest of the fight.
Mirwin really saved the play. Nako had an angle again. And I fear for the backline of MKOI if Nako is able to have his say. But that time around he was not. MKOI got the Dragon. And we are back to a bit of stalemating around the Baron for the next 3 or so minutes. And I have to say, Dagda, I mean, MKOI are really turtling out this game. The game has slowed down massively. From those outers going down, Vitality haven't really been able to siege. You talked about it earlier with what Alvaro is doing where he's always hovering. And MKOI are making sure that Vitality can't get this deep vision, this setup that they require for their composition to really accelerate the game.
Yeah, and it's because Jojo wins out in the 1v1 versus Humanoid. So as long as you're able to isolate that matchup, you're in a decent spot. And that's all that MKOI have been trying to do on this top side. Now, with that win, they're able to get up on towards this mid lane turret. And suddenly Vitality, not as terrifying as they were on this mid push, as MKOI can test.
Linces has GA, he's thinking about an angle. It's ARAM time. But is it going to be sleep time afterwards? Only Humanoid can answer that. As a quick side note, I'm more watching the poke of MKOI because I think it's being more successful at this point. Elyoya at 3 items with opportunity with Sereldas. Actually doing quite a lot for a 1-4 jungler, to give credit, as Troll Bubble does connect. But Mirwin's blocked by Super. I've never seen an 80 carry block for a Poppy tank.
Yeah, same.
What a guy.
Yeah.
what a bloke. That's what teamwork's all about. Elyoya misses the poke, hang on. There's an angle. Nako's found Mirwin. Humanoid zoning out at no HP as Linces dives in. Remember, GA and the Trouble Bubble from downtown. Vitality's mid lane and lands. Again, no HP, but he doesn't care. He gets another one. You want to escape? No. Stand your ground. Vitality have found 2. And with the health bars blinking a little bit, they find a fight that seemed unreasonable.
Vitality find the engage they needed. And this was set up for the Baron. Elyoya, the focus, and Vitality pounce.
I don't know how Humanoid navigated the fight on like 300 HP there. I don't know how that guy didn't get poked out. But it helps Vitality, along with Linces, whose GA's still up, by the way, win a fight, and this is how they did it.
Well, it was the bubble to start things off. They chased down onto Elyoya and Supa, and Humanoid is like, okay, there's the CC from Linces. That sets up for the bubble, immediately deleted. And then Linces going forward, knowing he had to heal from Fleshy to keep himself topped up. And Nako keeping Supa out of the fight means they can pick off onto Alvaro. But you can see where Jojo was on the map. It was MKOI pushing up too far to try and take that fight with no tower for safety and no full team there to help.
This is why I feel like Pantheon in the LEC is so valuable, because the ability to punish teams that overstep, right? Like, they're not perfect players, no one really is, but here in the LEC, prone to mistakes here in mid, walking up too far. There's a Pantheon with GA. We have a Zoe in this game, and Humanoid can do the exact same thing. From afar, punish, punish, punish. And it feels like for Vitality this game, that's what they've been doing of MKOI. That's how they found their lead. And now they're in the driver's seat once again with a little bit more gold to their name, but also the setup, it seems, for 40 seconds for this Drake that's going to be their Sol.
Yeah, as you say, having the Red Bull Baron power play already ticking up with the push they have, it makes it very difficult for MKOI to really try and contest here, especially for their kind of winning point on the map, which was Jojo. You just can't clear out these waves, and now Vitality about to attack us.
Linces cares not. Moves into brush, enables Humanoid. Level 17 on the Zoe, who has 3 items now. With Crypto Bloom, with a far side alteration as well added into the mix. You know, I'm talking about a Hextech alternator. Humanoid's able to push up here. He's got a lot of damage, and his pick potential is kind of out of this world. Push comes in, Vitality running back, but Dragon spawns. MKOI are trying to flank this, but there's Linces. He's like, okay, I'm ulting in. Jumps out immediately with a flash.
And Dragon resets.
Realm Warp there for Jojo. Vitality now here, but Linces and the Summoners. Nako is around midway. He's caught out. MKOI just taking him on, but this is the Cassante. All out, not close enough against the wall. The true damage onto Alvaro, but he escapes. Now goes Nako down. Tempered Fate keeps the fight going. Mirwan's ulti from the side as well. It's taken by Vitality. They have Soul as Kazi lines them all up. Arclight of Ruin, but he dies. Super is just stronger. Meanwhile, on the back end, Fleshy holding a pop blossom. That nails too. Humanoid survived the whole damn thing. And as he takes a flash, runs it down. It's a bloodbath, but it's a soul for Vitality.
Only one soldier stands on either side to get the letters home. But one side is going home much more swift than the other, as it's Karzi, after all this, that picks up the dragon. And Nako nearly gets the pulsar on the wall, but just that little bit too far away. Was hoping to escape, but it's that pick. And then the delay here that sets up, but you don't actually get the Poppy up. Oh, actually you do get the Poppy ultimate off. But Karzi's dealing so much damage, caught up in this position, and then Fleshy able to save the fight here with this flash forward. Sets up then for the kills. It was messy, but it worked.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I don't think anyone does. It was a net win for Vitality. I mean, Soul is forever. And a Cloud Soul on this comp, I mean, every time Portal Jump comes through from Humanoid, he's just going to whop out of it with, I mean, like 400 move speed, 500 move speed.
I mean, same with, Nako, Lince is coming through on ultimates as well. Karzi when he pops his ult as well. There's so much value that you get from this Cloud Soul. It's going to be really, really nice for Vitality.
I feel like, again, the finishing touches are slowly being layered on. Maybe this is one of them. Jojo caught out. Now, against the wall, he does have Alpha on the way, and the problem is Nako doesn't have help until Linces arrives, but the problem is also Super's here. Now you watch it, jungle fighting off Jojo, but he goes in the wrong one, gets on out. Nako takes the magical journey and saves his life. Super was about to come in and erupt. Well, meanwhile, Humanoid's just going to play for side lane and find himself an inner turret.
Yeah, I mean, you get away from us, but Humanoid still pushed inside. The stun used means that the Seraph's Embrace is enough to keep Jojo alive on that side lane, so he can take the Realm Warp. And now Vitality, I think still fine to keep pushing in. Like, sure, you use the ultimate from Linces and the ult from Nako, but you still got the push on your sides.
Quick, news alert. There's a news alert. Baron, rather, Rabadon's, completely different entities, but that's what... If you're wondering what Rabadon's hat is made out of, it's actually Baron's head. If you look closer. I don't know if that's real lore, but surely it must be. A strong item like that's got to be the head of Baron, no? Just put onto a hat, because again, we are a family-friendly game. We don't want to show a disembodied head, but we can put it into a hat, and it can be fun.
Yeah. Yeah, make it work.
I'll show my kid one day. She'll be 15,
Yeah,
probably. Oh, hang on, pick. Humanoid almost dead. Super. Oh, man. If he got that rocket, maybe. Maybe. Humanoid poked his head over the wall, and he almost got caught for it.
Yeah, nice job by MKoi to nearly take him down. You can see there's a ton of damage on the side still. But without much to really fight for, again, MKoi are kind of just pushing out waves. Not going to be able to get too much as Humanoid's off the map. Will be coming back, but at least pushing Vitality back towards their own base and making it a little bit more difficult for Humanoid to continue that pressure.
So what is going on in this game, Dagda? Who's going to win it?
I mean, it's all over the place at this stage.
A-Ramp.
But here we go. Here we go.
Pop Blossom foul. Two-man game-winning play from Flashai. Temper Fate holds 4 though, and maybe Alvaro does it in reverse. Nealman runs up to the fray, but Kazi's still alive. Meanwhile, the poke might be huge from MKoi, but Humanoid's still alive. He's stolen a flash. He's got the range. His portal jump is insane. A double already down to the 300-year-old girl who's going to run it down mid with the rest of Vitality to lock in playoffs.
It took a while, but Vitality find the fight they need. They find themselves the win, and they will find themselves in playoffs.
And what a comp to do it with. It was slow, it had me in the middle, but Vitality with class, with precision, knocked down MKoi and locked themselves in.
Very strong early game from Vitality set them up so well. Early ganks from Linces, Fleshy roaming around the map. It kept everything in check and let them take down MKoi.
What a performance. I mean, Fleshy set it up. Humanoid on that pick, a little bit risky. But you can vote for your player of the game so that I don't have to. Vote now at LEC on X, Nako, Linces, and Fleshy. I do feel like that support. Oh, but Lince's ganks, and then Nuck solo killed Mirwin twice. Like, I don't know, man. Vitality are a surprise, but they're a good surprise. And this means now in playoffs we get to get more of their comms.
I mean, going in 6-4, going to be fairly happy with that one. Still waiting, like Fnatic at 5-5, G2 5-5,
yeah.
Elor and MKOI now at 5-5 as well. It's setting up for tomorrow to be so spicy.
It really is. Again, this is the best part about the end of the split.
Sorry, Heretics on 5-5 as well.
Yeah, but I mean, even more so, like, the rest just gets a little bit scarier for the teams that are finding those losses today. And I don't know. Thank you so much, Humanoid. But one man who was very crucial to the win and locking in playoffs is the jungle in Linces. Hi, Nuck.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Fantastic cast. Linces, fantastic game. Early game, super dominant. Okay, obviously, like, the mid game got a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the mid game maybe first, so I can just focus on the praise afterwards. What went wrong in the mid game? It felt like you guys were still in control, but there's a lot of really messy fights.
Yeah, I think we probably just played too slow. I mean, I'm not sure. Kind of have to review the game and see what went wrong. I was, I guess, kind of lying when I said last week that our mid game got better. But we will see. I think just played way too slow with how ahead we were. I had first item, I think, at like 9 minutes. Should be quite a quick stomp, but I guess we messed up somewhere.
Well, still able to close it out in the end, and things are looking pretty good. Obviously, you had a fantastic Vi game last week, good Pantheon game this week. Overall, it feels like your performance has just been stellar. What has been the big thing for you that it's allowed you to show the level of performance you want to on this stage?
I mean, I think the Fnatic game was kind of bad, and after that, I just locked in. I don't know. I think just trying to be proactive early game. I think the early game's gotten much better. I think we are also as a team just trying to fix the mid game. I mean, couldn't do a good showing today, but I think last week we had quite good mid games. So I think me playing better, but also just the team overall just learning and getting better.
How do you stay so serious and so composed when you have a team around you that are just constantly joking, I'm not going to repeat any of the jokes, but you're so composed, you're so serious, you've got cardio, even Nocko I know likes to join in sometimes. How do you stay composed in a game like this when you've got so many goofballs on your team?
I mean, I think there just has to be that one guy, I guess, that kind of keeps it somewhat serious, because otherwise it would be a mess. But also, I mean, I sometimes join in as well, you know, like I think having a fun environment helps the two Czech guys, and overall just having a good vibe is important, I think. But yeah, just trying my best to, you know, keep them locked in when the chaos starts in Westcons, because one fight we're winning and it starts going, you know.
Well, might have slipped up a little bit today, but for the most part, it seems like it's going very well. Congrats again, Linces, on your victory. Looking forward to seeing you up against Los Ratones tomorrow. For now, though, KC versus GX coming up after the break.
And now we look towards top again. Nocko gets everything he wants and more with a flip back. True damage. Emir went under turret, gets the ulti response. He's not done yet. Shield.
We don't have Zoe TP by the way, guys. It's 45. We'll get looking. Okay, ulting.
It's no flash. Oh shit. I'm gonna kill.
Still winning. I'm on.
I give you blue.
No flash.
He's dead, nice.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Hey there. Every season starts the same way. Everyone wants to win, but not everyone prepares the same way. I can't wait to show you what I have in store. And trust me, This year, everyone's leveling up.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome back to LEC Versus for our last game of the day. It's going to be KC versus GX. And guys, rolling back 3 weeks ago, all I kept on hearing from teams was that G2 is going to be the best team, MCOY is going to be the best team. I don't want to get into any details.
That was me. Yeah, I was going on the desk and I was like, there's no way that GX is going to be fighting for the top spot. So the fact that we find ourselves now in a battle for first place between GX and KC, I am very surprised.
I mean, I was saying KC would be the best team, so I'm not that surprised.
Okay, but were you expecting that they would click that early and that soon into the league? Because right now, I feel like they're the most consistent team we have.
I mean, I feel like they laid the pieces up pretty nicely just for the layup. Busio fitted in so well, and it doesn't look hard when they do it like that.
And what about GX? Because for me, we went from propaganda to an actual good team.
This is a team that's all about the bot lane. Like, Noah and Jun, I think, have had a fantastic split. Okay, my 80 carry expert. Rank 1, rank 2 for Noah. I feel like he's in that conversation based on this split.
These are the two best bot lanes in the league right now, for sure.
Absolutely. And I mean, like, how can we not talk about them? I feel that we can start by talking a little bit more about Busio because he is the new member to the KC roster. And obviously, expectations were exceptionally high for this man in the bottom lane.
I was so impressed with his game against Shifters, especially going up against Trimby, who's been such a strong support in our league for a long time after he came back. But this Alistar, the way he was able to pick off Rakan so many times, which is just so impressive in the context of the fact that normally against Rakan, he can do whatever he wants with no consequences. But Busio just had their number this game, and he shows such a strong impact on support. The best support in our league. By far.
Oh, okay.
And he's still doing the same thing that he did in North America. Remember that what made Inspired good was his prioritization on himself. And I feel like for Yike, who's much more of a selfless jungler, doing whatever he needs to for his team, it's almost like he's given way more freedom because Busio is just impacting the map so much.
Now, hold on. I want to follow up on what you just said because Busio, best support in the league. I think June can sit on that table.
I think June can definitely sit on the table, but it's the second best. But I mean, the thing is, this matchup will determine how I view the best bot lane going into playoffs. Because right now I'm thinking KC, but it's not by a huge margin. Because Jun and Noah, both of them, have put on stellar performance game after game. It feels like they're taking turns who's going to carry the game to lead GX to victory.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this bot lane matchup. I hope we get an exciting one. I hope both supports also play engaged supports. We move away from this Karma, Nami stuff, and we just get into the action. We make fights happen, and I'm hoping that both these teams deliver for our last matchup of the day.
Battle of the best support here, and yeah, we want to see them shine on those engaged champions, but battle for first place as well. Before we get into that, I have Draco standing by with Noah and June ahead of the game.
Thank you so much, Laura. It is my distinct pleasure to be joined by Noah and Jun. Jun, I'm going to wait for you for a second. I'm going to go to Noah first. Noah, last time we saw you facing off in a bot lane battle, it was against Supa. Your answer was simple. Higher elo, you're going to win. What's the secret to beating Kalist today?
I mean, today he has more elo, but I will try my best with best support June, you know, so we have times to win, you know.
I like it. I like it. Acknowledging the elo, still trying to make the difference. Jun, it's all about the engages. We heard the analysts. They think the bot lane 2v2 might be stronger. What do you have to say to our analysts over there?
I mean, they think they're strong.
They think KC is stronger.
I mean, I think they're best bot lane in you, and you will see them today.
Jun, you're very humble. I was trying to rage bait, but you're a class act, Jun. That's it from us. We're gonna send it over to the casters.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. That was a great interview, Dracos. I mean,
yeah, just like, yeah, why would I argue? Yeah, okay, yeah.
Bot lane, like, okay, bro, you're about to go into them. No, I mean, again, lovely bot lane, and they do deserve credit. I do agree. I think that Busio is insane, but I think together, Noah and Jun maybe have been more insane in terms of the caliber they brought. I feel like some games have been on their back purely. Like these Caitlyn lanes that we've seen, they really know how to accelerate and lead, and that's why they were talking about it on the analyst desk. That's why at home we agree. We want to see some of these more explosive lanes. We've seen Caitlyn from both Noah and Kalist. We have seen things like the Varus lanes as well. Let's get some action down there. If we see perma-scaling, boring nonsense, the Caravan is just going to snooze. We don't want that.
But I think Giant X have shown that they're willing to bring out some of those rookie picks in the bot lane. Like, you think back to the MCOY game where we got to see things like that, Karma and the Caitlyn that they brought out.
Yep.
Or sorry, the Elise and the Caitlyn that they brought out.
There you go.
And actually play for this heavy engage style. So I think you've got to be very careful with how you go about things here. Already, though, some focus in the bot lane with Nico taken away and that Varus gone as well.
Yeah, the Varus does make sense. I feel like
Jace as well was absolutely insane.
Yeah, don't forget it. I mean, largest jungle lead at the end of the game in LEC history. Like, that's insane. Yike did it on the Jace, but I think Yike did it himself as well. Yike just had an insane day. Let's see if he has another one. Yunara's also gone, so a bit of scaling taken away from the mix. KC now have option for first pick. Dacta, we've seen Azir in this situation more times than not.
Yeah, I think it kind of comes down to preference because we've also seen teams willing to take the Taliyah and then respond with the Pantheon. So then you get Taliyah Pantheon as well. But you've always got that option as Giant X to go for Pantheon and Azir and take away that opportunity. So instead, just going to go for the Azir, which means probably see a Pantheon and Taliyah here, or you could go for the Rise as well as the response. And you do have the Jarvan open if you wants to go towards it though. So no, yeah.
And you're right in the pairing as well. I love that you mentioned the Jarvan here. That is a possibility because it enables more roads to lead bot for a Giant X bot side focused draft.
Usually you don't want to pick Jarvan into Azir though.
That is
because
true.
Azir has the pushback, which kind of nullifies a lot of them. And also he's got that ability to escape away from the Cataclysm.
Yep.
So that's why we tend to see the Pantheon more. And already we talked about like Pantheon likes to have these combos where he can set up and have follow-up, and Taliyah works perfectly with the flip. But Taliyah doesn't like the Jarvan as much. Yes, she does have the Unraveled Earth to help out somewhat, but still that knockup can be devastating for Taliyah if especially the Emperor's Divide has already been used ahead of us.
So we've also got a bit of engage added in with the Jarvan Sion combo on KC's side. Big front to back already building. For Giant X, the Pantheon combo you already nicely mentioned, Dagda. Let's just see if it's a top lane match and then we leave bot completely unawares with a lot of bans.
The M-Pesa could be taken here though as a response into the Sion, does well, and then you've got that ability to try and bypass that front line, especially with things like the Pantheon already there, decent follow for Taliyah, but just going to go for the Nara instead.
Kana is a great Gnar. And you're running, I mean, again, for Lot, he's got a lot of speaking to do, but even though he's got the matchup, I'm curious to how he's going to go into Kana itself. It's a risky matchup at top, just in terms of players, Dagda, you know what I'm saying? But I will redirect the conversation to focus on the bot lane that is the story of the day. Let's start banning 80 characters. Let's get something interesting.
Okay.
Okay, that's the boring thing out of the way. Even though Busio's great on it, that's one of the boring things out of the way.
I'm wondering what they're trying to set up for Noah though. Because, I mean, an Alistair ban, maybe they're moving towards something like a Sivir, but you don't really want to play the Sivir into the Jarvan.
Yep.
And like you kind of want something that's self-reliant. Ezreal, maybe a Zaya can somewhat work, but still ends up caught in the Cataclysm. So yeah, I'm not 100% certain what the game plan is, honestly, for Noah on that bottom side.
I'm going through
Probably
champions that have been
probably,
played.
maybe. Actually, yeah.
I mean, do you think Kais is an angle here? Do you think it's worth, or do you think it's too hard to navigate
You're
the
not,
fights?
like, I don't think you're fully playing dive on Giant X.
Yeah.
And I think you're kind of like trying to find someone with the Pantheon, which you can then use the pick back
They
on,
don't
like
want it
play
at
for
all.
some flanks. But yeah, so they take away the Kai'Sa. Caitlyn gone. I'd imagine a Corki ban.
Yep.
And maybe you force the Ezreal. Oh, because I was going to say Ezreal isn't very good at trying to get through this front line when you've got the Sion there. At least with the Corki, you kind of get some shreds and that kind of stuff, and that'll be the answer.
But for KC, Aphelios is still up with an enchant for Busio, and we've really highlighted the fact that Busio, his best performance has been on these engages. However, we've seen Karma, we've seen Bard, and I know Bard's a bit of a mix, but we've seen the Lulu come out of this American support. For KC, let's see, and looking to add a bit of range instead, a bit of scaling. What's really going to be the final lock in here? There's still a lot available for Kalist.
I don't mind the Sivir. Jhin, like we kind of seen Jhin more into Caitlyn's and Varus's, but can still at least play from range.
Yeah, and there's no
and
true
can at least
tank on the other
match some
side
of
as
the,
well.
yeah, yeah. At least kind of match some of the aggression that we see from Corki in that bottom side and match the push. But what? Maybe I was going to say is an enchanter there, but it's Busio's Bard.
Bard.
Look at that smile.
He's smirking. He knows. He's like, hang on a minute. You didn't ban my Bard? Wait a hot second. Because this is normally the go-to when you're versing Busio. Maybe Giant X just don't care. They think we've got something else that can snap the engage.
Yeah, I kind of I was thinking they could match Enchanter with Enchanter here if you really wanted to. Like we've seen Nami with Corki a lot of the times, but not actually going to be the case. They're just instead going to go for the Rakan. So kind of that follow-up or a setup for the team. So I think for Giant X, they just want to play for these kind of pick plays with the Pantheon and the Taliyah and the Gnar, like strong side lanes that they can try and play through, with the Corki having the ability to just play on mid, especially if you ever have the Pantheon go in. Rakan can follow up so well with the Pantheon on those ultimate plays.
You're right.
For KC, I mean, front to back, bog standard, look for team fights, play for dragons. There's nothing too crazy, but it's going to be a slow and steady kind of play for KC in the hopes that they can play through the strong bot lane and try and look for dragons around there.
Well, I've been critical of Jackie's split, and I want to see how he gets the ball rolling, especially at 6, how they can really draw that attention and get Giant X on the board very fast. Dagda, if KC get to scale, they'll get to play their front to back. They'll get to move into first seed comfortably and lock that in. Remember, it's all about choosing lower seed in your side of the bracket that you want. You get so much options when we get into our playoff format. First and second seed will be on opposite sides of the bracket, but having first seed not only sends a message to the rest of the league that you're the best team, but also gives you your pick of choice again in that side of the bracket. KC have that option here. Giant X won't lock in first, but they'll get pretty close to who's our best team of LEC. I think we're getting an answer in this best of one.
And obviously KC, lot of people expected to be in that conversation of top teams in the league. But
yeah.
Nobody was expecting Giant X to be up there. We always heard about the Scrim Gods, but never got to see the stage shenanigans really set up for them.
It's crazy the position they're in, isn't it? Because like Isma, that Scion game, sorry, that Malphite game has been a massive meme over the season. They've had some stinkers, but again, Giant X, it just keeps coming back to the fact that like this bot lane carry is huge, and the rest of the team's really cementing them well. Giant X have a really strong identity here. We're going to see if it can get running in the early part of this game. Now, two people have just said different things. That's why the internet is fun. GX could upset here. No, bro. That's a different team. Classic game. As long as the name's going to be in, it's always going to be a joke.
I do think like both sides have kind of what they'd like to, which is, you know, strong mid jungle, the ability to play around bot side and Giant X, and the really that's kind of the focus that you want from Giant X, is trying to then set up for, hey, if Noah's able to win out of mid, we can easily play through sides, shift Jun with Isma and try and make these plays. But when I look at KC, again, it's kind of like, this has been the go-to, which is we play 4 dragons, we have strong bot lanes and strong individual lanes that we can look to play through, and kind of just goes on tank duty and kind of scales into a position where he's fine. And already, KC doing a great job of winning out on this bottom side. And once you kind of hold on to this strength, I think KC should be okay to just keep this pressure and play for the dragons, and it's on GX to try and disrupt this bottom lane.
Well, we'll see what they can do. It's really up to Isma, as usual you'd expect with the Pantheon. Last game, very innovative gank at level 3. Isma's hit level 3, but he's going to do a full clear this game instead. Maybe just move his way down, see if he can punish the push from Kalista and Busio. But Dagda, you know what? I mean, again, level 2 was hit first. Bard versus Rakan. But you know, a lot of the support is just always dictating of the bot lane matchup, it feels like, as levels come through. Cosmic Bindings does return, though, and once again, here we go. On to Jun. Kalista and Busio are bullies.
And that's all you really want to do. Use the range advantage, continue to heal up, and just make this matchup uncomfortable. And I think that's why I was kind of saying I think I'd rather something like the Nami here for the Corki.
Yeah.
Because then you can actually use the bully potential from the Corki. But in the position you're in, Busio and Kalista able to push very effectively, keep you underneath your tower, and just kind of chip away and make things a little bit more difficult for the Corki. Which is not where Corki wants to be. He wants to be the one that's oftentimes dictating the pace of the lane.
Surprised Jackie's didn't shove on the TP there. I'm assuming that he was worried maybe if Yike was in the vicinity, turned into a bait, just wouldn't have anything available. Regardless. Now topside here for Isma, picking up Scuttle Crab in the vicinity. Seems they can punish anything through that mid lane. And Dagda, we did talk about a little bit about how GX want to get this ball rolling a little bit. So I feel like right now, it's neutral, only 3 minutes in.
Oh, Jarvis, Yike EQ'd over the wall to dodge the ward that they knew was down. KC going to look for a play on the bottom side, avoiding the vision from Giant X.
But first of all, Lot is looking for a solo kill. Boomerang Blade down. Kana, one auto away, but he heals up. And as you said, the innovative path, even better in this bottom lane, because Yike is behind enemy lines. John and Noah have to get the hell out of dodge while Kalista just setting it up. And Noah, he might flash over the wall, but Yike will follow. First blood, and Dagger, what a great call.
Great gank line from Yike, knowing that that ward was there. Ends up using the flag and drag over the wall to avoid it, and then sets up, but nice job, as you called, for a lot on the top side. Easily bullying out the Scion, and maybe setting up for a kill, because Kana's still here.
I had faith in Kana to be fine in the matchup, but Lot is giving it to him right now. As you said, Isma hovering around, ward goes down. Is this going to be a dive? Kana still very, very low as Jun takes a turret shot. Boost's just going to follow him for the time being. With Electrocute out, Gleaming Quill should make him okay, but Cosmic Binding, hang on, Supportal Combat, John is about to die to a freaking Bard! Welcome to EU, Busio, he's busting again!
And you get the flash from Jun! He was hoping that he'd actually manage to get the paddle dance away, but Busio just kills him outright! What the hell?
He's shaking the ass once again, man. Busio just solo killed John.
Yeah, someone put that bicep picture of him up on the screen. Because, yeah, Jun goes under the tower, tries to stop the recall, is a little bit too late, and then takes this tower shot. But I like how long Busio delays the Q, waits until Jun commits either to walking next to the wall or ends up between the minions. But Jun, you don't get the shit off the battle dance.
That was heinous.
Well said.
Yeah.
Well said. Well, Boosie has a gold lead. And, yeah, I don't know. Things going well for KC, to say the least. We look towards mid, shuffle back into Yike's waiting arms. No Cataclysm, but is it needed? Maybe it would have been. Jackie's just walks it out. Doesn't even flash, by the way. So well played here from Jackie's to get away.
Will be the Dragon, though, for KC off the back. But as you say, I think nice confidence from Jackie's, realizing he wouldn't have to use the flash. But it's what KC wanted, like, kill or not. This is what we're talking about, the Dragon stacking, playing through strong lanes. KC already off to a very good position in this game.
Hang on, I just got to add another stat.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hang on. I can't do dots on this thing. 1.
Wait, I got you here. Hang on.
Big.
And then, pop.
That's what he got. Solo kills 1. Jun, I think 0. I actually haven't asked the stats team. I went a bit rogue on this one.
I'm confident to say that it is just one solo kill, yeah.
It's very rare.
I'm confident to say that Boosie has the most solo kills of any support.
Oh,
I'm gonna put
big
it
call.
out there, you know?
Big call. I will say, KC, I mean, they've been very proactive in the early part of this game, and we talk about KC being able to chill in this game, Jagger. Like, it's up to Giant X to really bring the pace. Jackie's now unlocked. He now has that ulti available. So we want to see, I mean, when he does level it up, of course, we want to see how do they get proactive on the map. Grubs is up in a minute. Casey got the first dragon, so that's off the board.
So I think it's trying to wait for Kalista and Boosie to hit level 6. Should hit it off this next wave, or at least the first few creeps on the next wave, which then you can start to shift Boosie around the map. There's the level 6 hit. I think you can already see the resets starting to come through. This is where they want to shift Busio into positions, especially if they can try and make plays around mid. But Jackie's holding onto that flash, pretty crucial, because you can see Yahoo's ultimate is about to come back off cooldown.
Yeah.
And ideally, flash should be gone and you can make the follow-up play, but not quite available right now, because Jackie's held onto that.
But the problem is, if Jackie gets chunked out again, like Yahoo's been doing throughout all the lane, I do fear for the impact around these grubs. 20 seconds. Now, Yike is pathing down towards bot, so there's no real rush on this objective. I believe deep wards are being placed, and right in the Fey lights there for Jackie's. He's going to get river control for now on this upcoming objective.
It's interesting, because Busio showed on mid-wave, and I don't know if he's kind of just trying to bait or pretend that they've moved up towards Void Grubs, and that's why he's trying to play for, but there's actually a nice ward here to spot out if Jarvan would end up walking in towards that Void Grubs.
Yep.
And again, I think it's just because Giant X want to try and make a cross map. If KC go for the Void Grubs early,
yeah.
But Yike now sitting around this mid lane.
Ward in that brush though, so Yike's going to have to commit the flash. Cataclysm now up and available, and Isma's also shadowing the lane. Flag going to be used, I believe just out of vision, but pings. Yeah, did he skirt vision there?
Yeah, he just wants to skirt around vision.
Okay.
And now because that ward, they were like, oh wait, Yike hasn't gone towards the Void Grubs.
Yeah.
So now we're going to move in. We have the quicker reset and the TP coming through and push on top. So now Giant X able to get position on this Void Grub. So nice play from Giant X, but you can see how KC were trying to defend against the potential bot play, which opened up for Giant X now to take this top side objective.
Gunner and no ulti as well. Flag and drag onto Jackie's. There's a Cataclysm there. Wait for the shot back. Yahoo flashes, but it's matched. Jackie's gets out of harm's way. Tempered Fate as well. Jackie's smooth the ulti out. Oh man, Michael Jackson will be proud. He's a smooth criminal.
And that's why you don't level the ultimate. You keep it to the last second, because once that damage happens, you cannot use that ultimate anymore. But now,
there's the bot play for Giant X. Onto Kalista as well. At half HP, it's not really enough just yet, but trying to pull the triggers, Giant X get their head in the game.
Lovely stuff in the mid lane from Jackie's, and now Noah and Jun getting some pressure on towards this bottom side. So Giant X, John, they're not just pushovers.
How did he
we get to see it. So, well, this is it. So, ends up getting away and flashing away from Yahoo. Then Yike is like, okay, I'm going to have the ultimate here, which is fine. But now he levels the ultimate. And the reason you hold on to it is because you're able to then use it immediately because you haven't taken any damage technically when you leveled the ultimate. Really nice stuff from Jackie's.
Insane.
And it keeps them safe.
Clean mechanics. Really nice micro there as well, dagged up. So, GX might not have the gold lead, but they've definitely got a bit of progression here in this game. Interrupt on decimating Smash. Lot continuously having Kana's number. And a quick side note, there is a CS lead up in this top lane as well, about 20 for now. So,
because the plate's going as well, like it's just opening up a really nice lead.
Really is. Smash. got him. Hang on. The problem with Sion, you get hit by one, and that's what happens. Now, Kana almost has ulti. It might get worse. Boosters use Magical Journey to get here. Onto Jackie's Electrocute there. Cosmic Binding does some damage, but the jump in now comes in from Isma, looking for the stun onto Busio. He went a bit too far forward. Threat volley, though, doesn't connect, and Jackie's looking for the flick. Gets Yike's flash. Giant X make it a 3v3, and they get a little bit more.
Giant X are playing well around this mid lane and trying to keep KC at bay. Jackie's with the fancy footwork, but even here, Giant X just protecting him and denying KC from really getting the value they want. Because this is where KC, if you look back at their past games, have been finding success in moving Busio with Yike, finding skirmishes, finding plays.
1v1. Noah hits Phosphorus Bomb, hits a couple of autos as well, or rather ultis. Big one used on the wave. He's going to get curtain called. 3 shots. The fourth, no. Barrier used by Noah, but the fourth does not connect.
Barrier instead of flashing. Noah almost kept his cool, but definitely had to wipe the sweat from his eye at the end of that one. As Giant X going to set up for Dragon, but I don't think they can. Yeah, with Noah now that low, they end up having to give it up. So KC, I think there is a window where they can push in boss and maybe look for a bit.
Both on Vision, they know. Giant X know that there is a roaming support jungle coming in. Yike will just have to back away as well as Giant X responding kind. Bot wave is denied a little bit here. I think Noah's going to pick up the last two, but all in all, Dagda, it's a pretty even game state when we talk about this battle for first. Dragon is up, KC are moving back into the area, but Giant X are keeping Isma and Jun here. And I am seeing a Weave as well back up for Jack as well for zone control, so it does feel like this Dragon is highly contested. I was going to say that, but KC like, yeah, whatever, we're going top.
I don't think anyone really feels comfortable enough to take it at the moment.
That's why.
So you got push in bot lane, which is in favor of Giant X. The push in mid is in favor of KC. And people are kind of on these weird reset timers as well. So I think everyone just kind of needs to take a breath. And we'll wait it out until maybe a play in mid. But I think it'll be looking at Isma's ultimate to come back up and see then if Giant X can force a play. Before that, KC still have chances to try and find some plays around mid, especially with the flash though down for Jackie's. I just don't know if they have the time to do that right now, though.
We'll see when top laners get involved, because there is a teleport available for Kana for an advantage, so maybe KC try and utilize that as... Okay, we're just mega narrowing again. There we go, into the wall. Lot takes a couple of turret shots. But Kana gets some minions. The only one with the gold lead right now is Lot. Outside of Noah, who just picked it up, I think, with an increased wave and able to move up and get some plating, but really, Lot is the one who's maintaining a big lead over his lane opponent.
Yeah, and it's very hard in this matchup. Sion just does not have a fun time. You could even see Kana use the ultimate there to try and get a decent trade, but not able to find the return ult and turn it around. Now, though, Wave's in a much better position for KC as they pushed in boss, and immediately they start to move over towards the Dragon. Isma going to try and face check.
Cosmic Binding doesn't connect. Damage might be too much here. Isma looking for the steal, but he's a bit late. Weaver's all going to be used. Boosie on the right side of it. Isma gets stuck in the wall, and he's actually just easy meat. He puts the shield up, but he's dead before the rest of GX come in. But now over the wall with the curtain call lined up. Onto Jun, maybe a free kill, but it's waited for Noah. Jun gets out over the wall, but will he survive? Almost dies to Busio again, but Jun does live. Casey got the Dragon, however, and they're now looking for the chasers. Yike onto Jun. Maybe doesn't see him just yet. The Q comes out. Jun's going to heal up. The engage there. Finds the knock-up. Jackie's looking for the flick, but Yike is just out of range.
Cosmic Binding from Busio through the blue buff. Shuts down Jackie's on the follow-up and will let Yike escape. But again, great skirmish from KC. Patience was the name of the game in this one. Both from Yike and from Kalist, because Yike immediately could have escaped. But they're like, hang on, they're following. So Yike holds the EQ. It gets onto Isma. They finish off the kill. And Busio with the ultimate here onto Noah means that they're actually able to deal with this very effectively. Yahoo's getting a ton of damage. Jackie's can't really get into position. Fourth shot, patient from Kalist as well to finish off one more. And KC again, these skirmishes are so good for them in the early game.
100% kill participation from Busio. He got his Bard, and once again, it feels like highlighting the support is the right call out of this cast. 15 minutes in, 2k gold lead, 2 Dragons. Herald's now up. It is up to Giant X to try and contest this one. Their ultis are coming back up. I'm looking at Jackie's here, Dagda. I'm also looking at item thresholds with double Trinity Force now picked up. I do feel like there is a bit of strength in Giant X, but they just need that pick. They need that setup from mid-jungle that we talked about in draft.
And they haven't been able to find it because of the way KC have been playing. It's been heavy aggression around mid. Focus Jackies, try and burn summoner spells, try and burn ults.
Tempered Fate. There's the shove, but onto Busio. There's no follow-up damage. Here's the Pantheon ulti. Busio might be caught out. He was in river by himself, and the ulti from Isma shuts him down.
Busio a little bit too early. The Ike wasn't in position, and the ultimate from Isma is perfect to turn the play around, but now Noah on mid.
The reverse play, the deadly flourish. Kana, or rather Kalist, excuse me, has got the damage. Yike! Okay, the wave's going to be altered instead. Herald pulled off of, but Casey just blew 2 ultis.
I still don't know if JNX can really do much, because you've got Yahoo's in that top side as well, and Busio's back out of the map. A mistake from Noah denies JNX that opportunity to take the Rift Herald after what was a good pick onto Busio.
As Isma collects the wave, KC, as you said, ends up being a 1-for-1 with their smart pick on mid to really recover the Busio death. But reset here, Busio's now alive. His Tempered Fate not there, but reset obviously going to be quick. You see Giant X, all 4 members outside of Jackie's are leaving the base right now, so timing was perfect from KC, and they get the Herald.
Yeah, small mistakes coming back to bite Giant X there, because again, they're doing some nice plays, and I think Isma has been doing a good job of matching a lot of this aggression from KC. It's just overextension when it comes towards 1 or 2 of these skirmishes. Noah getting caught there. And oftentimes it's happening when they don't have a moment to try and look for anything elsewhere on the map, or they've given up that opportunity to try and make the play. But Busio now in behind, but thanks to a TP.
Magical Journey, great angle as you said. He flashes one! Busio landed that Cosmic Binding. Tempered Fate, he's setting up to line it again onto Jackies, who hits towards the turret. Busio just did a 360 no-scope.
I mean, that was really nice. Manages to sneak in behind and gets the pick onto Jackies, burns the flash, has to burn his own. But yeah, the bird mechanics on display here.
The kill doesn't go down, but that was sick. That was gnarly. Yeah, who's going to get full access to the turret, though? I mean, that play does have merit. It has gold inherently that goes to the Azir, so even though there's no kill, plus 500 now in total here for Yehu, who almost has his second item. In fact, more than that, his first turret just went down, plus this wave.
Which is crazy, because Lotta's been putting in, I mean, overtime on that top lane turret to try and take it down, but hasn't been able to get it. So KC, controlling this bot side, really nice plays coming through from Busio again in this game, and just dictating everything happening on the map right now.
Yikes is staying in his top camps while Lot is doing a bit of proxying. He's about to run out of Mega Gnar though. Flag and Drag is here. Gnar is available. He's looking for 2, but he only found 1. It's Yikes. He gets hit in the wall. Lot gets over the wall. He'll be mini. He'll be able to hop out. He's absolutely fine. But again, just stopping that pressure in top he talked about. Turret will stay standing.
I'm trying to work through my head on like how Giant X can look for plays, and I mean, Dragon is up. You know that there's just a reset coming through, so at least they should be able to quickly take this Dragon, although TP coming in, they have to take it quick and try and get out. Jackies can wall off.
And it's Tempered Fate, 4K for the Dragon for now. As you said, the wall's going to be there. Stops the Herald. Beautiful from Jackies. Giant X get a reprieve on mid-turret as KC group up. The Dragon goes down. Jun looks for an engage, but they've got their cake. Are they really going to eat it as well? As Lot goes into Mega Gnar, he wants a massive engage here, but KC still look for the siege through mid, still look for the push, as Yehu, in the meantime, is just pushing top by himself.
Nice timing from Giant X, though. Jarvan showed on top side. Jun, don't need to overextend, because Jarvan showed on top side, so Giant X knew that he couldn't be in position to contest the Dragon. They quickly take Dragon. Jackie's with a good wall to prevent the Rift Herald charge, and now Jackie's is on top side. I mean, Yehu gets 2 plates, but honestly, at the end of the world, at least he survives, and Jun is here to make sure that happens.
Yike threatening the dive. Jun needs to be there, and as you're right, Busio just following behind. So top doesn't go down. Yehu gets a little bit of solid gold, but top doesn't go down crucially as Lot's just dealing with Carter. This is going to continue to be annoying here for the Scion, but it's just the way it is.
So if you're Giant X, what you're hoping for is this game to kind of slow down a little bit.
Yep.
Because if you actually end up in the standard mid-game lanes of a 1-3-1, this is where you want to try and set up so that then you can shift with Isma to play 4 side lanes.
Yep.
Like, try and make a pick onto Yehu. Even just trying to, not so much kill Kana, but push him out of the lane, means that you could take the bot lane turret here. And this is where, for Giant X, I think they need to start making their focus. So it's on Busio and Yike to start trying to set up vision, or at least keep their side laners safe. Because as you can look at, like, Giant X, if they can play right like this, Jackie's going to get a tower. That bot lane tower is very close to falling as well. And this is where Giant X are starting to even up the gold lead in the league.
It's very hard to react to Giant X's, side lane plays as well, right? Like a lot of snap engage. We've got Talia, we've got Pantheon. You play with the Rakan as well. Very easy to set up and find that 1 or 2 kills that opens the game. So, as you said, Dagdo, very well said. Giant X are not out of the game yet, but they need to start being proactive, at least as we approach this mid-game now.
And it's also why KC have to be proactive, because if they're the ones that are taking a breath, trying to set up standard, that's when it actually enables Giant X to play through their comps. But if they're constantly shifting people around the map, it makes it very difficult to actually set up anything for Giant X. Yep. And that's what we're seeing now. KC trying to shift at least 4 people towards this top side to look for the tier 2 or tier 1 in response to the bot lane tier 1 going to be taken as well.
Yeah, because you are just leaving Jackie's to his own self with this turret, so they do need something. Winning more members to do so, maybe sets up for deeper vision as well. Yike is getting pretty nifty in the red side jungle, as who will eventually find this. He's going to deny some minions. Jackie's will get caught by Kana here to respond to the wave. It does feel like KC now want to turn that into a response in the mid lane, as Noah pretty safe here with Valkyrie up and available. There's no way you're getting on this Corki.
There's a TP available for lots, so there is a window where Giant X could try and make some sort of play. But I think it was more off of, like, you could have pushed in bot side, immediately ganked mid, but Booster should be fine here.
Flourish. More concerned about the damage on Jun. Yeah, you're right, Booster just gets out of there. And it is a slow-tempered game, but a minute 55 to a Dragon. Baron sits there. KC, I mean, the thing is, they're not being over-egregious, Dagda. Like, both teams are kind of, I don't know, not being silly. And it is nice to see, because these are our top 2 teams right now. KC lock in first. In fact, if they find a win, this is the play you want to see out of the best team in the LEC.
KC grouping on mid. They want to try and force the issue. This is what we're talking about. Mid lane tower going to go down as Lot starts to teeter towards that tier 2. KC going to back up.
Smart.
They'll get one, the TP, but can Giant X look for the play on the TP out?
Well, Isman's going to start it off. Yike, though, misses and whiffs. Deadly Flourish recovers the play. Decimating Smash with Curtain Call. Lining down Giant X. Cataclysm in as well. Tempered Fate gets Kana into a golden stature as Lot tries to come in with Mega Gnar on the side, but the Curtain Call zoned off the whole of Giant X. Mega Gnar versus them all. It would be great, but Lot has no target. He had to flash and supersede his position while KC turned into a Baron start.
Isma tried to force the play. He saw the TP going top and knew there would be a numbers advantage as Lot was able to come over from top lane, but he was a bit too early. The TPs are coming through. Giant X want to take the fight after.
No smite, they need to delay Baron, but they can't even do that. Here comes the TP and Giant X are like, okay, let's bring it. But 5 versus 4, Lots in Mini-Nar, Baron goes down, and KC cement their lead.
And a 30-second window until this Mountain Dragon. The TP's back out onto the map. KC want to try and look for a 3rd Dragon off the back of that Baron take. Ultimates are down for KC though, and you still got basically everything for Giant X. This is still a little risky for KC.
I am a bit worried right now, Dagda, that Kana, even though he's a bit behind, is still armored up and slightly unkillable. We'll have to see how much uptime Giant X get.
Lot's gone Mini-Nar though. Busio's ultimate backup. Yikes is 6 seconds away. KC stepping forward.
Kana's just walking into them. The damage not enough to inflict a blow. Cosmic Binding again, decimating Smash. No support for Giant X. Kalist sends the feathers into the ground, and Dragon number 3 now available for KC without contest.
Jackie's wall is the mausoleum of Jun in that one, as he's the only one to fall. As KC, I mean, I like the call from Isma. Like, hey, the TP has gone top. We can try and look for a fight, but Jun was looking for the reset. They're completely separated.
Look at live. 4-shot, boom. And now Lot is dead too. KC keep finding picks, and this game is getting out of hand.
KC putting the foot down here, making sure that Giant X are not comfortable at any point in this. They have been playing exceptionally well. I mean, 1 or 2 missteps here and there, but that's kind of it. And this is why people are now looking at KC as the best team in the league.
Yep.
They have been the most consistent. Their on average performance has been the highest, and if they win this game, they will be taking that 1st place in the regular season. And it's a well-earned placement.
Deadly Flourish avoided by Jun. Mid turret's getting pushed as well. Top is next. Linces is trying to, Isma's trying to set up a play. I'm using his Pantheon. He's trying to set up a play on Kana. Teleport as well. This will be 3 coming in. Isma gets in the way, he flashes that. That's Jackie's who teleported in. The shove there, maybe Kana not tanky enough versus AP damage. He's surviving for a long time though. And this is an opening play for Giant X. They get a shutdown onto Jackie's. The only question is, does KC make it cost anything?
I think they'll be able to push in mid and shift over towards this bottom side. A lot is going to answer, but Kalist should just be able to solo take this turret. So at least it eases off the pressure that's on Giant X a little bit. And that's all you're really trying to do here as Giant X is buy some time that maybe you can get some items to look for this next fight. But you're also going up against an Azir that's working towards his fourth item. Kalist is in an incredibly strong spot as well because he should have Lord Dominic's Regard completed before this next dragon. So these fights just become so much more difficult for Giant X because the point when your champions are strong is starting to fall off.
You're damn right about that. And I'm seeing a Jhin with 4 items against a comp that doesn't have a hard tank, that has a bruiser or a top lane. Kalist is getting to one-shot territory. I think a lot of fans are going to be excited to watch this Jhin 4-shot someone at half HP. Now, KC, they've got that much control in this game with the Baron that's now expired, but with a gold lead that is to be admired. They're going to walk in, get some deep vision, and Giant X just kind of have to let them for the time being. It's all about defending these waves that get past that top side of the jungle, that get past that line, because everything else is KC's map right now.
Giant X are just trying to find ways to empower their one strong point in the map, which is lost. Which is why Kana is now legging him down as the rest of KC are taking a trip to the bottom lane.
He's so deep dagged. I mean, Yehu's coming in. 4 members of KC. Tries to get over the wall. Easy kill here. Sent to the skies. No objective up, but just more gold for KC.
It's a minute that lot is now off the map. Should give KC the time to get these waves in positions to make it uncomfortable when this next Dragon and Baron are up and available.
He didn't even count the 4 there. That was like 3 or 2. Oh, TP. Okay. Okay. KC going in blind. Okay. The TP. It's seen. Yehu is going to get a 3-man ult. It shuffles out into bait, but Jackie's took it. Hook, line, and sinker. Tempered fate to save the mid laners. Yehu was all a bit of a ruse. That 4th shot goes wide, but Jackie's dies for it. How the hell did Yehu survive?
There is no world where it should have been Giant X mid laner that dies in that play.
Yehu's a little tease.
Ambitious at best. He doesn't even have his Zhonya's. The man was just like, screw it, I'm going.
Oh my god. Yeah, replay is
my
right.
God. Like, this is so over the... Like, Yehu with the flash, just barely gets away. Noah's caught the Valkyrie animation, can't get an auto. Yehu gets the magic shield as well, which just barely keeps him alive. And then Busio with some nice blocks. But I cannot believe it's Jackie's who dies in the back of that play.
I don't think anyone can. Busio was just in the... I mean, Busio saving Private Ryan, saving Private Yehu in that play.
Yeah, it's just the shield that came off of the upgraded Merc threads, the chain something.
Chain lashes, boots,
That's
laces or whatever. Yeah, one of them.
It was what kept him alive there, because the flickback should have been enough from Jackie's.
7k now, by the way. So, Yehu made that play, wasn't punished, still hasn't died. You can't call this guy a KDA player when he makes plays like that, you know? Like almost suicidal plays, and the fact he gets away with it. Also, we come back to live, top turret goes down. KC feel like they're moments away from cementing themselves as the best team for LEC Versus, and it hasn't even been close.
I really hope we get the noises that Yehu made in that play after this game on some stage.
No. They're coming though, you're right, they are coming. Well, I think KC just needs one more play. It might be around the Soul, might be around Baron, and this one's a goner. Giant X are going to start off the Baron. This is the Hail Mary to try and recover this game.
The KC are already here. Giant X have been spotted. And the pop shots are coming lost. Okay, fancy footwork to try and buy space. But they got to back away, and I mean, KC, they burned the Gerton call, but they're immediately going to turn over towards the Dragon.
Lot is in Mega though, and that's going to expire. There's no back out play from Giant X that they can find on the turnabout that Baron. So small win, but again, Soul's here. And Giant X was spotted on Baron. They're all top. Soul for free.
And Giant X know their backs are against the wall in this one. They're just trying anything to draw KC out. Draw them into positions where Giant X already have vision set up. And they're going to try and do it again, it looks like. But KC aren't biting right now. But with the push on top side, Giant could just try for a repeat.
I am so concerned about Kana taking damage with 3 items and double Mountain Soul.
Yike is on Noah in the back, though. Noah, I think, just spotted him there.
I'll be concerned about Yike as well. GA up. KC had the inside track to mid. Giant X as this 4-stack. I mean, you could see they were trying to find a flank angle, but because of it, they've just opened up mid. Kalist damage, even as a Jhin on this turret, is unreal. There goes the inhibitor turret. And Giant X's potential to flank has just been thrown by the wayside. Lot is a Meganar about to run out for his flank as well. Seen by Yike, who goes for the dive. Chilling Smite there. A bit of help from Jun needed. Yike just running into these two. And it's getting worse and worse.
Kana just took a full combo from Jackie's, and it didn't even break his shield.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And he doesn't have that much MR.
He has a little bit from, you know, a tiny, tiny bit.
Okay. Well, the Scion was the one losing lane, really. And now here's how it is. I mean, Lot's had a good individual lane this game, but unfortunately, Giant X haven't been able to piece it together. Remember again, I mean, they've still got tomorrow. While this game would cement that KC are the best, Giant X still up there. They've got the sister team tomorrow. So KC Blue would be a nice way to finish. Be able to get revenge against the organization with the way this is going. As Yike picks an angle on the right, KC run up mid. There's no dragon up or anything. It's just Yike wants to end the game. Onto Ismu also has a GA. The rest of the fight going mid as well. Yahoo gets the shot back only onto support. And he assassinates himself. A shutdown is okay. 4 on Kana. Maybe he can die. And yes, the answer is that he flashes away. Noah's so close to getting the kill. But no, out of range. Meanwhile, KC are just playing with the food. It hasn't even been the cleanest fight. But they're so far ahead that they're styling on Giant X with ease as Busio does it again. Flushes the seismic shove. Enables a double for Kalist. And even Yike gives over 3 to the Jhin. We can't count 4 for Kalist, but he'll see the ace and he'll deliver as KC cement themselves as the best team.
First place for Karmine Corps, a place they're all too familiar with from last Blitz. But now they'll have to see if they can reckon with the rest of the LEC Versus as they take the top spot going into playoffs.
And isn't it right that Kalist gets his 500th LEC kill on the stage? Karmine Corps are your best. And with this new roster, who knows where the limit is?
It feels sky high at the moment. The early game from KC is deadly. Early skirmishes going their way. The fact that Yike and Busio have gelled so well together makes it incredibly hard to try and find some success in the early stages. And as long as Kana just continues to be a good laner, the rest of the map is winning.
That's right. I think Jun was right. That bottom lane, the best in the league. Kana the best role player. Everything else fits in. Both be a player of the game at LEC. On X, Yike, Kalist, or Busio. Because KC have rounded out the split so well. Like earlier on, I remember them starting off like against MCoy in that week 1. A little bit shaky. We were kind of wondering like where, like how are they working together? And then we come into week 2 and it has been back-to-back wins outside of the Vitality loss against some of these top teams, other top teams. And they just look so good. I mean, that guy looks good. Like, Yahoo is crazy. that guy's absolutely nuts. So is Yike, by the way, who's with Daniel Dragons.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yike, congrats on the win. Congrats on first place. How you feeling in this moment? You seem like it's all very chill for you right now.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to be first place in the regular, and now we did it, so I'm very happy with that. And now we just focus on the next goal, I guess, to win playoffs.
Dang. All right, one step at a time. Simple, clean, easy. I want to follow up on something that your coach said last week. There he is over there, Reaper. He said, Yike is the perfect jungler. How do you feel about that? What do you think being the perfect jungler entails? That's high praise from a coach. Now, I know he has to say good things, but that's the first time I've ever heard a coach say he's a perfect jungler.
Yeah, it's a bit different to what he tells me like during streams and all, you know. I think he wants to be humble to me, so that's nice. But I mean, I appreciate it, you know. I want to be the best, and I want to work to be the best always. So it's nice to hear these words always.
Yeah. I'm curious for you, What has been like the big focus in terms of self-improvement? Because you've had a really successful career, haven't always been able to reach the heights that you've gone for, but like, what is the main focus for you now to take it to that next level, to keep delivering at the highest level possible?
Probably just I focus much more on myself, basically. I think I play a lot for myself more, and I trust myself and my own decisions more. And yeah, I just want to make sure, like, I know that what I think is like good. You know, I have good thoughts, good decisions in games, so I believe in them more than what I did like last year. So I think that helped me a lot. Yeah.
Was the problem in last year is that you're getting caught up in what other people were saying, and you felt like you had better information, but you didn't trust yourself? Is it kind of like just a self-confidence thing?
I won't say I had better information, but I never really trusted on my own decisions and my own opinions. And yeah, I just listen more to others, and I always got used to that. So this year I'm changing that and just listen to more to myself more.
Yeah.
At least, yeah.
I think I now look at you as a veteran, which feels weird because I still remember when you were joining G2 all those years ago. Do you feel like a veteran? Do you feel like a player who has this voice of seniority, this voice of authority, or do you still feel kind of like you did when you were a rookie first starting out?
I don't know. It feels weird. I don't want to comment as a veteran. You know, I still feel like a rookie guy, but with my teammates now, I guess I'm more of a veteran. Like I have a veteran role in this team, so I guess I kind of feel it, but I'll try to not think about it.
Yeah. What do you think is the number one thing for you guys coming into playoffs? Obviously, your first seed. That you want to focus on to improve as a team? Because you've won, you've got your first place, but I know that for you guys, you're always looking at the next goal, always looking at the next step.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to keep improving on the things that we are like good at. Like I think we're good at like most of the things, but just playing with Yeho, playing with Bitbusu, I think for me is most important. I want to be as strong as possible with them, like on the same page all the time during the game. And I think today we're very good, with that, and I want to keep that up.
Definitely seeing that progress. I want to ask about the rest of the league. Standings are in absolute disarray. There's some crazy scenario where G2 doesn't qualify for playoffs. Mickey got knocked out earlier. A lot of the former, band of brothers not looking super hot. Do you have expectations on who's going to lock up the last few playoff slots?
I have no idea. This is so hard. Like I actually have no idea. This is so weird what's going on, and I'm just happy that we made it and we're first place. So I just wish the best of luck for all the other teams.
Look, great to know Tendon as any other. Yike, congrats again on securing first place. Let's send it over to PGL, where Lore is standing by with two more members of the victorious KC.
That's right. Thank you so much, guys. Welcome to PGL on stage for this special edition where I'm joined by Caliste and Buzio. How are you guys doing?
Good.
Good?
Yeah, good.
Good. All right, because we've been talking a lot about your synergy in-game, and instead of just asking questions about how things are going between the two of you, I actually want to test your synergy with a game. It's called Duo Q. We played it a lot with your teammates last year, so maybe you saw it. If you're new to this, Buzio, basically I have a list of questions. You both have a whiteboard. The goal is to have the same answer to prove your synergy. So every time I'm going to ask the question, you're going to have 5 seconds to either write your name or his name on the whiteboard. All clear? And then you hold it up to the camera. This is your camera here, and Caliste, this is your camera over there. And then we'll just discuss the answers.
Okay.
10 questions. And yeah, let's see how it goes. You ready?
Yes.
All right, the first question is, who's got the best drip?
Drip?
Drip.
Oh, drip.
Style. Yeah. Who has the best sense of style? Who dresses the best?
Well, that's very
5,
subjective.
That's subjective,
4, yeah. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
Yeah, I would say Alan too.
Why were you so sure of this?
Well, as I said, it's subjective, so I think my style's the best because of my style.
Okay.
Like, if I didn't think my own style was the best, then it's the wrong style.
So lack of confidence on your side, or just, yeah?
No, I just think that I don't really have a big drip or something. I'm just classic lifestyle, not much, And Alan is every time I see his outfit, I'm like, yeah, it fits well.
All right.
Good.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Who's got the best music tastes? Subjective as well. 5.
Well, this is easy.
4. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, a second point for you guys. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Obviously.
We're so good at this game,
He loves
actually.
Yeah, we're so
complimenting
good.
you.
This game is pretty easy, no?
What's your style? What do you listen to? What's on your playlist right now?
Exclusively Lil Uzi Vert.
Love it. Caliste, what's your style? What's your jam?
Probably League of Legends music, not much.
Okay, then I get it. Who's the funniest? Who tells the best jokes? 5, 4, 3,
That's subjective
2,
again.
1. Okay, reveal. Hey, that's a 3 out of 3.
Yep,
guys.
yep. We're so good.
I'm more like a clown,
Yeah?
So
What's your best joke?
I don't have really best joke. It's like on the moment.
Okay.
You know? I can't.
Humor.
I can't.
What's your best joke?
I can't say everything. You know?
You
can't say it like that.
We'll discuss that
Will not
off
be funny
air.
then.
3 out of 3. Who is the best cook?
Cook?
Yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
I will say me.
Really?
Only me cooked for now, so I can't really judge Alan's skills, you know?
Okay.
Yeah,
You don't cook.
Kalis cooks every off day. He's like planning it the whole week, his perfect meal. So
There's
like,
no way.
he's got skills
Yeah.
for sure.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your like peak dish that you cook for the team?
I mean, pasta
Okay, you're
carbonara.
lying. Pasta carbonara. Okay, we take it.
They're
We take
fine.
it. All right. Who's got? We're gonna go into league questions now. Who's got the best game knowledge?
Oh, I mean, that's hard. That's
5,
subjective also.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I mean, this one is really subjective. It's hard, you know?
That's cute.
It's so
You
cute.
both
I feel like
listen
I'm
to each
learning from
other.
Kalis every day.
Yeah, I feel like I'm learning from Alan also, so it's really hard, you know?
Very PR answer here. Okay, who's more likely to run it down in game?
Run it down?
Run it down.
Like inting?
Like inting, like straight up int it.
Ooh.
On stage.
On stage?
Screams, it
Ooh.
doesn't count. Yeah.
Okay, well on stage I know.
I might have some
3,
problems.
2, 1, reveal.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
That's a
I play
support thing, I feel. Yeah.
Like sometimes you gotta lock in a Nautilus at 0 and 10 and just say I did my job.
And Kalis,
I agree.
spotless, never getting caught on side lane, never catching a wave you don't have to catch.
I'm just an AD,
You're just
AD
that
carry.
good.
I'm playing for KDA, so I can't look like I'm minting, you know?
That's true.
So
That's true. Yeah.
fine.
The lane princess, as we
Yeah.
call them. Okay. Who is more likely to survive in a zombie apocalypse?
We're both cooked.
We're just cooked. Like,
Gamer things,
no one
all right.
lives more than another, you know? We just run and we die. That's it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I don't know. I will say Alan.
Yeah?
Because he's like kind of shredded, you know? He's like strong, so maybe he can fight the zombies.
Okay.
Who knows?
I get that.
I
What
said
would Kalis
Kalis.
do?
Well, I would die for him here. You know, I'm a support, so like I gotta do it, so he would live.
That's absolutely
Yeah.
cute.
Okay,
That is
okay.
absolutely cute. We're gonna do 2 more, guys. Who is the most organized in life?
Ooh.
Oh, that's hard.
Who's the tightest?
I feel like
Who's the most
we're
organized?
both organized,
Yeah?
so it's kind of hard.
I'm gonna ask Chapeau to send like pictures of your bedrooms and see if it's true or not.
It is.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay.
It's kind of hard, to be honest. I mean, I was thinking maybe it's me because like you say the meals and stuff, you know, like I'm planning my meals, so
Uh-huh.
maybe like, oh, it's so organized and stuff. But the thing is, you're really organized also, so it's a hard question, you know. I
I'm
think
like a
it's the same.
little bit of a clean freak, so like
Okay.
I have to put myself for that reason.
All right.
Yeah.
That's not very gamer, honestly. That's
I
good.
guess, yeah.
I,
Yeah,
I
that's true,
appreciate
okay.
it. Last one, but I think we know. Who would, maybe not actually, who would win in an IRL fist fight?
In a what?
An
Obviously.
IRL fist fight.
Oh, okay.
Obviously me.
All right.
What's this question?
I don't know.
Everyone knows the answer.
If you guys have to, yeah. But
Yeah.
maybe you have the brains.
No, it's me.
Okay. No, it's him.
That's a
No,
weird.
no, I'm B.
Yeah, okay.
Name
okay,
change.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
it's for sure me, no?
Guys, appreciate it. How much do we have? 6. That's actually nice. That's actually nice. That's actually more than what I've played with other teams in the past, so I'm taking that everything is going well for you guys. There's a tweet that I want to show actually that we saw last week. A great reaction to a great picture that... Oh, it didn't work. Okay, we're not going to show this, but yeah, you were reacting to his bicep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty...
Is that a bromance or a romance?
No, I would say that's just a pretty normal reaction to seeing Alan's biceps.
Oh wow.
I appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, it feels like everything is going well between you guys, but on a more serious note, I know that people were commenting ahead of the season that you guys can become... I can hear it in my ear. I don't know if you have it, but yeah. Yahoo also, shout out to him, one of the most loud person that we have in this KC roster. But yeah, people were praising the fact that you can become a really great bot lane together, that this is going to be peak synergy, and maybe one of the best bot lanes we have in the West. I'm surprised to see you guys click so fast. I'm not surprised that it's gonna, that it was gonna happen, but I'm surprised that it happened so fast. So talk me through what made it so easy for you guys to work together.
Just talking to each other.
Mhm.
Honestly, like the first couple weeks we were scrimming, just every single lane, every single situation, we're like watching our scrims together and
Yeah.
just talking over our thought processes. And then once you do that for enough time, you kind of know how your counterpart thinks, and then you just keep going.
At least you have less experience than Buzio, of course. In the bigger leagues, you actually haven't changed that much supports in your life, in your career. How has it been working together? And adapting to someone else and to a new style and someone who has more experience, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't change much supports. Like I probably had like 3 or 4 different supports in my life. So it's always kind of tricky to change like a bot lane duo. But with Alan, it's really easy because like he's speaking a lot, asking a lot of questions to anyone and stuff. And like as I said, we're communicating a lot in game or outside of the game, always reviewing like any situation, any matchups, and just saying what we want to do and stuff. And like the other is just adapting to the other's ID, and if we think something is bad, then we will say, oh, I want to do that and stuff. Like we're just adapting to each other, and then no matter what, we are trying to always find a conclusion after the game, if it's bad or not. So yeah, I mean, it was really easy, to be honest. I think like even the first games were pretty easy. Like Alan is really good individually, and is like really smart about the game. So there's just like the clicks, and then it's just the way that we can get along together. And since we are like communicating a lot, it's pretty easy. Yeah?
I love what I'm hearing here. He's the Kia player of the game, as you can see here.
Oh, finally!
Finally? Wait, is that the first time this year?
I think that's my first one.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, you gotta ask your fans to vote for you more then.
I mean,
that's
honestly,
the fan vote here.
Honestly, I don't mind. Like,
all right.
Thanks for the MVP, but like the whole team is really good, right? So I'm not playing to get MVPs. I'm just playing to win. I don't really mind. So I prefer this, right? I prefer like having a good team and like everyone having MVP than just me having MVP like every game, because I need to have 40 kills.
All right. From an experienced support experience, what do you think he progressed in the most so far in the 4 weeks that we've had? In the 4 weeks that you... Nothing?
Still bad.
No? You're still bad? Still KDA player?
As always.
I mean, it's hard to say because every scrim week you're progressing in like every aspect of your gameplay. But I would say like his leadership has gotten really, really good, especially with like Yahoo and the language barrier there. Kalista has been communicating with him really well and making sure the game plan is clear and both carries are happy, so the game's so easy to play.
Love it, love it. And Casey is now locked for first. There's no team that can match you, even with the games that we're gonna have tomorrow. That's another thing that we've heard at the beginning of the season. People expected Casey to be strong, but maybe not as strong that soon. What do you think made the difference in this whole madness that the best of one have been? The fact that you were able to be the most consistent team that showed the most as well?
I would say that in scrims we worked a lot to actually have a playstyle that will match well like the best of ones. Pretty like clean and stable gameplay. Like if we get a lead, then we make sure like enemy team will not come back from that lead, and then we can keep snowballing out of it. And I think like the first week was kind of messy. We were not really able to show the way we're playing in scrims. Like it's always kind of messy the first week, like stage and stuff, New Year. But I think from the start of week 2, we started to actually play like we did in scrims, be decisive. Also, we kind of found out our meta or what we think is the best, because some things are working in scrims and not in officials, or the opposite, right? So I would say that it's just the work behind the scene that is really making a lot, because we're working a lot on scrims, we're working a lot together, we are asking a lot of questions and stuff, the coaching staff is helping us, so yeah, I think it's just a lot of work.
Love it. And I mean, you guys played a lot of stuff, except your mid laner, who keeps on getting Azir, but I feel like people don't ban it against him, so might as well. I'm looking forward to seeing what you guys can show in best of 3 and best of 5, especially when we go back to Fearless.
Yep.
Let's take a look at the schedule to see what we have for the last day of regular season tomorrow. You're going to face off against Heretics. They woke up a bit. What do you think made them better in the last games that we've seen? If there's anything.
I didn't watch much.
You didn't watch much?
I'm not sure.
That's fine.
And I kind of watched, and
yeah?
it feels like they are playing more together. They are trying to make plans together as a team.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Playing the game.
The power of friendship.
Power of friendship. I mean, yeah, and that's what Sheo and Stan were telling me, actually, so that makes sense. LR and Vitality is another game that we're going to have. Los Ratons need a win if they want to lock in. Something that's really surprising, though, is the most successful organizations we have in League, Fnatic and G2, are not locked in already. Their game is gonna log the fate of a lot of teams tomorrow, depending on the results we're gonna have. But what the hell is going wrong with G2? That's something we've been asking.
I don't know. They're looking shaky.
Yeah, okay.
Also, like, in best of ones, once it starts going bad, I feel like every game is way too pressuring. Because, you know, you practiced a whole week and, like, you go on stage, you play one game, and you can't make mistakes. So I feel like people are playing very unnaturally. So, yeah, I just feel bad for them. It looks like they're playing not like themselves.
Yeah, because people keep on saying that they're going to wake up, it's G2, you never know, but if they don't make playoffs, well, we're not going to see them for a few months. Who do you think would win for now, given the state of both teams? Kellys, Fnatic or G2? Who would you give it to?
I would say it's kind of hard because I think there will be a lot of pressures, like a lot of pressure on both teams, and like in theory, I would say that G2 will win, right? Like
you can't bet against G2. That's the thing, especially against Fnatic.
It's kind of hard to bet against G2, and like they should have the experience. And I think if they find a way to actually play together and like not have this pressure, because like they will for sure be pressured. Like it's like you're G2 and you're one game away from getting eliminated from playoffs, so obviously there will be pressure. And the same side on Fnatic. But yeah, I would say if they can play without the pressure and play as a team, and like kind of somehow from today to tomorrow find a way to play good again, then yeah, they might win.
And it's best of ones. Anything can happen. Their game is going to decide the fate of a lot of teams, as we said, themselves, but also MKOI and Los Ratons. So stick around and check out all the games we're going to have tomorrow to see what this one will mean. Before we sign off, though, quick note, as we're heading into playoffs, we're going to have a really interesting schedule in the next few weeks. Tomorrow is going to be the last day of the regular season. And after that, LEC Versus playoffs will be on Monday, Tuesday, February 16th and 17th. And the week 2 of playoffs is a super week. 4 days of best of 3 and best of 5 at the end, from Friday to Monday, February 20th until 23rd. And finally, LEC Versus playoffs is hosted by MKOI in Barcelona and will take place Friday to Monday, February 27th to March 1st. And up next, we're not done, because if you want to watch more League of Legends, the LCS is up with Team Liquid versus Sentinels. Any take on this? Yeah?
I think Liquid's gonna win.
Liquid's gonna win?
Yeah.
We'll see about this, but we'll see you also tomorrow here, same time, same place, for the LEC last day of regular season, last day of best of ones. Everything can still happen. Thank you all so much for watching. Be kind to each other, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh.
I don't know if it is
a bug
or gold knight.
Don't say it.
Yeah.
What did I hear?
Not good. Nothing.
Spells in 3.
Kite it. Gentle please. Yeah, kill in. Yeah.
Azir is strength. He's looking shot up.
This. Gonna. I can flash it maybe. I can double.
I like it.
Yo, nice.
We can fight. I'm coming. Maybe Kai's coming.
Yeah.
Atro space.
Look first target. Look Raka. Kill Raka. I can dive.
Yeah, let's go. You tank? Okay.
Yeah, no flash.
Atro's can come.
I wanna fight here.
Yeah. You can. Yeah, no flash.
Talia.
I'm coming.
You can me. Yeah. Kill them. Come on now. I'm fucking nervous, Mark. Hey, brother. We ride together, we die together, yeah?
Can we slow play? Can we it's 4 to fight. Yeah, keep your ult. It's on me. Slow.
I have to get out.
No.
I'm ulting.
You know.
You're ult. Yon. It's only on.
Ignore.
I guess we kill on. No, just kill him and then we... And then the guy! Let's go!
Have Oriana. Okay. They TP as well. I can fight. Look me.
Wait. We had to win. Nako gets everything he wants and more with a flip back. True damage. Emir went under tower, gets the ulti response. He's not done yet. Nako!
We don't have Zoe TP by the way, guys. It's 45. We will get looking. Okay. Ulting.
This is no flash.
Oh shit.
Still winning.
I give you
No flash.
Is that nice?
Gimme. Yummy.
No flash.
Yummy. More. Yummy.
Hey, Yeho, what the f did you do, Yeho? Hey, Yeho, what the f? How you die?
Oh, why? What?
Yeho, what the f are you doing, Yeho?
Me? We won, why?
one of the best LEC intros I've seen in years.
Oh, Jackies! For a bit, another. Crowd's already been a dreadslide. Oh my God! Their rapid, crazy mind right in the arcane again.
Everything blue in this arena. Everything blue.
Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go! Let's go, let's move side to side.